Chapter 84. The excited populist, Varney haunted the place of refuge. There seemed now a complete lull in the proceedings as connected with Varney the Vampire. We have reason to believe that the executioner, who had been as solicitous as Varney to obtain undisputed possession of Bannerworth Hall, has fallen a victim to the indiscriminating rage of the mob. Varney himself is a fugitive and bound by the most solemn ties to Charles Holland, not only to communicate to him such particulars of the past as will bring satisfaction to his mind, but to abstain from any act which, for the future, shall exercise a disastrous influence upon the happiness of Flora. The doctor and the admiral, with Henry, had betaken themselves from the hall as we have recorded, and, in due time, reached the cottage where Flora and her mother had found a temporary refuge. Mrs. Bannerworth was up, but Flora was sleeping, and, although the tidings they had to tell were of a curious and mixed nature, they would not have her disturbed to listen to them. And, likewise, they were rather pleased than otherwise, since they knew not exactly what had become of Charles Holland, to think that they would probably be spared the necessity of saying they could not account for his absence. That he had gone upon some expedition, probably dangerous, and so one which he did not wish to communicate the particulars of to his friends, lest they should make a strong attempt to dissuade him from it, they were induced to believe. But yet they had that confidence in his courage and active intellectual resources to believe that he would come through it unscathed, and, probably, shortly show himself at the cottage. In this hope they were not disappointed, for in about 2 hours Charles made his appearance, but, until he began to be questioned concerning his absence by the admiral, he scarcely considered the kind of dilemma he had put himself into by the promise of secrecy he had given to Varney, and was a little puzzled to think how much he might tell, and how much he was bound in honor to conceal. "Avast there!" cried the admiral. "What's become of your tongue, Charles? You've been on some cruise, I'll be bound. All over the ship's books, and tell us what's happened." "I have been upon an adventure," said Charles, "which I hope will be productive of beneficial results to us all, but, the fact is, I have made a promise, perhaps incautiously, that I will not communicate what I know." "Phew," said the admiral, "that's awkward, but, however, if a man said under sealed instructions, there's an end of it. I remember when I was off Candia once, dash." "Ah," interposed Jack, "that was the time you tumbled over the blessed binnacle, all in consequence of taking too much Madeira." "I remember it, too. It's an out-and-out good story, that air. You took a rope's end, you know, and laid into the bowsprit, and, says you, 'Get up, you lubber,' says you, all the while thinking, I suppose as it was Long Jack Ingram, the carpenter's mate, laying asleep. What a lark!" "This scoundrel will be the death of me," said the admiral. "There isn't one word of truth in what he says. I never got drunk in all my life, as everybody knows. Jack, affairs are getting serious between you and I. We must part, and for good. It's a good many times that I've told you forgot the difference between the quarterdeck and the caboose. Now, I'm serious, you're off the ship's books, and there's an end of you." "Very good," said Jack. "I'm willing I'll leave you. Do you think I want to keep you any longer? Goodbye, old bloke, I'll leave you to repent, and when old grim death comes yard arm with you, and you can't shake off his boarding tackle, you'll say, 'Where's Jack Pringle?' says you, and then what's his main, Echo you call it, Eccles say, it's D if it knows." Jack turned upon his heel, and, before the admiral could make any reply, he left the place. "What's the rascal up to now?" said the admiral. "I really didn't think he'd have taken me at my word." "Oh, then, after all, you didn't mean it, uncle," said Charles. "What's that to you, you lubber, whether I mean it or not, you shore-going squab? Of course I expect everybody to desert an old hulk, rats and all, and now Jack Pringle's gone, the vagabond, couldn't he stay, and get drunk as long as he liked? Didn't he say what he pleased, and do what he pleased, the mutinous thief? Didn't he say I run away from a Frenchman off Cape Ushant, and didn't I put up with that? But, my dear uncle, You sent him away yourself." "I didn't, and you know I didn't, but I see how it is, you disgusted Jack among you. A better seaman never trod the deck of a man of war." "But his drunkenness, uncle?" "It's a lie. I don't believe he ever got drunk. I believe you all invented it, and Jack's so good-natured, he tumbled about just to keep you in countenance. But his insolence, uncle, his gross insolence towards you, his inventions, his exaggerations of the truth? Avast, there, none of that, Master Charlie. Jack couldn't do anything of the sort, and I means to say this, that if Jack was here now, I'd stick up for him, and say he was a good seaman." "Tip us your fin, then," said Jack, darting into the room. "Do you think I'd leave you, you old fool? What would become of you, I wonder, if I wasn't to take you into dry nurse?" "Why, you blessed old babby, what do you mean by it?" "Jack, you villain." "Oh, go on and call me a villain as much as you like. Don't you remember when the bullets were scuttling our knobs?" I do, Jack, tip us your fin, old fellow. You saved my life more than once." "It's a lie." "It ain't." "You did, I say." "You bed, D." And thus was the most serious misunderstanding that these two worthies ever had together made up. The real fact is that the Admiral could as little do without Jack as he could have done without food, and as for Pringle, he no more thought of leaving the old Commodore than of, what shall we say, forswearing him. Jack himself could not have taken a stronger oath. But the old Admiral had suffered so much from the idea that Jack had actually left him, that although he abused him as usual often enough, he never again talked of taking him off the ship's books, and, to the credit of Jack be it spoken, he took no advantage of the circumstance, and only got drunk just as usual, and called his master an old fool whenever it suited him. Chapter 85. The Hungarian nobleman gets into danger. He is fired at, and shows some of his quality. Considerably delighted was the Hungarian, not only at the news he had received from the boy, but as well for the cheapness of it. Probably he did not conceive it possible that the secret of the retreat of such a man as Varney could have been attained so easily. He waited with great impatience for the evening, and stirred not from the inn for several hours, neither did he take any refreshment, notwithstanding he had made so liberal an arrangement with the landlord to be supplied. All this was a matter of great excitement and speculation in the inn, so much so, indeed, that the landlord sent for some of the oldest customers of his house, regular topers, who sat there every evening, indulging in strong drinks, and pipes and tobacco, to ask their serious advice as to what he should do, as if it were necessary he should do anything at all. But, somehow or another, these wiseacres who assembled at the landlord's bidding, and sat down, with something strong before them, in the bar parlor, never once seemed to think that a man might, if he chose, come to an inn, and agree to pay 4 guineas a week for board and lodging, and yet take nothing at all. No, they could not understand it, and therefore they would not have it. It was quite monstrous that anybody should attempt to do anything so completely out of the ordinary course of proceeding. It was not to be borne, and as in this country it happens, free and enlightened as we are, that no man can commit a greater social offense than doing something that his neighbors never thought of doing themselves, the Hungarian nobleman was voted a most dangerous character, and, in fact, not to be put up with. "I shouldn't have thought so much of it," said the landlord, "but only look at the aggravation of the thing. After I have asked him 4 guineas a week, and expected to be beaten down to 2, to be then told that he would not have cared if it had been 8. It is enough to aggravate a saint." "Well, I agree with you there," said another, "that's just what it is, and I only wonder that a man of your sagacity has not quite understood it before." "Understood what?" "Why, that he is a vampire. He has heard of Sir Francis Varney, that's the fact, and he's come to see him. Birds of a feather, you know, flock together, and now we shall have 2 vampires in the town instead of 1. The party looked rather blank at this suggestion, which, indeed, seemed rather uncomfortable probably. The landlord had just opened his mouth to make some remark when he was stopped by the violent ringing of what he now called the vampire's bell, since it proceeded from the room where the Hungarian nobleman was. "Have you an almanac in the house?" was the question of the mysterious guest. "An almanac, sir? Well, I really don't know. Let me see, an almanac. But, perhaps, you can tell me." I was to know the moon's age. "The devil," thought the landlord, "he's a vampire, and no mistake. Why, sir, as to the moon's age, it was a full moon last night, very bright and beautiful, only you could not see it for the clouds." "A full moon last night," said the mysterious guest, thoughtfully. "It may shine, then, brightly, tonight, and if so, all will be well." "I thank you, leave the room." "Do you mean to say, sir, you don't want anything to eat now?" "What I want I'll order." "But you have ordered nothing." "Then presume that I want nothing." The discomfited landlord was obliged to leave the room, for there was no such a thing as making any answer to this, and so, still further confirmed in his opinion that the stranger was a vampire that came to see Sir Francis Varney from a sympathetic feeling towards him, he again reached the bar parlor. "You may depend," he said, "as sure as eggs is eggs, that he is a vampire. Hello! He's going off, after him, he thinks we suspect him. There he goes, down the high street." The landlord ran out, and so did those who were with him, one of whom carried his brandy and water in his hand, which, being too hot for him to swallow all at once, he still could not think of leaving behind. It was now gelling rapidly dark, and the mysterious stranger was actually proceeding towards the lane to keep his appointment with the boy who had promised to conduct him to the hiding place of Sir Francis Varney. He had not proceeded far, however, before he began to suspect that he was followed, as it was evident on the instant that he altered his course, for, instead of walking down the lane where the boy was waiting for him, he went right on, and seemed desirous of making his way into the open country between the town and Bannerworth Hall. His pursuers, for they assumed that character, when they saw this became anxious to intercept him, and thinking that the greater force they had the better, they called out aloud as they passed a smithy, where a man was shoeing a horse, "Jack Burton, here is another vampire." "The deuce there is," said the person who was addressed. "I'll soon settle him. Here's my wife gets no sleep of a night as it is, all owing to that Varney, who has been plaguing us so long. I won't put up with another." So saying, he snatched from a hook on which it hung an old fowling piece, and joined the pursuit, which now required to be conducted with some celerity, for the stranger had struck into the open country, and was getting on at good speed. The last remnants of the twilight were fading away, and although the moon had actually risen, its rays were obscured by a number of light, fleecy clouds, which, although they did not promise to be of long continuance, as yet certainly impeded the light. "Where is he going?" said the blacksmith. "He seems to be making his way towards the mill stream." "No," said another, "don't you see he is striking higher up towards the old ford, where the stepping stones are?" He is, cried the blacksmith. Run on, don't you see he is crossing it now? Tell me, all of you, are you quite sure he is a vampire, and no mistake? He ain't the exciseman, landlord, now, is he? The exciseman, the devil. Do you think I want to shoot the exciseman? Very good, then here goes, exclaimed the smith. He stooped, and just as the brisk night air blew aside the clouds from before the face of the moon, and as the stranger was crossing the slippery stones, he fired at him. How silently and sweetly the moon's rays fall upon the water, upon the meadows, and upon the woods. The scenery appeared the work of enchantment, some fairy land, waiting the appearance of its inhabitants. No sound met the ear, the very wind was hushed, nothing was there to distract the sense of sight, save the power of reflection. This, indeed, would aid the effect of such a scene. A cloudless sky, the stars all radiant with beauty, while the moon, rising higher and higher in the heavens, increasing in the strength and refulgence of her light, and dimming the very stars, which seemed to grow gradually invisible as the majesty of the Queen of Night became more and more manifest. The dark woods and the open meadows contrasted more and more strongly, like light and shade. The earth and sky were not more distinct and apart, and the rippling stream that rushed along with all the impetuosity of uneven ground. The banks are clothed with verdure, the tall sedges, here and there, line the sides, beds of bulrushes raised their heads high above all else, and threw out their round clumps of blossoms like tufts, and looked strange in the light of the moon. Here and there, too, the willows bent gracefully over the stream, and their long leaves were wafted and borne up and down by the gentler force of the stream. Below, the stream widened and ran foaming over a hard, stony bottom, and near the middle is a heap of stones, of large stones, that form the bed of the river, from which the water has washed away all earthy particles, and left them by themselves. These stones in winter could not be seen, they were all under water, and the stream washed over in a turbulent and tumultuous manner. But now, when the water was clear and low, there are many of them positively out of the water, the stream running around and through their interstices, the water weeds here and there lying at the top of the stream, and blossoming beautifully. The daisy-like blossoms danced and waved gently on the moving flood, at the same time they shone in the moonlight, like fairy faces rising from the depths of the river, to receive the principle of life from the moon's rays. 'Tis sweet to wander in the moonlight at such an hour, and it is sweet to look upon such a scene with an unruffled mind, and to give way to the feelings that are engendered by a walk by the riverside. See, the moon is rising higher and higher, the shadows grow shorter and shorter, the river, which in places was altogether hidden by the tall willow trees, now gradually becomes less and less hidden, and the water becomes more and more lit up. The moonbeams play gracefully on the rippling surface, here and there appearing like liquid silver, that each instant changed its position and surface exposed to the light. Such a moment, such a scene, were by far too well calculated to cause the most solemn and serious emotions of the mind, and he must have been but at best insensible, who could wander over meadow and through grove, and yet remain untouched by the scene of poetry and romance in which he breathed and moved. At such a time, and in such a place, the world is alive with all the finer essences of mysterious life. 'Tis at such an hour that the spirits quit their secret abodes, and visit the earth, and whirl round the enchanted trees. 'Tis now the spirits of earth and air dance their giddy flight from flower to flower. 'Tis now they collect and exchange their greetings, the wood is filled with them, the meadows teem with them, the hedges at the riverside have them hidden among the deep green leaves and blades. But what is that yonder, on the stones, partially out of the water? What can it be? The more it is looked at, the more it resembles the human form, and yet it is still and motionless on the hard stones, and yet it is a human form. The legs are lying in the water, the arms appear to be partially in and partially out, they seem moved by the stream now and then, but very gently, so slightly, indeed, that it might well be questioned if it moved at all. The moon's rays had not yet reached it, the bank on the opposite side of the stream was high, and some tall trees rose up and obscured the moon. But she was rising higher and higher each moment, and, finally, when it has reached the tops of those trees, then the rays will reach the middle of the river, and then, by degrees, it will reach the stones in the river, and, finally, the body that lies there so still and so mysteriously. How it came there it would be difficult to say. It appeared as though, when the waters were high, the body had floated down, and, at the subsidence of the waters, it had been left upon the stones, and now it was exposed to view. It was strange and mysterious, and those who might look upon such a sight would feel their blood chill, and their body creep, to contemplate the remains of humanity in such a place, and in such a condition as that must be in. A human life had been taken. How? Who could tell? Perhaps accident alone was the cause of it, perhaps someone had taken a life by violent means, and thrown the body in the waters to conceal the fact and the crime. The waters had brought it down and deposited it there in the middle of the river without any human creature being acquainted with the fact. But the moon rises, the beams come trembling through the tree tops and straggling branches, and fall upon the opposite bank, and there lies the body, midstream and in comparative darkness. By the time the river is lit up by the moon's rays, then the object on the stones will be visible, then it can be ascertained what appears now only probable, namely, is the dark object a human form or not? In the absence of light it appears to be so, but when the flood of silver light falls upon it, it would be placed then beyond a doubt. The time is approaching, the moon each moment approaches her meridian, and each moment do the rays increase in number and in strength, while the shadows shorten. The opposite bank each moment becomes more and more distinct, and the side of the stream, the green rushes and sedges, all by degrees come full into view. Now and then a fish leaps out of the stream, and just exhibits itself, as much as to say, there are things living in the stream, and I am one of them. The moment is one of awe, the presence of that mysterious and dreadful-looking object, even while its identity remains doubt, chills the heart, it contracts the expanding thoughts to that one object, all interest in the scene lies centered in that one point. What could it be? What else but a human body? What else could assume such a form? But see, nearly half the stream is lit by the moonbeams struggling through the tree tops, and now rising above them. The light increases, and the shadows shorten. The edge of the bed of stones now becomes lit up by the moonlight, the rippling stream, the bubbles, and the tiny spray that was caused by the rush of water against the stones seemed like sparkling flashes of silver fire. Then came the moonbeams upon the body, for it was raised above the level of the water, and shone conspicuously, for the moonbeams reached the body before they fell on the surrounding water. For that reason then it was the body presented a strange and ghastly object against a deep, dark background, by which it was surrounded. But this did not last long, the water in another minute was lit up by the moon's pale beams, and then indeed could be plainly enough seen the body of a man lying on the heap of stones motionless and ghastly. The colorless hue of the moonlight gave the object a most horrific and terrible appearance. The face of the dead man was turned towards the moon's rays, and the body seemed to receive all the light that could fall upon it. It was a terrible object to look upon, and one that added a new and singular interest to the scene. The world seemed then to be composed almost exclusively of still life, and the body was no impediment to the stillness of the scene. It was, all else considered, a calm, beautiful scene, lovely the night, gorgeous the silvery rays that lit up the face of nature, the hill and dale, meadow, and wood, and river, all afforded contrasts strong, striking, and strange. But strange, and more strange than any contrast in nature, was that afforded to the calm beauty of the night and place by the deep stillness and quietude imposed upon the mind by that motionless human body. The moon's rays now fell upon its full length, the feet were lying in the water, the head lay back, with its features turned towards the quarter of the heavens where the moon shone from, the hair floated on the shallow water, while the face and body were exposed to all influences from its raised and prominent position. The moonbeams had scarcely settled upon it, scarce a few minutes, when the body moved. Was it the water that moved it? It could not be, surely, that the moonbeams had the power of recalling life into that inanimate mass, that lay there for some time still and motionless as the very stones on which it lay. It was endued with life. The dead man gradually rose up, and leaned himself upon his elbow. He paused a moment like one newly recalled to life. He seemed to become assured he did live. He passed one hand through his hair, which was wet, and then rose higher into a sitting posture, and then he leaned on one hand, inclining himself towards the moon. His breast heaved with life, and a kind of deep inspiration, or groan, came from him as he first awoke to life, and then he seemed to pause for a few moments. He turned gradually over, till his head inclined down the stream. Just below, the water deepened, and ran swiftly and silently on amid meads and groves of trees. The vampire was revived. He awoke again to a ghastly life. He turned from the heap of stones. He gradually allowed himself to sink into deep water, and then, with a loud plunge, he swam to the center of the river. Slowly and surely did he swim into the center of the river, and down the stream he went. He took long, but easy strokes, for he was going down the stream, and that aided him. For some distance might he be heard and seen through the openings in the trees, but he became gradually more and more indistinct, till sound and sight both ceased, and the vampire had disappeared. During the continuance of this singular scene, not one word had passed between the landlord and his companions. When the blacksmith fired the fowling piece, and saw the stranger fall, apparently lifeless, upon the stepping stones that crossed the river, he became terrified at what he had done, and gazed upon the seeming lifeless form with a face on which the utmost horror was depicted. They all seemed transfixed to the spot, and although each would have given worlds to move away, a kind of nightmare seemed to possess them, which stunned all their faculties, and brought over them a torpidity from which they found it impossible to arouse themselves. But, when the apparently dead man moved again, and when, finally, the body, which appeared so destitute of life, rolled into the stream, and floated away with the tide, their fright might be considered to have reached its climax. The absence of the body, however, had seemingly, at all events, the effect of releasing them from the mental and physical thraldom in which they were, and they were enabled to move from the spot, which they did immediately, making their way towards the town with great speed. As they got near, they held a sort of council of war as to what they should do under the circumstances, the result of which was, that they came to a conclusion to keep all that they had done and seen to themselves, for, if they did not, they might be called upon for some very troublesome explanations concerning the fate of the supposed Hungarian nobleman whom they had taken upon themselves to believe was a vampire, and to shoot accordingly, without taking the trouble to inquire into the legality of such an act. How such a secret was likely to be kept, when it was shared amongst 7 people, it is hard to say, but, if it were so kept, it could only be under the pressure of a strong feeling of self-preservation. They were forced individually, of course, to account for their absence during the night at their respective homes, and how they managed to do that is best known to themselves. As to the landlord, he felt compelled to state that, having his suspicions of his guest aroused, he followed him on a walk that he pretended to take, and he had gone so far that at length he had given up the chase, and lost his own way in returning. Thus was it, then, that this affair still preserved all its mystery, with a large superadded amount of fear attendant upon it, for, if the mysterious guest were really anything supernatural, might he not come again in a much more fearful shape, and avenge the treatment he had received? The only person who felt any disappointment in the affair, or whose expectations were not realized, was the boy who had made the appointment with the supposed vampire at the end of the lane, and who was to have received what he considered so large a reward for pointing out the retreat of Sir Francis Varney. He waited in vain for the arrival of the Hungarian nobleman, and, at last, indignation got the better of him, and he walked away. Feeling that he had been jilted, he resolved to proceed to the public house and demand the half-crowns which had been so liberally promised him, but when he reached there he found that the party whom he sought was not within, nor the landlord either, for that was the precise time when that worthy individual was pursuing his guest over meadow and bill, through brake and through briar, towards the stepping stones on the river. What the boy further did on the following day, when he found that he was to reap no more benefit for the adventure, we shall soon perceive. As for the landlord, he did endeavor to catch a few hours' brief repose, but as he dreamed that the Hungarian nobleman came in the likeness of a great toad, and sat upon his chest, feeling like the weight of a mountain, while he, the landlord, tried to scream and cry for help, but found that he could neither do one thing nor the other, we may guess that his repose did not at all invigorate him. As he himself expressed it, he got up all of a shake, with a strong impression that he was a very ill-used individual, indeed, to have had the nightmare in the daytime. And now we will return to the cottage where the Bannerworth family were at all events, making themselves quite as happy as they did at their ancient mansion, in order to see what is there passing, and how Dr. Chillingworth made an effort to get up some evidence of something that the Bannerworth family knew nothing of, therefore could not very well be expected to render him much assistance. That he did, however, make what he considered an important discovery, we shall perceive in the course of the ensuing chapter, in which it will be seen that the best hidden things will, by the merest accident, sometimes come to light, and that, too, when least expected by anyone at all connected with the result. Chapter 86. The discovery of the pocketbook of Marmaduke Bannerworth, its mysterious contents. The little episode had just taken place which we have recorded between the old Admiral and Jack Pringle, when Henry Bannerworth and Charles Holland stepped aside to converse. "Charles," said Henry, "it has become absolutely necessary that I should put an end to this state of dependence in which we all live upon your uncle. It is too bad to think that because, through fighting the battles of his country, he has amassed some money, we are to eat it up." "My dear friend," said Charles, "does it not strike you that it would be a great deal worse than too bad if my uncle could not do what he liked with his own?" "Yes, but, Charles, that is not the question." "I think it is, though I know not what other question you can make of it. We have all talked it over, my mother, my brother, and Flora, and my brother and I have determined, if this state of things should last much longer, to find out some means of honorable exertion by which we may, at all events, maintain ourselves without being burdensome to any." Well, we will talk of that another time." "Nay, but hear me, we were thinking that if we went into some branch of the public service, your uncle would have the pleasure, such we are quite sure it would be to him, of assisting us greatly by his name and influence." Well, Henry, that's all very well, but for a little time do not throw up the old man and make him unhappy. I believe I am his only relative in the world, and, as he has often said, he intended leaving me heir to all he possesses. You see, there is no harm done by you receiving a small portion of it beforehand. "And," said Henry, "by that line of argument, we are to find an excuse for robbing your uncle, in the fact that we are robbing you likewise." No, indeed, you do not view the matter rightly." "Well, all I can say is, Charles, that while I feel, and while we all feel, the deepest debt of gratitude towards your uncle, it is our duty to do something. In a box which we have brought with us from the hall, and which has not been opened since our father's death, I have stumbled over some articles of ancient jewelry and plate, which, at all events, will produce something, but which you must not part with." "Nay, but, Charles, these are things I knew not we possessed, and most ill-suited do they happen to be to our fallen fortunes. It is money we want, not the gewgaws of a former state, to which we can have now no sort of pretension." "Nay, I know you have all the argument, but still is there something sad and uncomfortable to one's feelings in parting with such things as those which have been in families for many years. But we knew not that we had them, remember that, Charles. Come and look at them. Those relics of a bygone age may amuse you, and, as regards myself, there are no circumstances whatever associated with them that give them any extrinsic value, so laugh at them or admire them, as you please. I shall most likely be able to join with you in either feeling." "Well, be it so. I will come and look at them, but you must think better of what you say concerning my uncle, for I happen to know, which you ought likewise by this time, how seriously the old man would feel any rejection on your part of the good he fancies he is doing you. I tell you, Henry, it is completely his hobby, and let him have earned his money with 10 times the danger he has, he could not spend it with anything like the satisfaction that he does, unless he were allowed to dispose of it in this way." Well, be it so for a time. The fact is, his attachment to Flora is so great, which is a most fortunate circumstance for me, that I should not be at all surprised that she cuts me out of 1/2 my estate, when the old man dies. But come, we will look at your ancient bijouterie." Henry led Charles into an apartment of the cottage where some of the few things had been placed that were brought from Bannerworth Hall, which were not likely to be in constant and daily use. Among these things happened to be the box which Henry had mentioned, and from which he had taken a miscellaneous assortment of things of an antique and singular character. There were old dresses of a season and of a taste long gone by, ancient articles of defense, some curiously wrought daggers, and a few ornaments, pretty, but valueless, along with others of more sterling pretensions, which Henry pointed out to Charles. "I am almost inclined to think," said the latter, "that some of these things are really of considerable value, but I do not profess to be an accurate judge, and, perhaps, I am more taken with the beauty of an article than the intrinsic worth." "What is that which you have just taken from the box?" "It seems a half-mask," said Henry, "made of silk, and here are initial letters within it, M.B. "To what do they apply?" "Marmaduke Bannerworth, my father." "I regret I asked you." "Nay, Charles, you need not. Years have now elapsed since that misguided man put a period to his own existence in the gardens of Bannerworth Hall. Of course, the shock was a great one to us all, although I must confess that we none of us knew much of a father's affections. But time reconciles one to these dispensations, and to a friend, like yourself, I can talk upon these subjects without a pang." He laid down the mask, and proceeded further in his search in the old box. Towards the bottom of it there were some books, and, crushed in by the side of them, there was an ancient-looking pocket-book, which Charles pointed out, saying, "There, Henry, who knows but you may find a fortune when you least expect it?" "Those who expect nothing," said Henry, "will not be disappointed. At all events, as regards this pocket-book, you see it is empty." "Not quite. A card has fallen from it." Charles took up the card, and read upon it the name of Count Barrar. "That name," he said, "seems familiar to me. Ah! Now I recollect, I have read of such a man. He flourished some 25 years ago, and was considered a roué of the first water, a finished gamester, and, in a sort of brief memoir I read once of him, it said that he disappeared suddenly one day, and was never again heard of. Indeed, I'm not puzzled to think how his card came into my father's pocket-book. They met at some gaming house, and if some old pocket-book of the Count Barrar's were shaken, there might fall from it a card, with the name of Mr. Marmaduke Bannerworth upon it. Is there nothing further in the pocket-book, no memoranda? I will look. Stay. Here is something upon one of the leaves. Let me see. MEM, £25,000. He who robs the robber steals little. It was not meant to kill him, but it will be unsafe to use the money for a time. My brain seems on fire. The remotest hiding place in the house is behind the picture. What do you think of that? Said Charles. I know not what to think. There is one thing, though, that I do know. And what is that? It is my father's handwriting. I have many scraps of his, and his peculiar hand is familiar to me. It's very strange, then, what it can refer to. Charles, there is a mystery connected with our fortunes that I never could unravel, and once or twice it seemed as if we were upon the point of discovering all, but something has ever interfered to prevent us, and we have been thrown back into the realms of conjecture. My father's last words were, "The money is hidden," and then he tried to add something, but death stopped his utterance. Now, does it not almost seem that this memorandum alluded to the circumstance? It does, indeed. And then, scarcely had my father breathed his last, when a man comes and asks for him at the garden gate, and, upon hearing that he is dead, utters some imprecations, and walks away. Well, Henry, you must trust to time and circumstances to unravel these mysteries. For myself, I own that I cannot do so. I see no earthly way out of the difficulty whatever. But still it does appear to me as if Dr. Chillingworth knew something or had heard something with which he really ought to make you acquainted. Do not blame the worthy doctor. He may have made an error of judgment, but never one of feeling, and you may depend, if he is keeping anything from me, that he is doing so from some excellent motive, most probably because he thinks it will give me pain, and so will not let me endure any unhappiness from it, unless he is quite certain as regards the facts. When he is so, you may depend he will be communicative, and I shall know all that he has to relate. But, Charles, it is evident to me that you, too, are keeping something. Yes, you acknowledged having had an interview, and a friendly one, with Varney, and you likewise acknowledged that he had told you things which he has compelled you to keep secret. I have promised to keep them secret, and I deeply regret the promise that I have made. There cannot be anything to my mind more essentially disagreeable than to have one's tongue tied in one's interview with friends. I hate to hear anything that I may not repeat to those whom I take into my own confidence. I can understand the feeling, but here comes the worthy doctor. Show him the memorandum. I will. As Dr. Chillingworth entered the apartments, Henry handed him the memorandum that had been found in the old pocketbook, saying as he did so, "Look at that, Doctor, and give us your candid opinion upon it." Dr. Chillingworth fitted on his spectacles and read the paper carefully. At its conclusion, he screwed up his mouth into an extremely small compass, and doubling up the paper, he put it into his capacious waistcoat pocket, saying as he did so, "Oh, oh, 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 well, Doctor," said Henry, "we are waiting for your opinion." "My opinion? Well, then, my dear boy, I must say, my opinion, to the best of my belief, is that I really don't know anything about it." "Then, perhaps, you'll surrender us the memorandum," said Charles, "because, if you don't know anything, we may as well make a little inquiry." "Ah," said the worthy doctor, "we can't put old heads upon young shoulders, that's quite clear. Now, my good young men, be patient and quiet. Recollect that what you know you're acquainted with, and that that which is hidden from you, you cannot very well come to any very correct conclusion upon. There's a right side and a wrong one, you may depend, to every question, and he who walks heedlessly in the dark is very apt to run his head against a post. Good evening, my boys, good evening." Away bustled the doctor. "Well," said Charles, "what do you think of that, Mr. Henry?" "I think he knows what he's about." "That may be, but I'll be hanged if anybody else does." The doctor is by no means favorable to the march of popular information, and I really think he might have given us some food for reflection, instead of leaving us so utterly and entirely at fault as he has, and you know he's taken away your memorandum even. Let him have it, Charles, let him have it, it is safe with him. The old man may be, and I believe is, a little whimsical and crotchety, but he means abundantly well, and he's just one of those sort of persons, and always was, who will do good his own way, or not at all, so we must take the good with the bad in those cases, and let Dr. Chillingworth do as he pleases. I cannot say it is nothing to me, although those words were rising to my lips, because you know, Henry, that everything which concerns you or yours is something to me, and therefore it is that I feel extremely anxious for the solution of all this mystery. Before I hear the sequel of that which Varney, the vampire, has so strongly made me a confidant of, I will, at all events, make an effort to procure his permission to communicate it to all those who are in any way beneficially interested in the circumstances. Should he refuse me that permission, I am almost inclined myself to beg him to withhold his confidence. Nay, do not do so, Charles, do not do that, I implore you. Recollect, although you cannot make us joint recipients with you in your knowledge, you can make use of it, probably, to our advantage, in saving us, perchance, from the different consequences, so that you can make what you know in some way beneficial to us, although not in every way. There is reason in that, and I give it at once. Be it so, Henry. I will wait on him, and if I cannot induce him to change his determination, and allow me to tell some other as well as Flora, I must give in, and take the thing as a secret, although I shall not abandon a hope, even after he has told me all he has to tell, that I may induce him to permit me to make a general confidence, instead of the partial one he has empowered me to do. It may be so, and, at all events, we must not reject a proffered good because it is not quite so complete as it might be. You are right. I will keep my appointment with him, entertaining the most sanguine hope that our troubles and disasters, I say our, because I consider myself quite associated in thought, interest, and feelings with your family may soon be over. Heaven grant it may be so, for yours and Flora's sake, but I feel that Bannerworth Hall will never again be the place it was to us. I should prefer that we sought for new associations, which I have no doubt we may find, and that among us we get up some other home that would be happier, because not associated with so many sad scenes in our history. Be it so, and I am sure that the Admiral would gladly give way to such an arrangement. He has often intimated that he thought Bannerworth Hall a dull place. Consequently, although he pretends to have purchased it of you, I think he will be very glad to leave it. Be it so, then. If it should really happen that we are upon the eve of any circumstances that will really tend to relieve us from our misery and embarrassments, we will seek for some pleasanter abode than the hall, which you may well imagine, since it became the scene of that dreadful tragedy that left us fatherless, has borne but a distasteful appearance to all our eyes. I don't wonder at that, and am only surprised that, after such a thing had happened, any of you liked to inhabit the place. We did not like, but our poverty forced us. You have no notion of the difficulties through which we have struggled, and the fact that we had a home rent-free was one of so much importance to us, that had it been surrounded by 1,000 more disagreeables than it was, we must have put up with it. But now that we owe so much to the generosity of your uncle, I suppose we can afford to talk of what we like and of what we don't like. You can, Henry, and it shall not be my fault if you do not always afford to do so. And now, as the time is drawing on, I think I will proceed at once to Varney, for it is better to be soon than late, and get from him the remainder of his story. There were active influences at work to prevent Sir Francis Varney from so quickly as he had arranged to do, carrying out his intention of making Charles Holland acquainted with the history of the eventful period of his life, which had been associated with Marmaduke Bannerworth. One would have scarcely thought it possible that anything now would have prevented Varney from concluding his strange narrative, but that he was prevented will appear. The boy who had been promised such liberal payment by the Hungarian nobleman for betraying the place of Varney's concealment, we have already stated, felt bitterly the disappointment of not being met, according to promise, at the corner of the lane, by that individual. It not only deprived him of the half-crowns, which already in imagination he had laid out, but it was a great blow to his own importance, for after his discovery of the residence of the vampire, he looked upon himself as quite a public character, and expected great applause for his cleverness. But when the Hungarian nobleman came not, all these dreams began to vanish into thin air, and, like the unsubstantial fabric of a vision, to leave no trace behind them. He got dreadfully aggravated, and his first thought was to go to Varney and see what he could get from him by betraying the fact that someone was actively in search of him. That seemed, however, a doubtful good, and perhaps there was some personal dread of the vampire mixed up with the rejection of this proposition. But reject it he did, and then he walked moodily into the town without any fixed resolution of what he should do. All that he thought of was a general idea that he should like to create some mischief, if possible. What it was he cared not, so long as it made a disturbance. Now, he knew well that the most troublesome and fidgety man in the town was Tobias Philpotts, a saddler, who was always full of everybody's business but his own, and ever ready to hear any scandal of his neighbors. I have a good mind, said the boy, to go to old Philpotts, and tell him all about it, that I have. The good mind soon strengthened itself into a fixed resolution, and full of disdain and indignation at the supposed want of faith of the Hungarian nobleman, he paused opposite the saddler's door. Could he but for a moment have suspected the real reason why the appointment had not been kept with him, all his curiosity would have been doubly aroused, and he would have followed the landlord of the inn and his associate upon the track of the second vampire that had visited the town. But of this he knew nothing, for that proceeding had been conducted with amazing quietness, and the fact of the Hungarian nobleman, when he found that he was followed, taking a contrary course to that in which Varney was concealed, prevented the boy from knowing anything of his movements. Hence the thing looked to him like a piece of sheer neglect and contemptuous indifference, which he felt bound to resent. He did not pause long at the door of the saddler's, but, after a few moments, he walked boldly in, and said, "Master Philpotts, I have got something extraordinary to tell you, and you may give me what you like for telling you." "Go on, then," said the saddler. "That's just the price I always likes to pay for everything." "Will you keep it secret?" said the boy. "Of course I will." "When did you ever hear of me telling anything to a single individual?" "Never to a single individual, but I have heard you tell things to the whole town." "Confound your impudence. Get out of my shop directly." "Oh, very good. I can go and tell old Mitchell, the pork butcher." "No, I say, stop, don't tell him. If anybody is to know, let it be me, and I'll promise you I'll keep it secret." "Very good," said the boy, returning. "You shall know it, and, mind, you have promised me to keep it secret, so that if it gets known, you know it cannot be any fault of mine." The fact was, the boy was anxious it should be known, only that in case some consequences might arise, he thought he would quiet his own conscience by getting a promise of secrecy from Tobias Philpotts, which he well knew that individual would not think of keeping. He then related to him the interview he had had with the Hungarian nobleman at the inn, how he had promised a number of half-crowns, but a very small installment of which he had received. All this Master Philpotts cared very little for, but the information that the dreaded Varney, the vampire, was concealed so close to the town was a matter of great and abounding interest, and at that part of the story he suddenly pricked up his ears amazingly. "Why, you don't mean to say that?" he exclaimed. "Are you sure it was he?" "Yes, I am quite certain. I have seen him more than once. It was Sir Francis Varney, without any mistake." "Why, then you may depend he's only waiting until it's very dark, and then he will walk into somebody and suck his blood. Here's a horrid discovery. I thought we had had enough of Master Varney, and that he would hardly show himself here again, and now you tell me he is not 10 minutes' walk off." "It's a fact," said the boy. "I saw him go in, and he looks thinner and more horrid than ever. I am sure he wants a dollop of blood from somebody. I shouldn't wonder. Now there is Mrs. Philpotts, you know, sir, she's rather big, and seems most ready to burst always. I shouldn't wonder if the vampire came to her tonight." "Wouldn't you?" said Mrs. Philpotts, who had walked into the shop, and overheard the whole conversation. "Wouldn't you, really? I'll vampire you, and teach you to make these remarks about respectable married women. You young wretch, take that, will you?" She gave the boy such a box on the ears that the place seemed to spin round with him. As soon as he recovered sufficiently to be enabled to walk, he made his way from the shop with abundance of precipitation, much regretting that he had troubled himself to make a confidant of Master Philpotts. But, however, he could not but tell himself that if his object was to make a general disturbance through the whole place, he had certainly succeeded in doing so. He slunk home perhaps with a feeling that he might be called upon to take part in something that might ensue, and at all events be compelled to become a guide to the place of Sir Francis Varney's retreat, in which case, for all he knew, the vampire might, by some more than mortal means, discover what a hand he had had in the matter, and punish him accordingly. The moment he had left the saddler's, Mrs. Philpotts, after using some bitter reproaches to her husband for not at once sacrificing the boy upon the spot for the disrespectful manner in which he had spoken of her, hastily put on her bonnet and shawl, and the saddler, although it was a full hour before the usual time, began putting up the shutters of his shop. "Why, my dear," he said to Mrs. Philpotts, when she came downstairs equipped for the streets, "why, my dear, where are you going? And pray, sir, what are you shutting up the shop for at this time of the evening?" "Oh, why, the fact is, I thought I'd just go to the Rose and Crown and mention that the vampire was so near at hand." "Well, Mr. Philpotts, and in that case there can be no harm in my calling upon some of my acquaintance and mentioning it likewise." "Why, I don't suppose there would be much harm, only remember, Mrs. Philpotts, remember if you please, Remember what?" "To tell everybody to keep it secret." "Oh, of course I will, and mind you do it likewise." "Most decidedly." The shop was closed. Mr. Philpotts ran off to the Rose and Crown, and Mrs. Philpotts, with as much expedition as she could, purposed making the grand tour of all her female acquaintance in the town, just to tell them, as a great secret, that the vampire, Sir Francis Varney, as he called himself, had taken refuge at the house that was to let down the lane leading to Higgs's farm. "But by no means," she said, "let it go no further, because it is a very wrong thing to make any disturbance, and you will understand that it's quite a secret." She was listened to with breathless attention, as may well be supposed, and it was a singular circumstance that at every house she left some other lady put on her bonnet and shawl, and ran out to make the circle of her acquaintance, with precisely the same story, and precisely the same injunctions to secrecy. And, as Mr. Philpotts pursued an extremely similar course, we are not surprised that in the short space of 1 hour the news should have spread through all the town, and that there was scarcely a child old enough to understand what was being talked about, who was ignorant of the fact that Sir Francis Varney was to be found at the empty house down the lane. It was an unlucky time, too, for the night was creeping on, a period at which people's apprehension of the supernatural becomes each moment stronger and more vivid, a period at which a number of idlers are let loose for different employments, and when anything in the shape of a row or riot presents itself in pleasant colors to those who have nothing to lose and who expect, under the cover of darkness, to be able to commit outrages they would be afraid to think of in the daytime, when recognition would be more easy. Thus was it that Sir Francis Varney's position, although he knew it not, became momentarily one of extreme peril, and the danger he was about to run was certainly greater than any he had as yet experienced. Had Charles Holland but known what was going on, he would undoubtedly have done something to preserve the supposed vampire from the mischief that threatened him, but the time had not arrived when he had promised to pay him a second visit, so he had no idea of anything serious having occurred. Perhaps, too, Mr. and Mrs. Philpotts scarcely anticipated creating so much confusion, but when they found that the whole place was in an uproar, and that a tumultuous assemblage of persons called aloud for vengeance upon Varney the Vampire, they made their way home again in no small fright. And, now, what was the result of all these proceedings will be best known by our introducing the reader to the interior of the house in which Varney had found a temporary refuge, and following in detail his proceedings as he waited for the arrival of Charles Holland. Chapter 87. The hunt for Varney, the housetops, the miraculous escape, the last place of refuge, the cottage. On the tree-tops the moon shines brightly, and the long shadows are shooting its rays down upon the waters, and the green fields appear clothed in a flood of silver light. The little town was quiet and tranquil, nature seemed at rest. The old mansion in which Sir Francis Varney had taken refuge stood empty and solitary. It seemed as though it were not associated with the others by which it was surrounded. It was gloomy, and in the moonlight it reminded one of things long gone by, existences that had once been, but now no longer of this present time, a mere memento of the past. Sir Francis Varney reclined upon the housetop. He gazed upon the sky, and upon the earth. He saw the calm tranquility that reigned around, and could not but admire what he saw. He sighed. He seemed to sigh, from a pleasure he felt in the fact of his security. He could repose there without fear, and breathe the balmy air that fanned his cheek. Certainly, he muttered, things might have been worse, but not much worse. However, they might have been much better. The ignorant are away, the most to be feared, because they have no guide and no control, save what can be exerted over them by their fears and their passions. He paused to look again over the scene, and, as far as the eye could reach, and that, moonlight as it was many miles, the country was diversified with hill and dale, meadow and plowed land, the open fields, and the darker woods, and the silvery stream that ran at no great distance, all presented a scene that was well calculated to warm the imagination, and to give the mind that charm which a cultivated understanding is capable of receiving. There was but one thing wanted to make such a scene one of pure happiness, and that was all absence of care or fears for the future and the wants of life. Suddenly there was a slight sound that came from the town. It was very slight, but the ears of Sir Francis Varney were painfully acute of late. The least sound that came across him was heard in a moment, and his whole visage was changed to one of listening interest. The sound was hushed, but his attention was not lulled, for he had been placed in circumstances that made all his vigilance necessary for his own preservation. Hence it was, what another would have passed over, or not heard at all, he both heard and noticed. He was not sure of the nature of the sound, it was so slight and so indistinct. There it was again. Some persons were moving about in the town. The sounds that came upon the night air seemed to say that there was an unusual bustle in the town, which was, to Sir Francis Varney, ominous in the extreme. What could people in such a quiet, retired place require out at such an hour at night? It must be something very unusual, something that must excite them to a great degree, and Sir Francis began to feel very uneasy. They surely, he muttered to himself, they surely cannot have found out my hiding place, and intend to hunt me from it, the bloodthirsty hounds. They are never satisfied. The mischief they are permitted to do on one occasion is but the precursor to another. The taste has caused the appetite for more, and nothing short of his blood can satisfy it. The sounds increased, and the noise came nearer and nearer, and it appeared as though a number of men had collected together and were coming towards him. Yes, they were coming down the lane towards the deserted mansion where he was. For once in his life, Sir Francis Varney trembled. He felt sick at heart, though no man was less likely to give up hope and to despair than he, yet this sign of unrelenting hatred and persecution was too unequivocal and too stern not to produce its effect upon even his mind, for he had no doubt but that they were coming with the express purpose of seeking him. How they could have found him out was a matter he could not imagine. The Bannerworths could not have betrayed him, he was sure of that, and yet who could have seen him, so cautious and so careful as he had been, and so very sparing had he lived, because he would not give the slightest cause for all that was about to follow. He hoped to have hidden himself, but now he could hear the tramp of men distinctly, and their voices came now on the night air, though it was in a subdued tone, as if they were desirous of approaching unheard and unseen by their victim. Sir Francis Varney stirred not from his position. He remained silent and motionless. He appeared not to heed what was going on. Perhaps he hoped to see them go by, to be upon some false scent, or, if they saw no signs of life, they might leave the place, and go elsewhere. Hark! They stop at the house, they go not by, they seem to pause, and then a thundering knock came at the door, which echoed and re-echoed through the empty and deserted house, on the top of which sat, in silent expectation, the almost motionless Sir Francis Varney, the redoubt vampire. The knock which came so loud and so hard upon the door caused Sir Francis to start visibly, for it seemed his own knell. Then, as if the mob were satisfied with their knowledge of his presence, and of their victory, and of his inability to escape them, they sent up a loud shout that filled the whole neighborhood with its sound. It seemed to come from below and around the house, it rose from all sides, and that told Sir Francis Varney that the house was surrounded and all escape was cut off. There was no chance of his being able to rush through such a multitude of men as that which now encircled him. With the calmest despair, Sir Francis Varney lay still and motionless on the housetop, and listened to the sounds that proceeded from below. Shout after shout arose on the still, calm air of the night. Knock after knock came upon the stout old door, which awakened responsive echoes throughout the house that had for many years lain dormant, and which now seemed disturbed, and resounded in hollow murmurs to the voices from without. Then a loud voice shouted from below, as if to be heard by anyone who might be within. Sir Francis Varney, the vampire, come out and give yourself up at discretion. If we have to search for you, you may depend it will be to punish you, you will suffer by burning. Come out and give yourself up. There was a pause, and then a loud shout. Sir Francis Varney paid no attention to this summons, but sat, motionless, on the housetop, where he could hear all that passed below in the crowd. He will not come out, said one. Oh, he's much too cunning to be caught in such a trap. Why, he knows what you would do with him, he knows you would stake him, and make a bonfire about him. So he has no taste for roasting, remarked another, but still, it's no use hiding, we have too many hands, and know the house too well to be easily baffled. That may be, and, although he don't like burning, yet we will unearth the old fox, somehow or other. We have discovered his haunt at last, and certainly will have him out. How shall we get in? Knock in the door, break open the door. The front door, that is the best, because it leads to all parts of the house, and we can secure anyone who attempts to move from one to the other, as they come down. Hurrah! Shouted several men in the crowd. Hurrah! Echoed the mob, with one accord, and the shout rent the air, and disturbed the quietude and serenity that scarce 5 minutes before reigned through the place. Then, as if actuated by one spirit, they all set to work to force the door in. It was strong, and capable of great defense, and employed them, with some labor, for 15 or 20 minutes, and then, with a loud crash, the door fell in. Hurrah! Again shouted the crowd. These shouts announced the fall of the door, and then, and not until then, did Sir Francis Varney stir. They have broken in the door, he muttered. Well, if die I must, I will sell my life dearly. However, all is not yet lost, and, in the struggle for life, the loss is not so much felt. He got up, and crept towards the trap that led into the house, or out of it, as the occasion might require. The vampire! The vampire! Shouted a man who stood on a garden wall, holding on by the arm of an apple tree. Varney, the vampire! Shouted a second. Hurrah! Boys, we are on the right scent, now for a hunt, hurrah! We shall have him now! They rushed in a tumultuous riot up the stone steps, and into the hall. It was a large, spacious place, with a grand staircase that led up to the upper floor, but it had 2 ends, and then terminated in a gallery. It could not be defended by one man, save at the top, where it could not long be held, because the assailants could unite, and throw their whole weight against the entrance, and thus storm it. This actually happened. They looked up, and, seeing nobody, they rushed up, some by one stair, and some by the other, but it was dark. There were but few of the moon's rays that pierced the gloom of that place, and those who first reached the place which we have named were seized with astonishment, staggered, and fell. Sir Francis Varney had met them. He stood there with a staff, something he had found about the house, not quite so long as a broom handle, but somewhat thicker and heavier, being made of stout ash. This formidable weapon Sir Francis Varney wielded with strength and resolution. He was a tall man, and one of no mean activity and personal strength, and such a weapon, in his hands, was one of a most fearful character, and, for the occasion, much better than his sword. Man after man fell beneath the fearful brace of these blows, for though they could not see Sir Francis, yet he could see them, or the hall lights were behind them at the time, while he stood in the dark, and took advantage of this to deal murderous blows upon his assailants. This continued for some minutes, till they gave way before such a vigorous defense, and paused. "On, neighbors, on," cried one. "Will you be beaten off by one man? Rush in at once, and you must force him from his position, push him hard, and he must give way." "Aye," said one fellow who sat upon the ground rubbing his head, "it's all very well to say push him hard, but if you felt the weight of that d pull on your head, you wouldn't be in such a blessed hurry." However true that might be, there was but little attention paid to it, and a determined rush was made at the entrance to the gallery, and they found that it was unoccupied, and that was explained by the slamming of a door, and its being immediately locked upon them, and when the mob came to the door, they found they had to break their way through another door. This did not take long in effecting, and in less than 5 minutes they had broken through that door which led into another room, but the first man who entered it fell from a crashing blow on the head from the ashen staff of Sir Francis Varney, who hurried and fled, closely pursued, until he came to another door, through which he dashed. Here he endeavored to make a stand and close it, but was immediately struck and grappled with, but he threw his assailant, and turned and fled again. His object had been to defend each inch of the ground as long as he was able, but he found they came too close upon his steps, and prevented his turning in time to try the strength of his staff upon the foremost. He dashed up the first staircase with surprising rapidity, leaving his pursuers behind, and when he had gained the first landing, he turned upon those who pursued him, who could hardly follow him two abreast. "Down with the vampire!" shouted the first, who rushed up heedless of the staff. "Down with the fool!" thundered Varney, as he struck the fellow a terrific blow, which covered his face with blood, and he fell back into the arms of his companions. A bitter groan and execration arose from them below, and again they shouted, and rushed up headlong. "Down with the vampire!" was again shouted, and met by a corresponding, but deep guttural sound of "Down with the fool!" And sure enough, the first again came to the earth without any preparation, save the application of an ashen stick to his skull, which, by the by, no means aided the operation of thinking. Several more shared a similar fate, but they pressed hard, and Sir Francis was compelled to give ground to keep them at the necessary length from him, as they rushed on regardless of his blows, and if he had not, he would soon have been engaged in a personal struggle, for they were getting too close for him to use the staff. "Down with the vampire!" was the renewed cry, as they drove him from spot to spot until he reached the roof of the house, and then he ran up the steps to the loft, which he had just reached when they came up to the bottom. Varney attempted to draw the ladder up, but 4 or 5 stout men held it down. Then, by a sudden turn, as they were getting up, he turned it over, threw those on it down, and the ladder too, upon the heads of those who were below. "Down with the vampire!" shouted the mob, as they, with the most untiring energy, set the ladder, or steps, against the loft, and as many as could held it, while others rushed up to attack Varney with all the ferocity and courage of so many bulldogs. It was strange, but the more they were baffled, the more enraged and determined they rushed on to a new attack, with greater resolution than ever. On this occasion, however, they were met with a new kind of missile, for Sir Francis had either collected and placed there for the occasion, or they had been left there for years, a number of old bricks, which lay close at hand. These he took, one by one, and deliberately took aim at them, and flung them with great force, striking down every one they hit. This caused them to recoil, the bricks caused fearful gashes in their heads, and the wounds were serious, the flesh being, in many places, torn completely off. They, however, only paused, for one man said, "Be of good heart, comrades, we can do as he does. He has furnished us with weapons, and we can thus attack him in 2 ways, and he must give way in the end." "Hurrah! Down with the vampire!" sounded from all sides, and the shout was answered by a corresponding rush. It was true, Sir Francis had furnished them with weapons to attack himself, for they could throw them back at him, which they did, and struck him a severe blow on the head, and it covered his face with blood in a moment. "Hurrah!" shouted the assailants, "another such a blow, and all will be over with the vampire. He's got. Press him sharp, now," cried another man, as he aimed another blow with a brick, which struck Varney on the arm, causing him to drop the brick he held in his hand. He staggered back, apparently in great pain. "Up! Up! We have him now, he cannot get away, he's hurt, we have him, we have him." And up they went with all the rapidity they could scramble up the steps, but this had given Varney time to recover himself, and though his right arm was almost useless, yet he contrived, with his left, to pitch the bricks so as to knock over the first 3 or 4, when, seeing that he could not maintain his position to advantage, he rushed to the outside of the house, the last place he had capable of defense. There was a great shout by those outside, when they saw him come out and stand with his staff, and those who came first got first served, for the blows resounded, while he struck them, and sent them over below. Then came a great shout from within and without, and then a desperate rush was made at the door, and, in the next instant, Varney was seen flying, followed by his pursuers, one after the other, some tumbling over the tiles, to the imminent hazard of their necks. Sir Francis Varney rushed along with a speed that appeared by far too great to admit of being safely followed, and yet those who followed appeared infected by his example, and appeared heedless of all consequences by which their pursuit might be attended to themselves. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob below. "Hurrah!" answered the mob on the tiles. Then, over several housetops might be seen the flying figure of Sir Francis Varney, pursued by different men at a pace almost equal to his own. They, however, could keep up the same speed, and not improve upon it, while he kept the advantage he first obtained in the start. Then suddenly he disappeared. It seemed to the spectators below that he had dropped through a house, and they immediately surrounded the house, as well as they could, and then set up another shout. This took place several times, and as often was the miserable man hunted from his place of refuge only to seek another, from which he was in like manner hunted by those who thirsted for his blood. On one occasion, they drove him into a house which was surrounded, save at one point, which had a long room or building in it that ran some distance out and about 20 feet high. At the entrance to the roof of this place, or leads, he stood and defended himself for some moments with success, but having received a blow himself, he was compelled to retire, while the mob behind forced those in front forward faster than he could by any exertion wield the staff that had so much befriended him on this occasion. He was, therefore, on the point of being overwhelmed by numbers, when he fled, but, alas! there was no escape. A bare coping stone and rails ran round the top of that. There was not much time for hesitation, but he jumped over the rails and looked below. It was a great height, but if he fell and hurt himself, he knew he was at the mercy of the bloodhounds behind him, who would do anything but show him any mercy or spare him a single pang. He looked round and beheld his pursuers close upon him, and one was so close to him that he seized upon his arm, saying, as he shouted to his companions, "Hurrah, boys! I have him!" With an execration, Sir Francis wielded his staff with such force that he struck the fellow on the head, crushing in his hat as if it had been only so much paper. The man fell, but a blow followed from someone else which caused Varney to relax his hold, and finding himself falling, he, to save himself, sprang away. The rails, at that moment, were crowded with men who leaned over to ascertain the effect of the leap. "He'll be killed," said one. "He's sure to be smashed," said another. "I'll lay any wager he'll break a limb," said a third. Varney came to the earth. For a moment he lay stunned, and not able to move hand or foot. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob. Their triumph was short, for just as they shouted Varney arose, and after a moment or two's stagger he set off at full speed, which produced another shout from the mob, and just at that moment a body of his pursuers were seen scaling the walls after him. There was now a hunt through all the adjoining fields. From cover after cover they pursued him until he found no rest from the hungry wolves that beset him with cries, resembling beasts of prey rather than any human multitude. Sir Francis heard them, at the same time, with the despair of a man who is struggling for life, and yet knows he is struggling in vain. He knew his strength was decaying, his immense exertions and the blows he had received, all weakened him, while the number and strength of his foes seemed rather to increase than to diminish. Once more he sought the houses, and for a moment he believed himself safe, but that was only a momentary deception, for they had traced him. He arrived at a garden wall, over which he bounded, and then he rushed into the house, the door of which stood open, for the noise and disturbance had awakened most of the inhabitants, who were out in all directions. He took refuge in a small closet on the stairs, but was seen to do so by a girl, who screamed out with fear and fright, "Murder! Murder! The vampire! The vampire!" with all her strength, and in the way of screaming that was no little, and then she went off into a fit. This was signal enough, and the house was at once entered, and beset on all sides by the mob, who came impatient of obtaining their victim who had so often baffled them. There he is, said the girl, who came to as soon as other people came up. Where? In that closet, she said, pointing to it with her finger. I see him go in the way above. Sir Francis, finding himself betrayed, immediately came out of the closet, just as 2 or 3 were advancing to open it, and dealt so hard a blow on the head of the first that came near him that he fell without a groan, and a second shared the same fate, and then Sir Francis found himself grappled with, but with a violent effort he relieved himself and rushed upstairs. "Oh! Murder, the vampire! What shall I do? Fire, fire!" These exclamations were uttered in consequence of Varney in his haste to get upstairs, having inadvertently stepped into the girl's lap with one foot, while he kicked her in the chin with the other, besides scratching her nose till it bled. "After him, stick to him," shouted the mob, but the girl kicked and sprawled so much they were impeded, till, regardless of her cries, they ran over her and pursued Varney, who was much distressed with the exertions he had made. After about a minute's race he turned upon the head of the stair, not so much with the hope of defending it as of taking some breathing time, but seeing his enemies so close, he drew his sword, and stood panting, but prepared. "Never mind his toasting fork," said one bulky fellow, and, as he spoke, he rushed on, but the point of the weapon entered his heart and he fell dead. There was a dreadful execration uttered by those who came up after him, and there was a momentary pause, for none liked to rush on to the bloody sword of Sir Francis Varney, who stood so willing and so capable of using it with the most deadly effect. They paused, as well they might, and this pause was the most welcome thing next to life to the unfortunate fugitive, for he was dreadfully distressed and bleeding. "On to him, boys! He can hardly stand. See how he pants. On to him, I say, push him hard." "He pushes hard, I tell you," said another. "I felt the point of his sword as it came through Giles's back." "I'll try my luck, then," said another, and he rushed up, but he was met by the sword of Sir Francis, who pierced it through his side, and he fell back with a groan. Sir Francis, fearful of stopping any longer to defend that point, appeared desirous of making good his retreat with some little advantage, and he rushed upstairs before they had recovered from the momentary consternation into which they had been thrown by the sudden disaster they had received. But they were quickly after him, and before he, wearied as he was, could gain the roof, they were up the ladder after him. The first man who came through the trap was again set upon by Varney, who made a desperate thrust at him, and it took effect, but the sword snapped by the handle. With an execration, Sir Francis threw the hilt at the head of the next man he saw, then rushing, with headlong speed, he distanced his pursuers for some house tops. But the row of houses ended at the one he was then at, and he could go no further. What was to be done? The height was by far too great to be jumped, death was certain. A hideous heap of crushed and mangled bones would be the extent of what would remain of him, and then, perhaps, life not extinct for some hours afterwards. He turned round, he saw them coming hallooing over the house-tops, like a pack of hounds. Sir Francis struck his hands together, and groaned. He looked round, and perceived some ivy peeping over the coping-stone. A thought struck him, and he instantly ran to the spot and leaned over. "Saved, saved!" he exclaimed. Then, placing his hand over, he felt for the ivy, then he got over, and hung by the coping-stone, in a perilous position, till he found a spot on which he could rest his foot, and then he grasped the ivy as low down as he could, and thus he lowered himself a short way, till he came to where the ivy was stronger and more secure to the wall, as the upper part was very dangerous with his weight attached to it. The mob came on, very sure of having Sir Francis Varney in their power, and they did not hurry on so violently, as their position was dangerous at that hour of the night. "Easy, boys, easy," was the cry. "The bird is our own, he can't get away, that's very certain." They, however, came on, and took no time about it hardly, but what was their amazement and rage at finding he had disappeared. "Where is he?" was the universal inquiry, and "I don't know," an almost universal answer. There was a long pause, while they searched around, but they saw no vestige of the object of their search. "There's no trap door open," remarked one, "and I don't think he could have got in at any one." Perhaps, finding he could not get away, he has taken the desperate expedient of jumping over and committing suicide, and so escape the doom he ought to be subjected to. Probably he has, but then we can run a stake through him and burn him all the same. They now approached the extreme verge of the houses, and looked over the sides, but they could see nothing. The moon was up, and there was light enough to have seen him if he had fallen to the earth, and they were quite sure that he could not have got up after such a fall as he must have received. "We are beaten after all, neighbors." "I am not so sure of that," was the reply. "He may now be hidden about, for he was too far spent to be able to go far. He could not do that, I am sure." "I think not either." "Might he not have escaped by means of that ivy yonder?" said one of the men, pointing to the plant as it climbed over the coping stones of the wall. "Yes, it may be possible," said one, "and yet it is very dangerous, if not certain destruction, to get over." "Oh, yes, there is no possibility of escape that way." "Why, it wouldn't bear a cat, for there are no nails driven into the wall at this height." "Never mind," said another, "we may as well leave no stone unturned, as the saying is," but at once set about looking out for him. The individual who spoke now leant over the coping stone for some moments in silence. He could see nothing, but yet he continued to gaze for some moments. "Do you see him?" inquired one. "No," was the answer. I thought as much," was the reply. "He might as well have got hold of a corner of the moon, which, I believe, is more likely, a great deal more likely." "Hold still a moment," said the man, who was looking over the edge of the house. "What's the matter now? A gnat flew into your eye?" "No, but I see him, by Jove, I see him." "See who, see who?" "Varney, the vampire," shouted the man. "I see him about halfway down, clinging, like a fly, to the wall." "Odd zounds! I never saw the like afore. Hurrah! After him then, boys." "Not the same way, if you please." "Go yourself, and welcome, but I won't go that way." "Just as you please," said the man, "but what's good for the goose is good for the gander is an old saying, and so is Jack as good as his master." "So it may be, but cuss me if you ain't a fool if you attempt that." The man made no reply, but did as Varney had done before, got over the coping stone, and then laid hold of the ivy, but whether his weight was heavier than Varney's, or whether it was that the latter had loosened the hold of the ivy or not, but he had no sooner let go of the coping stone than the ivy gave way, and he was precipitated from the height of about 50 feet to the earth, a dreadful fall. There was a pause, no one spoke. The man lay motionless and dead. He had dislocated his neck. The fall had not, however, been without its effect upon Varney, for the man's heels struck him so forcibly on his head as he fell, that he was stunned, and let go his hold, and he, too, fell to the earth, but not many feet. He soon recovered himself, and was staggering away, when he was assailed by those above with groans, and curses of all kinds, and then by stones, and tiles, and whatever the mob could lay their hands upon. Some of these struck him, and he was cut about in various places, so that he could hardly stand. The hoots and shouts of the mob above had now attracted those below to the spot where Sir Francis Varney was trying to escape, but he had not gone far before the loud yells of those behind him told him that he was again pursued. Half dead, and almost wholly spent, unarmed, and defenseless, he scarce knew what to do, whether to fly, or to turn round and die as a refuge from the greater evil of endeavoring to prolong a struggle which seemed hopeless. Instinct, however, urged him on, at all risks, and though he could not go very far, or fast, yet on he went, with the crowd after him. Down with the vampire, seize him, hold him, burn him. He must be down presently, he can't stand. This gave them new hopes, and rendered Varney's fate almost certain. They renewed their exertions to overtake him, while he exerted himself anew, and with surprising agility, considering how he had been employed for more than 2 hours. There were some trees and hedges now that opposed the progress of both parties. The height of Sir Francis Varney gave him a great advantage, and, had he been fresh, he might have shown it to advantage in vaulting over the hedges and ditches, which he jumped when obliged, and walked through when he could. Every now and then, the party in pursuit, who had been behind him some distance, now they gained on him. However, they kept, every now and then, losing sight of him among the trees and shrubs, and he made direct for a small wood, hoping that when there, he should be able to conceal himself for some time, so as to throw his pursuers off the track. They were well aware of this, for they increased their speed, and one or two swifter of foot than the others got ahead of them and cried out aloud as they ran, "Keep up! Keep up! He's making for the wood. He can't stop there long. There are too many of us to beat that cover without finding our game. Push, lads, he's our own now, as sure as we know he's on ahead." They did push on, and came in full sight as they saw Sir Francis enter the wood, with what speed he could make, but he was almost spent. This was a cheering sight to them, and they were pretty certain he would not leave the wood in the state he was then. He must seek concealment. However, they were mistaken, for Sir Francis Varney, as soon as he got into the wood, plunged into the thickest of it, and then paused to gain breath. "So far safe," he muttered, "but I have had a narrow escape. They are not yet done, though, and it will not be safe here long. I must away, and seek shelter and safety elsewhere, if I can. Curses on the hounds that run yelping over the fields." He heard the shouts of his pursuers, and prepared to quit the wood when he thought the first had entered it. "They will remain here some time in beating about," he muttered. "That is the only chance I have had since the pursuit. Curse them. I say again, I may now get free. This delay must save my life, but nothing else will." He moved away, and, at a slow and lazy pace, left the wood, and then made his way across some fields, towards some cottages that lay on the left. The moon yet shone on the fields. He could hear the shouts of the mob, as various parties went through the wood from one covert to another, and yet unable to find him. Then came a great shout upon his ears, as though they had found out he had left the wood. This caused him to redouble his speed, and, fearful lest he should be seen in the moonlight, he leaped over the first fence that he came to, with almost the last effort he could make, and then staggered in an open door, through a passage, into a front parlor, and there fell, faint and utterly spent and speechless, at the feet of Flora Bannerworth. Chapter 88. The reception of the vampire by Florida, Varney subdued. We must say that the eruption into the house of the Bannerworths by Sir Francis Varney was certainly unpremeditated by him, for he knew not into whose house he had thus suddenly rushed for refuge from the numerous foes who were pursuing him with such vengeful ire. It was a strange and singular incident, and one well calculated to cause the mind to pause before it passed it by, and consider the means to an end which are sometimes as wide of the mark as it is in nature possible to be. But truth is stronger than fiction by far, and the end of it was, that, pressed on all sides by danger, bleeding, faint, and exhausted, he rushed into the first house he came to, and thus placed himself in the very house of those whom he had brought to such a state of misfortune. Flora Bannerworth was seated at some embroidery, to pass away an hour or so, and thus get over the tedium of time. She was not thinking either upon the unhappy past. Some trifling object or other engaged her attention. But what was her anguish when she saw a man staggering into the room bleeding, and bearing the marks of a bloody contest, and sinking at her feet. Her astonishment was far greater yet, when she recognized that man to be Sir Francis Varney. "Save me, save me! Miss Bannerworth, save me! Only you can save me from the ruthless multitude which follows, crying aloud for my blood." As he spoke, he sank down speechless. Flora was so much amazed, not to say terrified, that she knew not what to do. She saw Sir Francis a suppliant at her feet, a fugitive from his enemies, who would show him no mercy. She saw all this at a moment's glance, and yet she had not recovered her speech and presence of mind enough to enable her to make any reply to him. "Save me! Miss Flora Bannerworth, save me!" he again said, raising himself on his hands. I am beset, hunted like a wild beast. They seek my life. They have pursued me from one spot to another, and I have unwittingly intruded upon you. You will save me. I am sure your kindness and goodness of heart will never permit me to be turned out among such a crew of bloodthirsty butchers as those who pursue me are. Rise, Sir Francis Varney, said Flora, after a moment's hesitation. In such an extremity as that which you are in, it would be inhuman indeed to thrust you out among your enemies. Oh! It would, said Varney. I had thought, until now, I could have faced such a mob, until I was in this extremity, and then, disarmed and thrown down, bruised, beaten, and incapable of stemming such a torrent, I fled from one place to another, till hunted from each, and then instinct alone urged me to greater exertion than before, and here I am. This is now my last and only hope. Rise, Sir Francis. You will not let me be torn out and slaughtered like an ox. I am sure you will not. Sir Francis, we are incapable of such conduct. You have sought refuge here, and shall find it as far as we are able to afford it to you. And your brother, Anne? Yes, yes, all who are here will do the same, but here they come to speak for themselves. As she spoke, Mrs. Bannerworth entered, also Charles Holland, who both started on seeing the vampire present, Sir Francis Varney, who was too weak to rise without assistance. Sir Francis Varney, said Flora, speaking to them as they entered, has sought refuge here. His life is in peril, and he has no other hope left. You will, I am sure, do what can be done for him. Mr. Holland, said Sir Francis, I am, as you may see by my condition, a fugitive, and have been beaten almost to death. Instinct alone urged me on to save my life, and I, unknowingly, came in here. Rise, Sir Francis, said Charles Holland. I am not one who would feel any pleasure in seeing you become the victim of any brutal mob. I am sure there are none amongst us who would willingly do so. You have trusted to those who will not betray you. Thank you, said Sir Francis, faintly. I thank you. Your conduct is noble, and Miss Bannerworth is especially so. Are you much hurt, Sir Francis? Inquired Charles. I am much hurt, but not seriously or dangerously, but I am weak and exhausted. Let me assist you to rise, said Charles Holland. Thank you, said Sir Francis, as he accepted of the assistance, and when he stood up, he found how incapable he really was, for a child might have grappled with him. I have been sore beset, Mrs. Bannerworth, he said, endeavoring to bow to that lady, and I have suffered much ill usage. I am not in such a plight as I could wish to be seen in by ladies, but my reasons for coming will be an excuse for my appearance in such disorder. We will not say anything about that, said Charles Holland. Under the circumstances, it could not be otherwise. It could not, said Sir Francis, as he took the chair Miss Flora Bannerworth placed for him. I will not ask you for any explanation as to how this came about, but you need some restorative and rest. I think I suffer more from exhaustion than anything else. The bruises I have, of course, are not dangerous. Can you step aside a few moments, said Mrs. Bannerworth. I will show you where you can remove some of those stains, and make yourself more comfortable. Thank you, madam, thank you. It will be most welcome to me, I assure you. Sir Francis rose up, and, with the aid of Charles Holland, he walked to the next room, where he washed himself, and arranged his dress as well as it would admit of its being done. Mr. Holland, he said, I cannot tell you how grateful I feel for this. I have been hunted from the house where you saw me. From what source they learned my abode, my place of concealment, I know not, but they found me out. I need hardly say, Sir Francis, that it could not have occurred through me, said Charles Holland. My young friend, said Sir Francis, I am quite sure you were not, and, moreover, I never, for one moment, suspected you. No, no, some accidental circumstance alone has been the cause. I have been very cautious, I may say extremely so, but at the same time, living, as I have, surrounded by enemies on all sides, it is not to be wondered at that I should be seen by someone, and thus traced to my lair, whither they follow me at their leisure. They have been but too troublesome in this matter. When they become a little reasonable, it will be a great miracle, for, when their passions and fears are excited, there is no end to the extremes they will perpetrate. It is so, said Varney, as the history of these last few days amply testifies to me. I could never have credited the extent to which popular excitement could be carried, and the results it was likely to produce. It is an engine of very difficult control, pursued Charles Holland, but what will raise it will not allay it, but add fuel to the fire that burns so fiercely already. True enough, said Sir Francis. If you have done, will you again step this way? Sir Francis Varney followed Charles Holland into the sitting-room, and sat down with him, and before him was spread a light supper, with some good wine. Eat, Sir Francis, said Mrs. Bannerworth. Such a state as that in which you are, must, of necessity, produce great exhaustion, and you must require food and drink. Sir Francis bowed as well as he was able, and even then, sore and bruised as he was, fugitive as he had been, he could not forget his courtesy, but it was not without an effort. His equanimity was, however, much disturbed by finding himself in the midst of the Bannerworths. I owe you a relation, he said, of what occurred to drive me from my place of concealment. We should like to hear it, if you are not too far fatigued to relate it, said Charles. I will. I was sitting at the top of that house in which I sought to hide myself, when I heard sounds come that were of a very suspicious nature, but did not believe that it could happen that they had discovered my lurking place. Far from it, though, of late, I had been habitually cautious and suspicious, yet I thought I was safe, till I heard the noise of a multitude coming towards me. I could not be mistaken in it, for the sounds are so peculiar that they are like nothing else. I heard them coming. I moved not, and when they surrounded the house as far as was practicable, they gave an immense shout, and made the welkin ring with the sound. I heard a confused noise at a distance, remarked Flora, but I had no idea that anything serious was contemplated. I imagined it was some festival among some trade, or portion of the townspeople, who were shouting from joy. Oh, dear no, said Sir Francis, but I am not surprised at the mistake, because there are such occurrences occasionally, but whenever the mob gained any advantage upon me they shouted, and while I was able to oppose them with effect, they groaned at me most horribly. The deuce, said Charles, the sound, suppose, serves to express their feelings, and to encourage each other. Something of the sort, I dare say, said Varney, but at length, after defending the house with all the desperation that despair imparted to me, I was compelled to fly from floor to floor until I had reached the roof. There they followed me, and I was compelled again to fly. House after house they followed me to, until I could go no farther, said Varney. How did you escape? Fortunately I saw some ivy growing and creeping over the coping stones, and by grasping that I got over the side, and so let myself down by degrees, as well as I was able. Good heavens! What a dreadful situation, exclaimed Flora. It is really horrible. I could not do it again, under, I think, any circumstances. Not the same, said Mrs. Bannerworth. I really doubt if I could, said Varney. The truth is, the excitement of the moment was great, and I at that moment thought of nothing but getting away. The same circumstances, the same fear of death, could hardly be produced in me again, and I am unable to account for the phenomenon on this occasion. Your escape was very narrow indeed, said Flora. It makes me shudder to think of the dangers you have gone through. It is really terrible to think of it. You, said Sir Francis, are young and susceptible, and generous in your disposition. You can feel for me, and do, but how little I could have expected it, it is impossible to say, but your sympathy sinks into my mind and causes such emotions as never can be erased from my soul. But to proceed. You may guess how dreadful was my position, by the fact that the first man who attempted to get over tore the ivy away and fell, striking me in his fall. He was killed, and I thrown down and stunned. I then made for the wood, closely pursued and got into it. Then I baffled them. They searched the wood, and I went through it. I then ran across the country to these houses here. I got over the fence and in at the back door." "Did they see you come?" inquired Charles Holland. "I cannot say, but I think that they did not. I heard them give a loud shout more than once while on this side of the wood." "You did? How far from here were you when you heard the shouts?" inquired Mrs. Bannerworth. "I was close here, and, as I jumped over the fence, I heard them shout again, but I think they cannot see so far. The night was moonlight, to be sure, but that is all. The shadow of the hedge and the distance together would make it, if not impossible, at least very improbable." "That is very likely," said Mrs. Bannerworth. "In that case," said Charles Holland, "you are safe here, for none will suspect your being concealed here." "It is the last place I should myself have thought of," said Varney, "and I may say the last place I would knowingly have come to, but had I before known enough of you, I should have been well assured of your generosity, and have freely come to claim your aid and shelter, which accident has so strangely brought me to be a candidate for, and which you have so kindly awarded me." "The night is wearing away," said Flora, "and Sir Francis is doubtless fatigued to an excess. Sleep, I dare say, will be most welcome to him." "It will indeed, Miss Bannerworth," said Varney, "but I can do that under any circumstances. Do not let me put you to any inconvenience. A chair, and at any hour, will serve me for sleep." "We cannot do for you what we would wish," said Flora, looking at her mother, "but something better than that, at all events, we can and will provide for you." "I know not how to thank you," said Sir Francis Varney. "I assure you, of late I have not been luxuriously lodged, and the less trouble I give you the greater I shall esteem the favor." The hour was late, and Sir Francis Varney, before another half-hour had elapsed, was consigned to his own reflections, in a small but neat room, there to repose his bruised and battered carcass, and court the refreshing influence of sleep. His reflections were, for nearly an hour, of the most contradictory character. Some one passion was trying to overcome the other, but he seemed quite subdued. "I could not have expected this," he muttered. "Flora Bannerworth has the soul of a heroine. I deserved not such a reception from them, and yet, in my hour of utmost need, they have received me like a favored friend, and yet all their misfortunes have taken their origin from me. I am the cause of all." Filled with these thoughts, he fell asleep. He slept till morning broke. He was not disturbed. It seemed as though the influence of sleep was sweeter far there, in the cottage of the Bannerworths, than ever he had before received. It was late on that morning before Sir Francis rose, and then only through hearing the family about, and, having performed his toilet, so far as circumstances permitted, he descended, and entered the front parlor, the room he had been in the night before. Flora Bannerworth was already there. Indeed, breakfast was waiting the appearance of Sir Francis Varney. "Good morning, Miss Bannerworth," said Sir Francis, bowing with his usual dignified manner, but in the kindest and sincerest way he was able to assume. "Good morning, Sir Francis," said Flora, rising to receive him, and she could not avoid looking at him as he entered the room. "I hope you have had a pleasant night?" "It has been the best night's rest I have had for some time, Miss Bannerworth." "I assure you I have to express my gratitude to you for so much kindness." "I have slept well and soundly." "I am glad to hear it." "I think yet I shall escape the search of these people who have hunted me from so many places." "I hope you may, indeed, Sir Francis." "You, Miss Bannerworth." "And do you hope I may escape the vengeance of these people, the populace?" "I do, Sir Francis, most sincerely hope so." "Why should I wish evil to you, especially at their hands?" Sir Francis did not speak for a minute or two, and then he said, turning full upon Flora, "I don't know why, Miss Bannerworth, that I should think so, but perhaps it is because there are peculiar circumstances connected with myself that have made me feel conscious that I have not deserved so much goodness at your hands." "You have not deserved any evil." "Sir Francis, we could not do that if it were in our power. we would do you a service at any time. You have done so, Miss Bannerworth, the greatest that can be performed. You have saved my life." At that moment Charles Holland entered, and Sir Francis bowed, as he said, "I hope you, Mr. Holland, have slept as well, and passed as good a night as I have passed." "I am glad you, at least, have passed a quiet one," said Charles Holland. "You, I dare say, feel all the better for it? How do you feel yourself? Are you much hurt?" "Not at all, not at all," said Sir Francis Varney. "Only a few bruises, and so forth, some of which, as you may perceive, do not add to one's personal appearance. A week or two's quiet would rid me of them. At all events, I would it may do the same with my enemies." "I wish they were as easily gotten rid of myself," said Charles, "but as that cannot be, we must endeavor to baffle them in the best way we may. I owe a debt to you I shall never be able to repay, but where there is a will, they say there is a way, and if the old saying be good for anything, I need not despair, though the way is by no means apparent at present." "Time is the magician," said Flora, "whose wand changes all things, the young to the aged, and the aged to nothing." "Certainly, that is true," said Varney, "and many such changes have I seen. My mind is stored with such events, but this is sadness, and I have cause to rejoice. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The breakfast was passed off in pleasing conversation, and Varney found himself much at home with the Bannerworths, whose calm and even tenor was quite new to him. He could not but admit the charms of such a life as that led by the Bannerworths, but what it must have been when they were supplied by ample means, with nothing to prey upon their minds, and no fearful mystery to hang on and weigh down their spirits, he could scarcely imagine. They were amiable, accomplished, they were in the same mind at all times, and nothing seemed to ruffle them, and when night came, he could not but acknowledge to himself that he had never formed half the opinion of them they were deserving of. Of course during that day he was compelled to lie close, so as not to be seen by anyone, save the family. He sat in a small room, which was overlooked by no other in the neighborhood, and he remained quiet, sometimes conversing, and sometimes reading, but at the same time ever attentive to the least sound that appeared at all of a character to indicate the approach of persons for any purpose whatever. At supper time he spoke to Flora and to Charles Holland, saying, "There are certain matters connected with myself, I may say with you now, sure all that has happened will make it so, of which you would be glad to hear something." "You mean upon the same subject upon which I had some conversation with you a day or two back?" "Yes, the same." "Allow me 1 week, and you shall know all." "I will then relate to you that which you so much desire to know, 1 week, and all shall be told." "Well," said Charles Holland, "this has not been exacted from you as the price of your safety, but you can choose your own time, of course. What you promise is most desired, for it will render those happy who now are much worse than they were before these occurrences took place." "I am aware of all that. Grant me but 1 week, and then you shall be made acquainted with all." "I am satisfied, Sir Francis," said Flora, "but while here under our roof, we should never have asked you a question." "Of this, Miss Bannerworth, the little I have seen of you assures me you would not do so. However, I am the more inclined to make it. I am under so deep an obligation to you all that I can never repay it." Sir Francis Varney retired to rest that night. His promise to the Bannerworths filled his mind with many reflections, the insecurity of his own position, and the frail tenure which he even held in the hands of those whom he had most injured. This produced a series of reflections of a grave and melancholy nature, and he sat by his window, watching the progress of the clouds, as they appeared to chase each other over the face of the scene, now casting a shade over the earth, and then banishing the shadows, and throwing a gentle light over the earth's surface, which was again chased away, and shadows again fell upon the scene below. How long he had sat there in melancholy musing he knew not, but suddenly he was aroused from his dreams by a voice that shook the skies, and caused him to start to his feet. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the mob, which had silently collected around the cottage of the Bannerworths. "Curses, muttered Sir Francis, as he again sank in his chair and struck his head with his hand. I am haunted to death. They will not leave me until my body has graced a crossroad. Hurrah! Down with the vampire, pull him out. Then came an instant knocking at the doors, and the people on the outside made so great a din that it seemed as though they contemplated knocking the house down at once, without warning the inmates that they waited there. There was a cessation for about a minute, when one of the family hastened to the door and inquired what was wanted. Varney, the vampire, was the reply. You must seek him elsewhere. We will search this place before we go further, replied a man. But he is not here. We have reason to believe otherwise. Open the door, and let us in. No one shall be hurt, or one single object in the house, but we must come in and search for the vampire. Come tomorrow, then. That will not do, said the voice. Open, or we force our way in without more notice. At the same a tremendous blow was bestowed upon the door, and then much force was used to thrust it in. A consultation was suddenly held among the inmates as to what was to be done, but no one could advise, and each was well aware of the utter impossibility of keeping the mob out. I do not see what is to become of me, said Sir Francis Varney, suddenly appearing before them. You must let them in. There is no chance of keeping them off, neither can you conceal me. You will have no place, save one, that will be sacred from their profanation. And which is that? Flora's own room. All started at the thought that Flora's chamber could in any way be profaned by any such presence as Sir Francis Varney's. However, the doors below were suddenly burst open amid loud cries from the populace, who rushed in great numbers and began to search the lower rooms immediately. All is lost, said Sir Francis Varney, as he dashed away and rushed to the chamber of Flora, who, alarmed at the sounds that were now filling the house, stood listening to them. Miss Bannerworth, began Varney. Sir Francis. Yes, it is indeed I, Miss Bannerworth. Hear me, for one moment. What is the matter? I am again in peril, in more imminent peril than before. My life is not worth a minute's purchase, unless you save me. You, and you alone, can now save me. Oh! Miss Bannerworth, if ever pity touched your heart, save me from those only whom I now fear. I could meet death in any shape but that in which they will inflict it upon me. Hear their execrations below. Death to the vampire. Death to Varney. Burn him. Run a stake through his body. What can I do, Sir Francis? Admit me to your chamber. Sir Francis, are you aware of what you are saying? I am well. It is a request which you would justly scorn to reply to, but now my life, recollect you have saved me once, my life, do not now throw away the boon you have so kindly bestowed. Save me, Miss Bannerworth. It is not possible. Nay, Miss Bannerworth, do you imagine this is a time for ceremony, or the observances of polished life? On my honor, you run no risk of censure. Where is Varney? Where is the vampire? He ain't far off. Hear them, Miss Bannerworth. They are now at the foot of the stairs. Not a moment to lose. 1 minute more, and I am in the hands of a crew that has no mercy. Hurrah! Upstairs. He's not below. Upstairs, neighbors, we shall have him yet. These words sounded on the stairs, half a dozen more steps, and Varney would be seen. It was a miracle he was not heard begging for his life. Varney cast a look of despair at the stairhead and felt for his sword, but it was not there. He had lost it. He struck his head with his clenched hand and was about to rush upon his foes, when he heard the lock turn. He looked and saw the door open gently, and Flora stood there. He passed in and sank cowering into a chair at the other end of the room behind some curtains. The door was scarcely shut ere some tried to force it, and then a loud knocking came at the door. Open! Open. We want Varney the Vampire. Open, or we will burst it open. Flora did open it, but stood resolutely in the opening and held up her hand to impose silence. Are you men, that you can come thus to force yourselves upon the privacy of a female? Is there nothing in the town or house that you must intrude in numbers into a private apartment? Is no place sacred from you? But, ma'am, miss, we only want Varney the Vampire. And can you find him nowhere but in a female's bedroom? Shame on you. Shame on you. Have you no sisters, wives, or mothers, that you act thus? He's not there, you may be sure of that, Jack, said a gruff voice. Let the lady be in quiet, she's had quite enough trouble with him to sicken her of a vampire. You may be sure that's the last place to find him in. With this they all turned away, and Flora shut the door and locked it upon them, and Varney was safe. You have saved me, said Varney. Hush, said Flora. Speak not, there may be someone listening. Sir Francis Varney stood in the attitude of one listening most anxiously to catch some sounds. The moon fell across his face, and gave it a ghastly hue, that, added to his natural paleness and wounds, gave him an almost unearthly aspect. The sounds grew more and more distant, the shouts and noise of men traversing the apartment subsided, and gradually the place became restored to its original silence. The mob, after having searched every other part of the house, and not finding the object of their search, they concluded that he was not there, but must have made his escape before. This most desperate peril of Sir Francis Varney seemed to have more effect upon him than anything that had occurred during his most strange and most eventful career. When he was assured that the riotous mob that had been so intent upon his destruction was gone, and that he might emerge from his place of concealment, he did so with an appearance of such utter exhaustion that the Bannerworth family could not but look upon him as a being who was near his end. At any time his countenance, as we long have had occasion to remark, was a strange and unearthly looking one, but when we come to superadd to the strangeness of his ordinary appearance the traces of deep mental emotion, we may well say that Varney's appearance was positively of the most alarming character. When he was seated in the ordinary sitting apartment of the Bannerworths, he drew a long sighing breath, and placing his hand upon his heart, he said, in a faint tone of voice, "It beats now laboriously, but it will soon cease its pulsations forever." These words sounded absolutely prophetic. There was about them such a solemn aspect, and he looked at the same time that he uttered them so much like one whose mortal race was run, and who was now a candidate for the grave. "Do not speak so despairingly," said Charles Holland. "Remember, that if your life has been one of errors hitherto, how short a space of time may suffice to redeem some of them at least, and the communication to me which you have not yet completed may to some extent have such an effect. No, no. It may contribute to an act of justice, but it can do no good to me. And yet do not suppose that because such is my impression that I mean to hesitate in finishing to you that communication. I rejoice to hear you say so, and if you would, now that you must be aware of what good feelings towards you we are all animated with, remove the bar of secrecy from the communication, I should esteem it a great favor." Varney appeared to be considering for a few moments, and then he said, Well, let the secrecy no longer exist. Have it removed at once. I will no longer seek to maintain it. Tell all, Charles Holland, tell all." Thus empowered by the mysterious being, Charles Holland related briefly what Varney had already told him, and then concluded by saying, "That is all that I have myself as yet been made aware of, and I now call upon Sir Francis Varney to finish his narration." "I am weak," said Varney, "and scarcely equal to the task, but yet I will not shrink from the promise that I have made. You have been the preservers of my life, and more particularly to you, Flora Bannerworth, am I indebted for an existence, which otherwise must have been sacrificed upon the altar of superstition. But you will recollect, Master Varney," said the Admiral, who had sat looking on for some time in silent wonder, "you must recollect, Master Varney, that the people are, after all, not so much to blame for their superstition, because, whether you are a vampire or not, and I don't pretend to come to a positive opinion now, you took good care to persuade them you were. I did, said Varney, with a shudder, but why did I? Well, you know best. It was, then, because I did believe, and do believe, that there is something more than natural about my strangely protracted existence, but we will waive that point, and, before my failing strength, for it appears to me to be failing, completely prevents me from doing so, let me relate to you the continued particulars of the circumstances that made me what I am. Flora Bannerworth, although she had heard before from the lips of Charles Holland the dreadful fact that her father, in addition to having laid violent hands upon his own life, was a murderer, now that that fearful circumstance was related more publicly, felt a greater pain than she had done when it was whispered to her in the accents of pure affection, and softened down by a gentleness of tone, which Charles Holland's natural delicacy would not allow him to use even to her whom he loved so well in the presence of others. She let her beautiful face be hidden by her hands, and she wept as she listened to the sad detail. Varney looked inquiringly in the countenance of Charles Holland, because, having given him leave to make Flora acquainted with the circumstance, he was rather surprised at the amount of emotion which it produced in her. Charles Holland answered the appealing look by saying, Flora is already aware of the facts, but it naturally affects her much to hear them now repeated in the presence of others, and those too, towards whom she cannot feel. What Charles Holland was going to say was abruptly stopped short by the Admiral, who interposed, exclaiming, Why, what do you mean, you son of a sea cook? The presence of who do you mean? Do you mean to say that I don't feel for Miss Flora, bless her heart, quite as much as a white-faced looking swab like you? Why, I shall begin to think you are only fit for a marine. Nay, uncle, now do not put yourself out of temper. You must be well aware that I could not mean anything disrespectful to you. You should not suppose such a state of things possible, and although, perhaps, I did not express myself so felicitously as I might, yet what I intended to say was— Oh, bother what you intended to say. You go on, Mr. Vampire, with your story. I want to know what became of it all. Just you get on as quick as you can, and let us know what you did after the man was murdered. When the dreadful deed was committed, said Varney, and our victim lay weltering in his blood, and had breathed his last, we stood like men who for the first time were awakened to the frightful consequences of what they had done. I saw by the dim light that hovered round us a great change come over the countenance of Marmaduke Bannerworth, and he shook in every limb. This soon passed away, however, and the powerful and urgent necessity which arose of avoiding the consequences of the deed that we had done restored us to ourselves. We stooped and took from the body the ill-gotten gains of the gambler. They amounted to an immense sum, and I said to Marmaduke Bannerworth, Take you the whole of this money and proceed to your own home with it, where you will be least suspected. Hide it in some place of great secrecy, and tomorrow I will call upon you, when we will divide it, and will consider of some means of safely exchanging the notes for gold. He agreed to this, and placed the money in his pocket, after which it became necessary that we should dispose of the body, which, if we did not quickly remove, must in a few hours be discovered, and so, perchance, accompanied by other criminating circumstances, become a frightful evidence against us, and entail upon us all those consequences of the deed which we were so truly anxious to escape from. It is ever the worst part of the murderer's task, that after he has struck the blow that has deprived his victim of existence, it becomes his frightful duty to secrete the corpse, which, with its dead eyes, ever seems to be glaring upon him such a world of reproach. That it is which should make people pause ere they dip their hands in the blood of others, and that it is which becomes the first retribution that the murderer has to endure for the deep crime that he has committed. We tore 2 stakes from a hedge, and with their assistance we contrived to dig a very superficial hole, such a hole as was only sufficient, by placing a thin coating of earth over it, to conceal the body of the murdered man. And then came the loathsome task of dragging him into it, a task full of horror, and from which we shrunk aghast, but it had to be done, and, Therefore, we stooped, and grasping the clothes as best we might, we dragged the body into the chasm we had prepared for its reception. Glad were we then to be enabled to throw the earth upon it and to stamp upon it with such vehemence as might well be supposed to actuate men deeply anxious to put out of sight some dangerous and loathsome object. When we had completed this, and likewise gathered handsful of dust from the road, and dry leaves, and such other matter, to sprinkle upon the grave, so as to give the earth an appearance of not having been disturbed, we looked at each other and breathed from our toil. Then, and not till then, was it that we remembered that among other things which the gambler had won of Marmaduke were the deeds belonging to the Deerbrook property. The Deerbrook property, exclaimed Henry Bannerworth. I know that there was a small estate going by that name, which belonged to our family, but I always understood that long ago my father had parted with it. Yes, it was mortgaged for a small sum, a sum not a fourth part of its value, and it had been redeemed by Marmaduke Bannerworth, not for the purpose of keeping it, but in order that he might sell it outright, and so partially remedy his exhausted finances. I was not aware of that, returned Henry. Doubtless you were not, for of late, I mean for the 12 months or so preceding your father's death, you know he was much estranged from all the family, so that you none of you knew much of what he was doing, except that he was carrying on a very wild and reckless career, such as was sure to end in dishonor and poverty. But I tell you he had the title deeds of the Deerbrook property, and that they were only got from him, along with everything else of value that he possessed, at the gaming table, by the man who paid such a fearful penalty for his success. It was not until after the body was completely buried, and we had completed all our precautions for more effectually hiding it from observation, that we recollected the fact of those important papers being in his possession. It was Marmaduke Bannerworth who first remembered it, and he exclaimed, "By heaven, we have buried the title deeds of the property, and we shall have again to exhume the corpse for the purpose of procuring them." Now those deeds were nothing to me, and repugnant as I had felt from the first to having anything whatever to do with the dead body, it was not likely that I would again drag it from the earth for such an object. "Marmaduke Bannerworth," I said, "you can do what you please, and take the consequences of what you do, but I will not again, if I can help it, look upon the face of that corpse. It is too fearful a sight to contemplate again. You have a large sum of money, and what need you care now for the title deeds of a property comparatively insignificant?" Well, he said, "I will not, at the present time, disturb the remains. I will wait to see if anything should arise from the fact of the murder. If it should turn out that no suspicion of any kind is excited, but that all is still and quiet, I can then take measures to exhume the corpse, and recover those papers, which certainly are important." By this time the morning was creeping on apace, and we thought it prudent to leave the spot. We stood at the end of the lane for a few moments conversing, and those moments were the last in which I ever saw Marmaduke Bannerworth. "Answer me a question," said Henry. "I will. Ask me what you please. I will answer it." "Was it you that called at Bannerworth Hall, after my father's melancholy death, and inquired for him?" "I did, and when I heard of the deed that he had done, I at once left, in order to hold counsel with myself as to what I should do to obtain at least a portion of the property, one half of which, it was understood, was to have been mine. I heard what had been the last words used by Marmaduke Bannerworth on the occasion of his death, and they were amply sufficient to let me know what had been done with the money, at all events, so far as regards the bestowal of it in some secret place, and from that moment the idea of, by some means or another, getting the exclusive possession of it, never forsook my mind. I thought over the matter by day and by night, and with the exception of having a knowledge of the actual hiding place of the money, I could see, in the clearest possible manner, how the whole affair had been transacted. There can be no doubt but that Marmaduke Bannerworth had reached home safely with the large sum of which he had become possessed, and that he had hidden it securely, which was but an ordinary measure of precaution when we come to consider how the property had been obtained. Then I suspect that, being alone, and left to the gloom of his own miserable thoughts, they reverted so painfully to the past that he was compelled to drink deeply for the purpose of drowning reflection. The natural consequence of this, in his state, was that partial insanity supervened, and at a moment when frenzy rose far above reflection, he must have committed the dreadful act which hurried him instantaneously to eternity. "Yes," said Henry, "it must have been so. You have guessed truly. He did on that occasion drink an immense quantity of wine, but instead of stilling the pangs of remorse it must have increased them, and placed him in such a frenzied condition of intellect that he found it impossible to withstand the impulse of it, unless by the terrific act which ended his existence. Yes, and which at once crushed all my expectations of the large fortune which was to have been mine, for even the 1/2 of the sum which had been taken from the gamester's pocket would have been sufficient to have enabled me to live for the future in affluence. I became perfectly maddened at the idea that so large a sum had passed out of my hands. I constantly hovered about Bannerworth Hall, hoping and expecting that something might arise which would enable me to get admittance to it, and make an active search through its recesses for the hidden treasure. All my exertions were in vain. I could hit upon no scheme whatever, and at length, wearied and exhausted, I was compelled to proceed to London for the sake of a subsistence. It is only in that great metropolis that such persons as myself, destitute of real resources, but infinitely reckless as regards the means by which they acquire a subsistence, can hope to do so. Once again, therefore, I plunged into the vortex of London life, and proceeded, heedless of the criminality of what I was about, to cater for myself by robbery, or, indeed, in any manner which presented a prospect of success. It was during this career of mine that I became associated with some of the most desperate characters of the time, and the offenses we committed were that daring character that it could not be wondered at eventually so formidable a gang of desperadoes must be by force broken up. It so occurred, but unknown to us, that the police resolved upon making one of the most vigorous efforts to put an end to the affair, and in consequence a watch was set upon every one of our movements. The result of this was, as might have been expected, our complete dispersion, and the arrest of some of our members, and among them myself. I knew my fate almost from the first. Our depredations had created such a sensation that the legislature even had made it a matter of importance that we should be suppressed, and it was an understood thing among the judges that the severest penalties of the law should be inflicted upon any one of the gang who might be apprehended and convicted. My trial scarcely occupied an hour, and then I was convicted and sentenced to execution, with an intimation from the judge that it would be perfectly absurd of me to dream, for one moment, of a remission of that sentence. In this state of affairs, and seeing nothing but death before me, I gave myself up to despair, and narrowly missed cheating the hangman of his victim. More dead than alive, I was, however, dragged out to be judicially murdered, and I shall never forget the crowd of frightful sensations that came across my mind upon that terrific occasion. It seemed as if my fate had then reached its climax, and I have really but a dim recollection of the terrible scene. I remember something of the confused murmur arising from an immense throng of persons. I remember looking about me, and seeing nothing but what appeared to me an immense sea of human heads, and then suddenly I heard a loud roar of execration burst from the multitude. I shrunk back terrified, and it did, indeed, seem to me a brutal thing thus to roar and shout at a man who was brought out to die. I soon, however, found that the mob who came to see such a spectacle was not so debased as I imagined, but that it was at the hangman, who had suddenly made his appearance on the scaffold, at whom they raised that fearful yell. Someone, I think it was one of the sheriffs, must have noticed that I was laboring under the impression that the cry from the mob was leveled at me, for he spoke, saying, "It is at the hangman they shout," and he indicated with his finger that public functionary. In my mind's eye, I think I see him now, and I am certain that I shall never forget the expression of his face. It was perfectly fearful, and afterwards, when I learned who and what he was, I was not surprised that he should feel so acutely the painfully degrading office which he had to perform. The fatal rope was in a few minutes adjusted to my neck. I felt its pressure, and I heard the confused sounds of the monotonous voice of the clergyman as he muttered some prayers that I must confess sounded to me at the time like a mockery of human suffering. Then suddenly there was a loud shout. I felt the platform give way beneath my feet. I tried to utter a yell of agony, but could not. It seemed to me as if I was encompassed by fire, and then sensation left me, and I knew no more. The next feelings of existence that came over me consisted in a frightful tingling sensation throughout my veins, and I felt myself making vain efforts to scream. All the sensations of a person suffering from a severe attack of nightmare came across me, and I was in such an agony that I inwardly prayed for death to release me from such a cruel state of suffering. Then suddenly the power to utter a sound came to me, and I made use of it well, for the piercing shriek I uttered must have struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it, since it appalled even myself. Then I suppose I must have fainted, but when I recovered consciousness again, I found myself upon a couch, and a man presenting some stimulus to me in a cup. I could not distinguish objects distinctly, but I heard him say, "Drink, and you will be better." I did drink, for a raging thirst consumed me, and then I fell into a sound sleep, which, I was afterwards told, lasted nearly 24 hours, and when I recovered from that, I heard again the same voice that had before spoken to me, asking me how I was. I turned in the direction of the sound, and, as my vision was now clearer, I could see that it was the hangman, whose face had made upon the scaffold such an impression upon me, an impression which I then considered my last in this world, but which turned out not to be such by many a mingled one of pain and pleasure since. It was some time before I could speak, and when I did, it was only in a few muttered words, to ask what had happened, and where I was. "Do you not remember," he said, "that you were hanged?" I do, was my reply. "Is this the region of damned souls?" "No, you are still in this world, however strange you may think it. Listen to me, and I will briefly tell you how it is that you have come back again, as it were, from the very grave, to live and walk about among the living." I listened to him with a strange and rapt attention, and then he told how a young and enthusiastic medical man had been anxious to try some experiments with regard to the restoration of persons apparently dead, and he proceeded to relate how it was that he had given ear to the solicitations of the man, and had consented to bring my body after it was hung for him to experiment upon. He related how the doctor had been successful, but how he was so terrified at his own success that he hastily fled, and had left London, no one knowing whither he had gone. There can be no doubt but my duty requires of me to give you up again to the offended laws of your country. I will not, however, do that, if you will consent to an arrangement that I shall propose to you." I asked him what the arrangement was, and he said that if I would solemnly bind myself to pay to him a certain sum per annum, he would keep my secret, and forsaking his calling as hangman, endeavor to do something that should bring with it pleasanter results. I did so solemnly promise him, and I have kept my word. By one means or another I have succeeded in procuring the required amount, and now he is no more. "I believe," cried Henry, "that he has fallen a victim to the blind fury of the populace." "You are right, he has so, and accordingly I am relieved from the burden of those payments, but it matters little, for now I am so near the tomb myself, that, together with all my obligations, I shall soon be beyond the reach of mortal cavilling. You need not think so, Varney. You must remember that you are at present suffering from circumstances, the pressure of which will soon pass away, and then you will resume your wonted habits." "What did you do next?" said the Admiral. "Let's know all while you are about it." "I remained at the hangman's house for some time, until all fear of discovery was over, and then he removed me to a place of greater security, providing me from his own resources with the means of existence, until I had fully recovered my health, and then he told me to shift for myself. During my confinement, though, I had not been idle mentally, for I concocted a plan by which I should be enabled not only to live well myself, but to pay to the hangman, whose name was Mortimer, the annual sum I had agreed upon. I need not go into the details of this plan. Of course it was neither an honest nor respectable one, but it succeeded, and I soon found myself in a position to enable me thereby to keep my engagement, as well as to supply me with means of plotting and planning for my future fortunes. I had never for a moment forgotten that so large a sum of money was somewhere concealed about Bannerworth Hall, and I still looked forward to obtaining it by some means or another. It was in this juncture of affairs that one night I was riding on horseback through a desolate part of England. The moon was shining sweetly as I came to a broad stream of water, across which, about a mile further on, I saw that there was a bridge, but being unwilling to waste time by riding up to it, and fancying, by the lazy ripple of the waters, that the river was not shallow, I plunged my horse boldly into the stream. When we reached its center, some sudden indisposition must have seized the horse, for instead of swimming on well and gallantly as it had done before, it paused for a moment, and then plunged headlong into the torrent. I could not swim, and so, for a second time, death, with all its terrors, appeared to be taking possession of me. The waters rolled over my head, gurgling and hissing in my ears, and then all was past. I know no more until I found myself lying upon a bright green meadow, and the full beams of the moon shining upon me. I was giddy and sick, but I rose and walked slowly away, each moment gathering fresh strength, and from that time to this, I never discovered how I came to be rescued from the water and lying upon that green bank. It has ever been a mystery to me, and I expect it ever will. Then from that moment the idea that I had a sort of charmed life came across me, and I walked about with an impression that such was the case, until I came across a man who said that he was a Hungarian, and who was full of strange stories of vampires. Among other things, he told me that a vampire could not be drowned, for that the waters would cast him upon its banks, and, if the moonbeams fell upon him, he would be restored to life. This was precisely my story, and from that moment I believed myself to be one of those horrible but charmed beings doomed to such a protracted existence. The notion grew upon me day by day, and hour by hour, until it became quite a fixed and strong belief, and I was deceiving no one when I played the horrible part that has been attributed to me. "But you don't mean to say that you believe you are a vampire now?" said the Admiral. "I say nothing, and know not what to think. I am a desperate man, and what there is at all human in me, strange to say, all of you whom I sought to injure, have awakened." "Heed not that," said Henry, "but continue your narrative. We have forgiven everything, and that ought to suffice to quiet your mind upon such a subject." "I will continue, and, believe me, I will conceal nothing from you. I look upon the words I am now uttering as a full, candid, and free confession, and, therefore, it shall be complete. The idea struck me that if, by taking advantage of my supposed preternatural gifts, I could drive you from Bannerworth Hall, I should have it to myself to hunt through at my leisure, and possibly find the treasure. I had heard from Marmaduke Bannerworth some slight allusion to concealing the money behind a picture that was in a bedroom called the Panel Chamber. By inquiry, I ascertained that in that bedroom slept Flora Bannerworth. I had resolved, however, at first to try pacific measures, and accordingly, as you are well aware, I made various proposals to you to purchase or to rent Bannerworth Hall, the whole of which you rejected, so that I found myself compelled to adopt the original means that had suggested themselves to me, and endeavored to terrify you from the house. By prowling about, I made myself familiar with the grounds, and with all the plan of the residence, and then one night made my appearance in Flora's chamber by the window. "But how do you account," said Charles Holland, "for your extraordinary likeness to the portrait?" "It is partly natural, for I belong to a collateral branch of the family, and it was previously arranged. I had seen the portrait in Marmaduke Bannerworth's time, and I knew some of its peculiarities and dressed sufficiently well to imitate them. I calculated upon producing a much greater effect by such an imitation, and it appears that I was not wrong, for I did produce it to the full." "You did, indeed," said Henry, "and if you did not bring conviction to our minds that you were what you represented yourself to be, you at least staggered our judgments upon the occasion, and left us in a position of great doubt and difficulty." I did all that, I know I did, and, by pursuing that line of conduct, I, at last, I presume, entirely forced you from the house." "That you did." Flora fainted when I entered her chamber, and the moment I looked upon her sweet countenance my heart smote me for what I was about, but I solemnly aver that my lips never touched her, and that, beyond the fright, she suffered nothing from Varney, the vampire. "And have you succeeded," said Henry, "in your object now?" "No, the treasure has yet to be found. Mortimer, the hangman, followed me into the house, guessing my intention and indulging a hope that he would succeed in sharing with me its proceeds. But he, as well as myself, was foiled, and nothing came of the toilsome and anxious search but disappointment and bitterness." "Then it is supposed that the money is still concealed?" "I hope so. I hope, as well, that it will be discovered by you and yours, for surely none can have a better right to it than you, who have suffered so much on its account." "And yet," remarked Henry, "I cannot help thinking it is too securely hidden from us. The picture has been repeatedly removed from its place, and produced no results, so that I fear we have little to expect from any further or more protracted research." "I think," said Varney, "that you have everything to expect. The words of the dying Marmaduke Bannerworth, you may depend, were not spoken in vain, and I have every reason to believe that, sooner or later, you must, without question, become the possessors of that sum." "But ought we rightly to hold it?" "Who ought more rightly to hold it?" said Varney. "Answer me that." "That's a sensible enough idea of yours," said the Admiral, "and if you were twice over a vampire, I would tell you so." "It's a very sensible idea. I should like to know who has more right to it than those who have had such a world of trouble about it." "Well, well," said Henry, "we must not dispute, as yet, about a sum of money that may really never come to hand. For my own part, I have little to hope for in the matter, but, certainly, nothing shall be spared, on my part, to effect such a thorough search of the hall as shall certainly bring it to light, if it be in existence." "I presume, Sir Francis Varney," said Charles Holland, "that you have now completed your narrative?" "I have. After events are well known to you. And, now, I have but to lie down and die, with the hope of finding that rest and consolation in the tomb which has been denied me hitherto in this world. My life has been a stormy one, and full of the results of angry passions. I do hope now, that, for the short time I have to live, I shall know something like serenity, and die in peace. You may depend, Varney, that, as long as you have an asylum with us," said the Admiral, "and that you may have as long as you like, you may be at peace. I consider that you have surrendered at discretion, and, under such circumstances, an enemy always deserves honorable treatment, and always gets it on board such a ship as this." "There you go again," said Jack, "calling the house a ship. What's that to you, if I were to call it a bowsprit? Ain't I your captain, you lubber, and so, sure to be right, while you are wrong in the natural order of things? But you go and lay down, Master Varney, and rest yourself, for you seem completely done up." Varney did look fearfully exhausted, and, with the assistance of Henry and Charles, he went into another apartment, and lay down upon a couch, showing great symptoms of debility and want of power. And now it was a calm. Varney's stay at the cottage of the Bannerworths was productive of a different mood of mind than ever he had possessed before. He looked upon them in a very different manner to what he had been used to. He had, moreover, considerably altered prospects. There could not be the same hopes and expectations that he once had. He was an altered man. He saw in the Bannerworths those who had saved his life, and who, without doubt, had possessed an opinion not merely obnoxious to him, but must have had some fearful misgivings concerning his character, and that, too, of a nature that usually shuts out all hope of being received into any family. But, in the hour of his need, when his life was in danger, no one else would have done what they had done for him, especially when so relatively placed. Moreover, he had been concealed, when to do so was both dangerous and difficult, and then it was done by Flora Bannerworth herself. Time flew by. The mode of passing time at the cottage was calm and serene. Varney had seldom witnessed anything like it, but, at the same time, he felt more at ease than ever he had. He was charmed with the society of Flora, in fact, with the whole of the little knot of individuals who there collected together. From what he saw he was gratified in their society, and it seemed to alleviate his mental disquiet, and the sense he must feel of his own peculiar position. But Varney became ill. The state of mind and body he had been in for some time past might be the cause of it. He had been much harassed and hunted from place to place. There was not a moment in which his life was not in danger, and he had, moreover, more than one case, received some bodily injuries, bruises, and contusions of a desperate character, and yet he would take no notice of them, but allow them to get well again, as best they could. His escapes and injuries had made a deep impression upon his mind, and had no doubt a corresponding effect upon his body, and Varney became very ill. Flora Bannerworth did all that could be done for one in his painful position, and this greatly added to the depths of thought that occasionally beset him, and he could scarcely draw one limb after the other. He walked from room to room in the twilight, at which time he had more liberty permitted him than at any other, because there was not the same danger in his doing so, for, if once seen, there could be no manner of doubt but he would have been pursued until he was destroyed, when no other means of escape were at hand, and Varney himself felt that there could be no chance of his again escaping from them, for his physical powers were fast decaying. He was not, in fact, the same man. He came out into the parlor from the room in which he had been seated during the day. Flora and her mother were there, while Charles Holland and Henry Bannerworth had both at that moment entered the apartment. "Good evening, Miss Bannerworth," said Sir Francis, bowing to her, and then to her mother, Mrs. Bannerworth. "And you, Mr. Holland, I see, have been out enjoying the free breeze that plays over the hot fields. It must be refreshing." "It is so, sir," said Charles. "I wish we could make you a partaker in our walks." "I wish you could with all my heart," said Varney. "Sir Francis," said Flora, "must be a prisoner for some short time longer yet. I ought not to consider it in any such light. It is not imprisonment. I have taken sanctuary. It is the wellspring of life to me," said Varney. "I hope it may prove so, but how do you find yourself this evening, Sir Francis Varney?" "Really, it is difficult to say. I fluctuate. At times, I feel as though I should drop insensible on the earth, and then I feel better than I have done for some time previously. Dr. Chillingworth will be here by and by, no doubt, and he must see what he can do for you to relieve you of these symptoms," said Flora. "I am much beholden to you, but I hope to be able to do without the good doctor's aid in this instance, though I must admit I may appear ungrateful." "Not at all, not at all." "Have you heard any news abroad today?" inquired Varney. "None, Sir Francis, none. There is nothing apparently stirring, and now, go out when you would find nothing but what was old, quiet, and familiar. We cannot wish to look upon anything with mere charms for a mind at ease than we can see under such circumstances, but I fear there are some few old and familiar features that I should find sad havoc in. You would, certainly, for the burnings and razings to the ground of some places have made some dismal appearances, but time may efface that, and then the evil may die away, and the future will become the present, should we be able to allay popular feeling." "Yes," said Sir Francis, "but popular prejudices, or justice, or feeling, are things not easily assuaged. The people when once aroused go on to commit all kinds of excess, and there is no one point at which they will step short of the complete extirpation of some one object or other that they have taken a fancy to hunt. The hubbub and excitement must subside. The greater the ignorance, the more persevering and the more brutal they are," said Sir Francis, "but I must not complain of what is the necessary consequence of their state. It might be otherwise." "So it might, and no mischief arise either, but as we cannot divert the stream, we may as well bend to the force of a current too strong to resist." "The moon is up," said Flora, who wished to turn the conversation from that to another topic. "I see it yonder through the trees. It rises red and large. It is very beautiful, and yet there is not a cloud about to give it the color and appearance it now wears." "Exactly so," said Sir Francis Varney, "but the reason is the air is filled with a light, invisible vapor that has the effect you perceive." There has been much evaporation going on, and now it shows itself in giving the moon that peculiar large appearance and deep color. I see, it peeps through the trees, the branches of which cut it up into various portions. It is singular, and yet beautiful, and yet the earth below seems dark. It is dark, you would be surprised to find it so if you walked about. It will soon be lighter than it is at this present moment. What sounds are those? Inquired Sir Francis Varney, as he listened attentively. Sounds. What sounds? Returned Henry. The sounds of wheels and horses' feet, said Varney. I cannot even hear them, much less can I tell what they are, said Henry. Then listen. Now they come along the road. Cannot you hear them now? Said Varney. Yes, I can, said Charles Holland, but I really don't know what they are, or what it can matter to us. We don't expect any visitors. Certainly, said Varney. I am somewhat apprehensive of the approach of strange sounds. You are not likely to be disturbed here, said Charles. Indeed, I thought so. I had succeeded in getting into the house near the town, and so far from believing it was likely I should be discovered, that I sat on the housetop while the mob surrounded it. Did you not hear them coming? I did. And yet you did not attempt to escape from them? No, I could not persuade them I was not there save by my utter silence. I allowed them to come too close to leave myself time to escape. Besides, I could hardly persuade myself there could be any necessity for so doing. It was fortunate it was as it happened afterwards that you were able to reach the wood and get out of it unperceived by the mob. I should have been in an unfortunate condition had I been in their hands long. A man made of iron would not be able to resist the brutality of those people. As they were speaking, a gig, with 2 men, drove up, followed by one on horseback. They stopped at the garden gate, and then tarried to consult with each other as they looked at the house. What can they want, I wonder? Inquired Henry. I never saw them before. Nor I, said Charles Holland. Do you not know them at all? Inquired Varney. No, replied Flora, I never saw them, neither can I imagine what is their object in coming here. Did you ever see them before? Inquired Henry of his mother, who held up her hand to look more carefully at the strangers. Then, shaking her head, she declared she had never seen such persons as those. I dare say not, said Charles Holland. They certainly are not gentlemen, but here they come. There is some mistake, I dare say. They don't want to come here. As they spoke, the 2 strangers got down. After picking up a topcoat they had let fall, they turned round, and deliberately put it into the chaise again. They walked up the path to the door, at which they knocked. The door was opened by the old woman, when the 2 men entered. Does Francis Beecham live here? Said the old woman, who was a little deaf, and she put her hand behind her ear to catch the sounds more distinctly. Who did you say? Sir Francis Varney started as the sounds came upon his ear, but he sat still an attentive listener. Are there any strangers in the house? Inquired the other officer, impatiently. Who is here? Strangers, said the old woman. You are the only strangers that I have seen here. Come, said the officer to his companion, come this way. There are people in this parlor. Our business must be an apology for any rudeness we may commit. As he spoke he stepped by the old woman, and laying his hand upon the handle of the door, entered the apartment, at the same time looking carefully around the room as if he expected someone. Ladies, said the stranger, with an offhand politeness that had something repulsive in it, though it was meant to convey a notion that civility was intended, ladies, I beg pardon for intruding, but I am looking for a gentleman. You shall hear from me again soon, said Sir Francis, in an almost imperceptible whisper. What is the object of this intrusion? Demanded Henry Bannerworth, rising and confronting the stranger. This is a strange introduction. Yes, but not an unusual one, said the stranger, in these cases, being unavoidable, at the least. Sir, said Charles Holland, if you cannot explain quickly your business here, we will proceed to take those measures which will at least rid ourselves of your company. Softly, sir. I mean no offense, not the least, but I tell you I do not come for any purpose that is at all consonant to my wishes. I am a Bow Street officer in the execution of my duty, excuse me, therefore. Whom do you want? Francis Beecham, and, from the peculiarity of the appearance of this individual here, I think I may safely request the pleasure of his company. Varney now rose, and the officer made a rush at him, when he saw him do so, saying, Surrender in the king's name. Varney, however, paid no attention to that, but rushed past, throwing his chair down to impede the officer, who could not stay himself, but fell over it, while Varney made a rush towards the window, which he cleared at one bound, and crossing the road, was lost to sight in a few seconds, in the trees and hedges on the other side. Accidents will happen, said the officer, as he rose to his feet. I did not think the fellow would have taken the window in that manner, but we have him in view, and that will be enough. In heaven's name, said Henry, explain all about this. We cannot understand one word of it. I am at a loss to understand one word of it. We will return and do so presently, said the officer as he dashed out of the house after the fugitive at a rapid and reckless speed, followed by his companion. The man who had been left with the chaise, however, was the first in the chase. Seeing an escape from the window, he immediately guessed that he was the man wanted, and, but for an accident, he would have met Varney at the gate, for, as he was getting out in a hurry, his foot became entangled with the reins, and he fell to the ground, and Varney at the same moment stepped over him. Curse his infernal impudence, and these reins, muttered the man in a fury at the accident, and the aggravating circumstance of the fugitive walking over him in such a manner, and so coolly too, it was vexing. The man, however, quickly released himself, and rushed after Varney across the road, and kept on his track for some time. The moon was still rising, and shed but a gloomy light around. Everything was almost invisible until you came close to it. This was the reason why Varney and his pursuer met with several severe accidents, fumbles, and hard knocks against impediments which the light and the rapid flight they were taking did not admit of their avoiding very well. They went on for some time, but it was evident Varney knew the place best, and could avoid what the man could not, and that was the trees and the natural impediments of the ground, which Varney was acquainted with. For instance, at full speed across a meadow, a hollow would suddenly present itself, and to an accustomed eye the moonlight might enable it to be distinguished at a glance what it was, while to one wholly unaccustomed to it, the hollow would often look like a hillock by such a light. This Varney would clear at a bound, which a less agile and heavier person would step into, lifting up his leg to meet an impediment, when he would find it come down suddenly some 6 or 8 inches lower than he anticipated, almost dislocating his leg and neck, and producing a corresponding loss of breath, which was not regained by the muttered curse upon such a country where the places were so uneven. Having come to one of these places, which was a little more perceptible than the others, he made a desperate jump, but he jumped into the middle of the hole with such force that he sprained his ankle, besides sinking into a small pond that was almost dry, being overgrown with rushes and aquatic plants. "Well," said the other officer coming up. "Well?" "Well, indeed," said the one who came first, "it's anything but well. And all country excursions say aye." "Why, Bob, you don't mean to say as how you were caught in a rat trap?" "Oh, you be I am, ain't I?" "Yes, but are you going to stop there, or coming out, eh?" "You'll catch cold." "I have sprained my ankle." "Well?" "It ain't well, I tell you. Here have I a sprained foot, and my wind broken for a month at least." "Why were you not quicker?" "If you had been sharper we should have had the gentleman, I'll swear. I tumbled down over the chair, and he got out of the window, and I come out of the door. Well, I got entangled in the reins, but I got off after him, only his long legs carried him over everything. I tell you what, Wilkinson, if I were to be born again, and intended to be a runner, I would bespeak a pair of long legs. Why? Because I should be able to get along better. You have no idea of how he skimmed along the ground. It was quite beautiful, only it wasn't good to follow it. A regular skyscraper. Yes, or something of that sort. He looked like a patent flying shadow. Well, get up and lead the way. We'll follow you. I dare say you will, while I lead the way back there, for as to going out yonder, it is quite out of the question. I want supper tonight and breakfast tomorrow morning. Well, what has that to do with it? Just this much. If you follow any farther, you'll get into the woods, and there you'll be, going round and round, like a squirrel in a cage, without being able to get out, and you will there get none of the good things included under the head of those meals. I think so too, said the third. Well, then, let's go back. We needn't run, though it might be as well to do so. It would be anything but well. I don't gallop back, depend upon it. The three men now slowly returned from their useless chase, and retrod the way they had passed once in such a hurry that they could hardly recognize it. What a dreadful bump I came against that pole standing there, said one. Yes, and I came against a hedge stake that was placed so as the moon didn't show any light on it. It came into the pit of my stomach. I never recollect such a pain in my life, for all the world like a hot coal being suddenly and forcibly intruded into your stomach. Well, here's the road. I must go up to the house where I started him from. I promised them some explanation. I may as well go and give it to them at once. Do as you will. I will wait with the horse, else, perhaps, that Beecham will again return and steal him. The officer who had first entered the house now returned to the Bannerworths, saying, I promised you I would give you some explanation as to what you have witnessed. Yes, said Henry, we have been awaiting your return with some anxiety and curiosity. What is the meaning of all this? I am, as we are all, in perfect ignorance of the meaning of what took place. I will tell you. The person whom you have had here, and goes by the name of Varney, is named Francis Beecham. Indeed. Are you assured of this? Yes, perfectly assured of it. I have it in my warrant to apprehend him by either name. What crime had he been guilty of? I will tell you, he has been hanged. Hanged, exclaimed all present. What do you mean by that? Added Henry. I am at a loss to understand what you can mean by saying he was hanged. What I say is literally true. Pray tell us all about it. We are much interested in the fact. Go on, sir. Well, sir, then I believe it was for murder that Francis Beecham was hanged. Yes, hanged, a common execution, before a multitude of people collected to witness such an exhibition. Good God, exclaimed Henry Bannerworth. And but that is impossible. A dead man come to life again. You must be amusing yourself at our expense. Not I, replied the officer. Here is my warrant. They don't make these out in a joke. And, as he spoke, he produced the warrant, when it was evident the officer spoke the truth. How is this? I will tell you, sir. You see that this Varney was a regular scamp, gamester, rogue, and murderer. He was hanged, and on about the usual time, he was cut down and the body was given to someone for dissection, when a surgeon, with the hangman, one Montgomery, succeeded in restoring the criminal to life. But I always thought they broke the neck when they were hanged. The weight of the body would alone do that. Oh, dear, no, sir, said the officer, that is one of the common everyday mistakes. They don't break the neck once in 20 times. Indeed. No, they die of suffocation only. This man, Beecham, was hanged thus, but they contrived to restore him, and then he assumed a new name and left London. But how came you to know all this? Oh, it came to us, as many things usually do, in a very extraordinary manner, and in a manner that appears most singular and out of the way, but such it was. The executioner, who was the means of his being restored, or one of them, wished to turn him to account, and used to draw a yearly sum of money from him as hush money to induce them to keep the secret, else the fact of his having escaped punishment would subject him to a repetition of the same punishment, when, of course, a little more care would be taken that he did not escape a second time. I dare say not. Well, you see, Varney, or rather Beecham, was to pay a heavy sum to this man to keep him quiet, and to permit him to enjoy the life he had so strangely become possessed of. I see, said Holland. Well, this man, Montgomery, had always some kind of suspicion that Varney would murder him. Murder him! And be the means of saving his life. Surely he could not be so bad as that. Why, you see, sir, this hangman drew a heavy sum yearly from him, thus making him only a mine of wealth to himself. This, no doubt, would rankle in the other's heart, to think he should be so beset, and hold life upon such terms. I see, now. Yes, and then came the consideration that he did not do it from any good motive, merely a selfish one, and he was consequently under no obligation to him for what he had done. Besides, self-preservation might urge him on, and tell him to do the deed. However that may be, Montgomery dreaded it, and was resolved to punish the deed if he could not prevent it. He, therefore, left general orders with his wife. Whenever he went on a journey to Varney, if he should be gone beyond a certain time, she was to open a certain drawer, and take out a sealed packet to the magistrate at the chief office, who would attend to it. He has been missing, and his wife did as she was desired, and now we have found what he there mentioned to be true. But now, sir, I have satisfied you and explained to you why we intruded upon you. We must now leave and seek for him elsewhere. It is most extraordinary, and that is the reason why his complexion is so singular. Very likely. They poured out some wine, which was handed to the officers, who drank and then quitted the house, leaving the inmates in a state of stupefaction from surprise and amazement at what they had heard from the officers. There was a strange feeling came over them when they recollected the many occurrences they had witnessed, and even the explanation of the officers. It seemed as if some mist had enveloped objects and rendered them indistinct, but which was fast rising, and they were becoming plainer and more distinct every moment in which they were regarded. There was a long pause, and Flora was about to speak, when suddenly there came the sound of a footstep across the garden. It was slow but unsteady, and paused between whiles until it came close beneath the windows. They remained silent, and then someone was heard to climb up the rails of the veranda, and then the curtains were thrust aside, but not till after the person outside had paused to ascertain who was there. Then the curtains were opened, and the visage of Sir Francis Varney appeared, much altered, in fact, completely worn and exhausted. It was useless to deny it, but he looked ghastly, terrific. His singular visage was as pallid as death, his eyes almost protruding, his mouth opened, and his breathing short and labored in the extreme. He climbed over with much difficulty, and staggered into the room, and would have spoken, but he could not, but fell senseless upon the floor, utterly exhausted and motionless. There was a long pause, and each one present looked at each other, and then they gazed upon the inanimate body of Sir Francis Varney, which lay supine and senseless in the middle of the floor. The importance of the document, said to be on the dead body, was such that it would admit of no delay before it was obtained, and the party determined that it should be commenced instanter. Lost time would be an object to them, too much haste could hardly be made, and now came the question of, should it be tonight, or not? Certainly, said Henry Bannerworth, the sooner we can get it, the sooner all doubt and distress will be at an end, and, considering the turn of events, that will be desirable for all our sakes. Besides, we know not what unlucky accident may happen to deprive us of what is so necessary. There can be none, said Mr. Chillingworth, but there is this to be said, this has been such an eventful history, that I cannot say what might or what might not happen. We may as well go this very night, said Charles Holland. I give my vote for an immediate exhumation of the body. The night is somewhat stormy, but nothing more. The moon is up, and there will be plenty of light. And rain, said the doctor. Little or none, said Charles Holland. A few gusts of wind now and then drive a few heavy plashes of rain against the windows, and that gives a fearful sound, which is, in fret, nothing, when you have to encounter it. But you will go, doctor? Yes, most certainly. We must have some tools. Those may be had from the garden, said Henry. Tools for the exhumation, you mean? Yes, pickaxe, mattocks, and a crowbar, a lantern, and so forth, said the doctor. You see, I am at home in this. The fact is, I have had more than one affair of this kind on my hands before now, and whilst a student I have had more than one adventure of a strange character. I dare say, doctor, said Charles Holland, you have some sad pranks to answer for. You don't think of it then, only when you find them accumulated in a heap, so that you shall not be able to escape them, because they come over your senses when you sleep at night. No, no, said Chillingworth, you are mistaken in that. I have long since settled all my accounts of that nature. Besides, I never took a dead body out of a grave but in the name of science, and never for my own profit, seeing I never sold one in my life, or got anything by it. That is not the fact, said Henry. You know, doctor, you improved your own talents and knowledge. Yes, yes, I did. Well, but you profited by such improvements? Well, granted, I did. How much more did the public not benefit then, said the doctor, with a smile. Ah, well, we won't argue the question, said Charles, only it strikes me that the doctor could never have been a doctor if he had not determined upon following a profession. There may be a little truth in that, said Chillingworth, but now we had better quit the house, and make the best of our way to the spot where the unfortunate man lies buried in his unhallowed grave. Come with me into the garden, said Henry Bannerworth. We shall there be able to suit ourselves to what is required. I have a couple of lanterns. One is enough, said Chillingworth. We had better not burden ourselves more than we are obliged to do, and we shall find enough to do with the tools. Yes, they are not light, and the distance is by far too great to make walking agreeable and easy. The wind blows strong, and the rain appears to be coming up afresh, and, by the time we have done, we shall find the ground will become slippy and bad for walking. Can we have a conveyance? No, no, said the doctor. We could, but we must trouble the turnpike man. Besides, there is a shorter way across some fields, which will be better and safer. Well, well, said Charles Holland, I do not mind which way it is, as long as you are satisfied yourselves. The horse and cart would have settled it all better, and done it quicker, besides carrying the tools. Very true, said the doctor. All that is not without its weight, and you shall choose which way you would have it done. For my part, I am persuaded the expedition on foot is to be preferred for 2 reasons. And what are they? The first is, we cannot obtain a horse and cart without giving some detail as to what you want it for, which is awkward, on account of the hour. Moreover, you could not get one at this moment in time. That ought to settle the argument, said Henry Bannerworth. An impossibility, under the circumstances, at once is a clincher, and one that may be allowed to have some weight. You may say that, said Charles. Besides which, you must go a greater distance, and that, too, along the main road, which is objectionable. Then we are agreed, said Charles Holland, and the sooner we are off the better. The night grows more and more gloomy every hour, and more inclement. It will serve our purpose the better, said Chillingworth. What we do, we may as well do now. Come with me to the garden, said Henry, and we will take the tools. We can go out the back way, that will preclude any observation being made. They all now left the apartment, wrapped up in great overcoats, to secure themselves against the weather, and also for the purpose of concealing themselves from any chance passenger. In the garden they found the tools they required, and having chosen them, they took a lantern, with the mean of getting a light when they got to their journey's end, which they would do in less than an hour. After having duly inspected the state of their efficiency, they started away on their expedition. The night had turned gloomy and windy, heavy driving masses of clouds obscured the moon, which only now and then was to be seen when the clouds permitted her to peep out. At the same time, there were many drifting showers, which lasted but a few minutes, and then the clouds were carried forwards by some sudden gust of wind, so that, altogether, it was a most uncomfortable night as well could be imagined. However, there was no time to lose, and, under all circumstances, they could not have chosen a better night for their purpose than the one they had. Indeed, they could not desire another night to be on such a purpose. They spoke not while they were within sight of the houses, though at the distance of many yards, and, at the same time, there was a noise through the trees that would have carried their voices past every object, however close, but they would make assurance doubly sure. "I think we are fairly away now," said Henry, from all fear of being recognized. "To be sure you are. Who would recognize us now, if we were met?" "No one." "I should think not, and, moreover, there would be but small chance of any evil coming from it, even if it were to happen that we were to be seen and known. Nobody knows what we are going to do, and, if they did, there is no illegality in the question." "Certainly not, but we wish the matter to be quite secret, therefore, we don't wish to be seen by anyone while upon this adventure." "Exactly," said Chillingworth, "and, if you'll follow my guidance, you shall meet nobody." "We will trust you, most worthy doctor. What have you to say for our confidence?" "That you will find it is not misplaced." Just as the doctor had uttered the last sound, there came a hearty laugh upon the air, which, indeed, sounded but a few paces in advance of them. The wind blew towards them, and would, therefore, cause the sounds to come to them, but not to go away in the direction they were going. The whole party came to a sudden standstill. There was something so strange in hearing a laugh at that moment, especially as Chillingworth was, at that moment, boasting of his knowledge of the ground and the certainty of there meeting no one. "What is that?" inquired Henry. "Someone laughing, I think," said Chillingworth. "Of that there can be little or no doubt," said Charles Holland, "and, as people do not usually laugh by themselves so heartily, it may be presumed there are, at least, two." "No doubt of it. And, moreover, their purpose cannot be a very good one, at this hour of the night, and of such a night, too. I think we had better be cautious." "Hush! Follow me silently," said Henry. As he spoke, he moved cautiously from the spot where he stood, and, at the same time, he was followed by the whole party, until they came to the hedge which skirted a lane, in which were seated 3 men. They had a sort of tent erected, and now was hung upon a part of the hedge which was to windward of them, so that it sheltered them from wind and rain. Henry and Chillingworth both peeped over the bank, and saw them seated beneath this kind of canopy. They were shabby, gypsy-looking men, who might be something else, sheep-stealers, or horse-stealers, in fact, anything, even to beggars. "I say, Jack," said one, "it's no bottle tonight." "No, there's nobody about these parts tonight." "We are safe, and so are they." "Exactly. Besides, you see, those who do happen to be out are not worth talking to. No cash. None, not enough to pay turnpike for a walking slick, at the most. Besides, it does us no good to take a few shillings from a poor wretch, who has more in family than he has shillings in pocket." "Aye, you are right, quite right. I don't like it myself, I don't. Besides that, there's fresh risk in every man you stop, and these poor fellows will fight hard for a few shillings, and there is no knowing what an unlucky blow may do for a man." "That is very true. Has anything been done tonight?" "Nothing," said one. "Only 3 half-crowns," said the other. "That is the extent of the common purse tonight." "And I," said the third, "I have got a bottle of bad gin from the Cat and Cabbage Stump." "How did you manage it?" "Why, this way. I went in and had some beer, and you know I can give a long yarn when I want, but it wants only a little care to deceive these knowing countrymen, so I talked and talked, until they got quite chatty, and then I put the gin in my pocket." "Good. Well, then, the loaf and beef I took out of the safe as I came by, and I dare say they know they have lost it by this time. Yes, and so do we. I expect the gin will help to digest the beef, so we mustn't complain of the goods. No, give us another glass, Jim. Jim held the glass towards him, when the doctor, animated by the spirit of mischief, took a good-sized pebble and threw it into the glass, smashing it and spilling the contents. In a moment there was a change of scene. The men were all terrified and started to their feet, while a sudden gust of wind caused their light to go out. At the same time their tent cloth was thrown down by the wind and fell across their heads. "Come along," said the doctor. There was no need of saying so, for in a moment the three were as if animated by one spirit, and away they scudded across the fields with the speed of a racehorse. In a few minutes they were better than half a mile away from the spot. "In absence of all authentic information," said the doctor, speaking as well as he could, and blowing prodigiously between each word, as though he were fetching breath all the way from his heels, "I think we may conclude we are safe from them. We ought to thank our stars we came across them in the way we did. But, doctor, what in the name of heaven induced you to make such a noise, to frighten them, in fact, and to tell them someone was about?" They were too much terrified to tell whether it was 1 or 50. By this time they are out of the county. They knew what they were talking about. "And perhaps we may meet them on the road where we are going, thinking it a rare lonely spot where they can hide, and no chance of their being found out." "No," said the doctor, "they will not go to such a place. It has by far too bad a name for even such men as those to go near, much less stop in." "I can hardly think that," said Charles Holland, "for these fellows are too terrified for their personal safety to think of the superstitious fears with which a place may be regarded, and these men, in such a place as the one you speak of, they will be at home. Well, rather than be done, we must fight for it, and when you come to consider we have 1 pick and 2 shovels, we shall be in full force." "Well said, doctor. How far have we to go?" "Not more than 1/4 of a mile." They pursued their way through the fields and under the hedgerows until they came to a gate, where they stopped a while and began to consult and to listen. "A few yards up here, on the left," said the doctor. "I know the spot. Besides, there is a particular mark." "Now, then, are you all ready?" "Yes, all." "Here," said the doctor, pointing out the marks by which the spot might be recognized. "Here is the spot, and I think we shall not be half a foot out of our reckoning." "Then let us begin instanter," said Henry, as he seized hold of the pickaxe and began to loosen the earth by means of the sharp end. "That will do for the present," said Chillingworth. "Now let me and Charles take a turn with our shovels, and you will get on again presently. Throw the earth up on the bank in one heap, so that we can put it on again without attracting any attention to the spot by its being left in clods and uneven." "Exactly," said Henry, "else the body will be discovered." They began to shovel away, and continued to do so, after it had been picked up, working alternately, until at length Charles stuck his pickaxe into something soft, and upon pulling it up, he found it was the body. A dreadful odor now arose from the spot, and they were at no loss to tell where the body lay. The pickaxe had stuck into the deceased's ribs and clothing, and thus lifted it out of its place. "Here it is," said the doctor, "but I needn't tell you that. The charnel house smell is enough to convince you of the fact of where it is." "I think so. Just show a light upon the subject, doctor, and then we can see what we are about. Do you mind, doctor? You have the management of the lantern, you know?" Yes, said Chillingworth. "I see you have it. Don't be in a hurry, but do things deliberately and coolly. Whatever you do, you will not be so liable to make mistakes, or to leave anything undone. There will be nothing of any use to you here, doctor, in the way of dissection, for the flesh is one mass of decay." "What a horrible sight, to be sure." "It is, but hasten the search." "Well, I must, though, to confess the truth, I'd sooner handle anything than this. It is not the most pleasant thing in the world, for there is no knowing what may be the result, what creeping thing has made a home of it? Don't mention anything about it." Henry and Charles Holland now began to search the pockets of the clothes of the dead body, in one of which was something hard that felt like a parcel. "What have you got there?" said Chillingworth, as he held his lantern up so that the light fell upon the ghastly object that they were handling. "I think it is the prize," said Charles Holland, "but we have not got it out yet, though I dare say it won't be long first, if this wind will but hold good for about 5 minutes and keep the stench down." They now tore open the packet and pulled out the papers, which appeared to have been secreted upon his person. "Be sure there are none on any other part of the body," said Chillingworth, "because what you do now, you had better do well, and leave nothing to afterthought, because it is frequently impracticable." "The advice is good," said Henry, who made a second search, but found nothing. "We had better rebury him," said the doctor. "It had better be done cleanly." "Well, it is a sad hole for a last resting place, and yet I do not know that it matters. It is all a matter of taste, the fashion of the class, or the particular custom of the country." There was but little to be said against such an argument, though the custom of the age had caused them to look upon it more as a matter of feeling than in such a philosophical sense as that in which the doctor had put it. "Well, there he is now. Shovel the earth in, Charles," said Henry Bannerworth, as he himself set the example, which was speedily and vigorously followed by Charles Holland, when they were not long before the earth was thrown in and covered up with care, and trodden down so that it should not appear to be moved. "This will do, I think," said Henry. "Yes, it is not quite the same, but I dare say no one will try to make any discoveries in this place. Besides, if the rain continues to come down very heavy, why, it will wash much of it away, and it will make it look all alike." There was little inducement to hover about the spot, but Henry could not forbear holding up the papers to the light of the lantern to ascertain what they were. "Are they all right?" inquired the doctor. "Yes," replied Henry, "yes." "The Deerbrook estate." "Oh, yes, they are the papers I am in want of. It is singularly fortunate, at least, to be successful in securing them. I am very glad a living person has possession of them, else it would have been very difficult to have obtained it from them." "So it would, but now homeward is the word, doctor, and on my word there is reason to be glad, for the rain is coming on very fast now, and there is no moon at all. We had better step out." They did, for the three walked as fast as the nature of the soil would permit them, and the darkness of the night. Chapter 89 tells what became of the second vampire who sought Varney. We left the Hungarian nobleman swimming down the stream. He swam slowly, and used but little exertion in doing so. He appeared to use his hands only as a means of assistance. The stream carried him onwards, and he aided himself so far that he kept the middle of the stream and floated along. Where the stream was broad and shallow, it sometimes left him a moment or two without being strong enough to carry him onwards. Then he would pause, as if gaining strength, and finally he would, when he had rested, and the water came a little faster and lifted him, make a desperate plunge and swim forward until he again came in deep water, and then he went slowly along with the stream as he supported himself. It was strange thus to see a man going down slowly and without any effort whatever, passing through shade and through moonlight, now lost in the shadow of the tall trees, and now emerging into that part of the stream which ran through meadows and cornfields, until the stream widened, and then, at length, a ferry house was to be seen in the distance. Then came the ferryman out of his hut to look upon the beautiful moonlight scene. It was cold, but pure and brilliantly light. The chaste moon was sailing through the heavens, and the stars diminished in their luster by the power of the luminous goddess of night. There was a small cottage, true, it was somewhat larger than was generally supposed by any casual observer who might look at it. The place was rambling, and built chiefly of wood, but in it lived the ferryman, his wife, and family. Among these was a young girl about 17 years of age, but, at the same time, very beautiful. They had been preparing their supper, and the ferryman himself walked out to look at the river and the shadows of the tall trees that stood on the hill opposite. While thus employed, he heard a plashing in the water, and on turning towards the quarter whence the sound proceeded for a few yards, he came to the spot where he saw the stranger struggling in the stream. "Good God," he muttered to himself, as he saw the struggle continued, "good God! He will sink and drown." As he spoke, he jumped into his boat and pushed it off, for the purpose of stopping the descent of the body down the stream, and in a moment or two it came near to him. He muttered, "Come, come, he tries to swim, life is not gone yet, he will do now, if I can catch hold of him." Swimming with one's face under the stream doesn't say much for his skill, though it may account for the fact that he don't cry out. As the drowning man neared, the ferryman held on by the boat hook, and stooping down, he seized the drowning man by the hair of the head, and then paused. After a time, he lifted him up, and placed him across the edge of the boat, and then, with some struggling of his own, he was rolled over into the boat. "You are safe now," muttered the ferryman. The stranger spoke not, but sat or leaned against the boat's head, sobbing and catching at his breath, and spitting off his stomach the water it might be presumed he had swallowed. The ferryman put back to the shore, when he paused, and secured his boat, and then pulled the stranger out, saying, "Do you feel any better now?" "Yes," said the stranger, "I feel I am living, thanks to you, my good friend. I owe you my life." "You are welcome to that," replied the ferryman. "It costs me nothing, and, as for my little trouble, I should be sorry to think of that, when a fellow being's life was in danger. You have behaved very well, and I can do little more now than thank you, for I have been robbed of all I possessed about me at the moment." "Oh, you have been robbed?" Truly, I have, and have been thrown into the water, and thus I have been nearly murdered." "It is lucky you escaped from them without further injury," said the ferryman, "but come indoors, you must be mad to stand here in the cold." "Thank you, your hospitality is great, and, at this moment, of the greatest importance to me." "Such as we have," said the honest ferryman, "you shall be welcome to. Come in, come in." He turned round and led the way to the house, which he entered, saying, as he opened the small door that led into the main apartment, where all the family were assembled, waiting for the almost only meal they had had that day, for the ferryman had not the means, before the sun had set, of sending for food, and then it was a long way before it could be found, and then it was late before they could get it. "Wife, we have a stranger to sleep with us tonight, and for whom we must prepare a bed." "A stranger," echoed the wife, "a stranger, and we so poor." "Yes, one whose life I have saved, and who was nearly drowned. We cannot refuse hospitality upon such an occasion as that, you know, wife." The wife looked at the stranger as he entered the room, and sat down by the fire. "I am sorry," he said, "to intrude upon you, but I will make you amends for the interruption and inconvenience I may cause you, but it is too late to apply elsewhere, and yet I am doubtful, if there were, whether I could go any further." "No, no," said the ferryman, "I am sure a man who has been beaten and robbed, and thrown into a rapid and, in some parts, deep stream, is not fit to travel at this time of night." "You are lonely about here," said the stranger, as he shivered by the fire. "Yes, rather, but we are used to it. You have a family, too, that must help to lighten the hours away, and help you over the long evenings. So you may think, stranger, and, at times, so it is, but when food runs short, it is a long while to daylight, before any more money can be had. To be sure, we have fish in the river, and we have what we can grow in the garden, but these are not all the wants that we feel, and those others are sometimes pinching. However, we are thankful for what we have, and complain but little when we can get no more, but sometimes we do repine, though I cannot say we ought, but I am merely relating the fact, whether it be right or wrong." "Exactly. How old is your daughter?" "She is 17 come All Hallows Eve." "That is not far hence," said the stranger. "I hope I may be in this part of the country, and I think I shall. I will on that eve pay you a visit, not one on which I shall be a burden to you, but one more useful to you, and more consonant to my character." "The future will tell us all about that," said the ferryman. "At present we will see what we can do, without complaining or taxing anybody." The stranger and the ferryman sat conversing for some time before the fire, and then the latter pointed out to him which was his bed, one made up near the fire, for the sake of its warmth, and then the ferryman retired to the next room, a place which was merely divided by an imperfect partition. However, they all fell soundly asleep. The hours on that day had been longer than usual. There was not that buoyancy of spirit. When they retired, they fell off into a heavy, deep slumber. From this they were suddenly aroused by loud cries and piercing screams from one of the family. So loud and shrill were the cries that they all started up, terrified and bewildered beyond measure, unable to apply their faculties to any one object. "Help! Help! Father! Help!" shrieked the voice of the young girl whom we have before noticed. The ferryman jumped up and rushed to the spot where his daughter lay. "Fanny," he said, "Fanny, what ails thee? What ails thee? Tell me, my dear child." "Oh," she exclaimed, almost choked, "oh, father! Are we all alone? I am terrified. What ails thee? What ails thee? Tell me what caused you to scream out in such a manner." That is I, father, thought, but no, I am sure it was reality." "Where is the stranger?" A light, shouted the fisherman. In another moment a light was brought him, and he discovered the stranger reclining in his bed, but awake and looking around him as if in the utmost amazement. "What has happened?" he said. "What has happened?" "That is more than I know as yet," the man replied. "Come, Fanny," he added, "tell me what it is you fear. What caused you to scream out in that dreadful manner?" "Oh, father, the vampire." "Great God! What do you mean, Fanny, by that?" "I hardly know, father. I was fast asleep when I thought I felt something in my throat, but being very sound asleep, I did not immediately awake. Presently I felt the sharp pain of teeth being driven into the flesh of my neck. I awoke and found the vampire at his repast. Oh, God! Oh, God! What shall I do?" "Stay, my child, let us examine the wound," said the fisherman, and he held the candle to the spot where the vampire's teeth had been applied. There, sure enough, were teeth marks, such as a human being's would make were they applied, but no blood had been drawn therefrom. Come, Fanny, so far, by divine providence, you are not injured. Another moment, and the mischief would have been done entire and complete, and you would have been his victim." Then turning to the stranger, he said, "You have had some hand in this. No human being but you could come into this place. The cottage door is secured. You must be the vampire." "I." "Yes, who else could?" "I, as heaven's my judge, but there, it's useless to speak of it. I have not been out of my bed. In this place, dark as it is, and less used to darkness than you, I could not even find my way about. It is impossible." "Get out of your bed, and let me feel," said the ferryman, peremptorily. "Get out, and I will soon tell." The stranger arose, and began to dress himself, and the ferryman immediately felt the bed on which he had been lying, but it was ice cold, so cold that he started upon his legs in an instant, exclaiming with vehemence, "It is you, vile wretch, that has attempted to steal into the cottage of the poor man, and then to rob him of his only child, and that child of her heart's blood, base ingrate. My friend, you are wrong, entirely wrong. I am not the creature you believe me. I have slept, and slept soundly, and awoke not until your daughter screamed. Scoundrel, liar, base wretch! You shall not remain alive to injure those who have but one life to lose." As he spoke, the ferryman made a desperate rush at the vampire and seized him by the throat, and a violent struggle ensued, in which the superior strength of the ferryman prevailed, and he brought his antagonist to the earth, at the same time bestowing upon him some desperate blows. "Thou shalt go to the same element from which I took thee," said the ferryman, "and there swim or sink as thou wilt until someone shall drag thee ashore, and when they do, may they have a better return than I." As he spoke, he dragged along the stranger by main force until they came to the bank of the river, and then pausing, to observe the deepest part, he said, "Here, then, you shall go." The vampire struggled, and endeavored to speak, but he could not. The grasp at his throat prevented all attempts at speech, and then, with a sudden exertion of his strength, the ferryman lifted the stranger up, and heaved him some distance into the river. Then in deep water sank the body. The ferryman watched for some moments, and farther down the stream he saw the body again rise upon the current and struggling slightly, as for life, now whirled around and around, and then carried forward with the utmost velocity. This continued as far as the moonlight enabled the ferryman to see, and then, with a slow step and clouded brow, he returned to his cottage, which he entered, and closed the door. Chapter 90. Dr. Chillingworth at the halt, the encounter of mystery, the conflict, the rescue, and the picture. There have been many events that have passed rapidly in this our narrative, but more have yet to come before we can arrive at that point which will clear up much that appears to be most mysterious and unaccountable. Dr. Chillingworth, but ill satisfied with the events that had yet taken place, determined once more upon visiting the hall, and there to attempt a discovery of something respecting the mysterious apartment in which so much has already taken place. He communicated his design to no one. He resolved to prosecute the inquiry alone. He determined to go there and await whatever might turn up in the shape of events. He would not for once take any companion. Such adventures were often best prosecuted alone. They were most easily brought to something like an explanatory position. One person can often consider matters more coolly than more. At all events, there is more secrecy than under any other circumstances. Perhaps this often is of greater consequence than many others, and, moreover, when there is more than one, something is usually overdone. Where one adventurous individual will rather draw back in a pursuit, more than one would induce them to urge each other on. In fact, one in such a case could act the part of a spy, a secret observer, and in that case can catch people at times when they could not under any other circumstances be caught or observed at all. "I will go," he muttered, "and should I be compelled to run away again, why, nobody knows anything about it and nobody will laugh at me." This was all very well, but Mr. Chillingworth was not the man to run away without sufficient cause. But there was so much mystery in all this that he felt much interested in the issue of the affair. But this issue he could not command. At the same time he was determined to sit and watch, and thus become certain that either something or nothing was to take place. Even the knowledge of that much, that some inexplicable action was still going on, was far preferable to the uncertainty of not knowing whether what had once been going on was still so or not, because, if it had ceased, it was probable that nothing more would ever be known concerning it, and the mystery would still be a mystery to the end of time. "It shall be fathomed if there be any possibility of its being discovered," muttered Chillingworth. Who would have thought that so quiet and orderly a spot as this, our quiet village, would have suffered so much commotion and disturbance? Far from every cause of noise and strife, it is quite as great a matter of mystery as the vampire business itself. I have been so mixed up in this business that I must go through with it. By the way, of the mysteries, the greatest that I have met with is the fact of the vampire having anything to do with so quiet a family as the Bannerworths. Mr. Chillingworth pondered over the thought, but yet he could make nothing of it. It in no way tended to elucidate anything connected with the affair, and it was much too strange and singular in all its parts to be submitted to any process of thought, with any hope of coming to anything like a conclusion upon the subject, that must remain until some facts were ascertained, and to obtain them Mr. Chillingworth now determined to try. This was precisely what was most desirable in the present state of affairs. While things remained in the present state of uncertainty, there would be much more of mystery than could ever be brought to light. One or two circumstances cleared up, the minor ones would follow in the same train, and they would be explained by the others, and if ever that happy state of things were to come about, why, then there would be a perfect calm in the town. As Mr. Chillingworth was going along, he thought he observed two men sitting inside a hedge, close to a hayrick, and thinking neither of them had any business there, he determined to listen to their conversation, and ascertain if it had any evil tendency, or whether it concerned the late event. Having approached near the gate, and they being on the other side, he got over without any noise, and, unperceived by either of them, crept close up to them. "So you haven't long come from sea?" "No, I have just landed." "How is it you have thrown aside your seaman's clothes and taken to these?" "Just to escape being found out." "Found out? What do you mean by that? Have you been up to anything?" "Yes, I have, Jack. I have been up to something, worse luck to me, but I'm not to be blamed either." "What is it all about?" inquired his companion. "I always thought you were such a steady-going old file that there was no going out of the even path with you. Nor would there have been, but for one simple circumstance." "What was that?" "I will tell you, Jack, I will tell you. You will never betray me, I am sure." "Never, by heavens." "Well, then, listen, it was this. I had been some time aboard our vessel. I had sailed before, but the captain never showed any signs of being a bad man, and I was willing enough to sail with him again. He knew I was engaged to a young woman in this country, and that I was willing to work hard to save money to make up a comfortable home for us both, and that I would not sail again, but that I intended to remain ashore and make up my mind to a shore life." "Well, you would have a house then?" "Exactly, and that's what I wish to do." "Well, I made a small venture in the cargo, and thought, by so doing, that I should have a chance of realizing a sum of money that would put us both in a comfortable line of business. Well, we went on very smoothly until we were coming back. We had disposed of the cargo, and I have received some money, and this seemed to cause our captain to hate me, because I had been successful, but I thought there was something else in it than that, but I could not tell what it was that made him so intolerably cross and tyrannous. Well, I found out, at length, he knew my intended wife. He knew her very well, and at the same time he made every effort he could to induce me to commit some act of disobedience and insubordination, but I would not, for it seemed to me he was trying all he could to prevent my doing my duty with anything like comfort. However, I learned the cause of all this afterwards. It was told me by one of the crew. "Bill," said my mate, "look out for yourself." "What's in the wind?" said I. "Only the captain has made a dead set at you, and you'll be a lucky man if you escape." "What's it all about?" said I. "I cannot understand what he means." "I have done nothing wrong. I don't see why I should suddenly be treated in this way." "It's all about your girl, Bill." "Indeed," said I. "What can that have to do with the captain? He knows nothing of her." "Oh, yes, he does," he said. "If it were not for you he would have the girl himself." "I see now," said I. "Aye, and so can a blind man if you open his eyes, but he wants to make you do wrong, to goad you on to do something that will give him the power of disgracing you, and, perhaps, of punishing you." "He won't do that," said I. "I am glad to hear you say so, Bill, for, to my mind, he has made up his mind to go the whole length against you. I can't make it out, unless he wishes you were dead." "I dare say he does," said I, "but I will take care I will live to exact a reckoning when he comes ashore." "That is the best, and when we are paid off, Bill, if you will take it out of him, and pay him off, why, I don't care if I lend you a hand." "We'll say more about that, Dick," said I, "when we get ashore and are paid off. If we are overheard now, it will be said that we're conspiring, or committing mutiny, or something of that sort." "You are right, Bill," he said, "you are right. We'll say no more about this now, but you may reckon upon me when we are no longer under his orders. Then there's no danger, you know." Well, we said nothing about this, but I thought of it, and I had cause enough, too, to think of it, for each day the captain grew more and more tyrannous and brutal. I knew not what to do, but kept my resolution of doing my duty in spite of all he could do, though I don't mind admitting I had more than one mind to kill him and myself afterwards. However, I contrived to hold out for another week or two, and then we came into port and were released from his tyranny. I got paid off, and then I met my messmate, and we had some talk about the matter. "The worst of it is," said I, "we shall have some difficulty to catch him, and, if we can, I'll be sworn we shall give him enough to last him for at least a voyage or two." "He ought to have it smart," said my messmate, "and I know where he is to be found." "Do you? At what hour?" "Late at night, when he may be met with as he comes from a house where he spends his evenings. That will be the best time in the world, when we shall have less interference than at any other time in the day. But we'll have a turn tonight if you will be with me, as he will be able to make too good a defense to one. It will be a fight, and not a chastisement." "It will." "I will be with you, you know where to meet me." "I shall be at the old spot at the usual time, and then we will go." We parted, and, in the evening, we both went together, and sought the place where we should find him out, and set upon him to advantage. He was nearly 2 hours before he came, but when he did come, we saluted him with a rap on the head that made him hold his tongue, and then we set to, and gave him such a tremendous drubbing that we left him insensible, but he was soon taken away by some watchmen, and we heard that he was doing well, but he was dreadfully beaten. Indeed, it would take him some weeks before he could be about in his duties. He was fearfully enraged, and offered £50 reward to anyone who could give him information as to who it was that assaulted him. I believe he had a pretty good notion of who it was, but he could not swear to me, but still, seeing he was busying himself too much about me, I at once walked away, and went on my way to another part of the country. To get married? Aye, and to get into business. Then, things are not quite so bad as I thought for at first. No, not so bad, but what they might have been worse a great deal, only I cannot go to sea any more, that's quite certain. You needn't regret that. I don't know. Why not know? Are you not going to be married? Ain't that much better? I can't say, replied the sailor. There's no knowing how my bargain may turn out. If she does well, why, then the cruising is over, but nothing short of that will satisfy me, for if my wife is at all not what I wish her to be, why, I shall be off to sea. I don't blame you either. I would do so too, if it were possible, but you see, we can't do so well on land as you do at sea. We can be followed about from pillar to post, and no bounds set to our persecution. That's true enough, said the other. We can cut and run when we have had enough of it. However, I must get to the village, as I shall sleep there tonight, if I find my quarters comfortable enough. Come on, then, at once, said his companion. It's getting dark now, and you have no time to lose. These two now got up, and walked away towards the village, and Chillingworth arose also, and pursued his way towards the hall, while he remarked to himself, Well, they have nothing to do with that affair at all events. By the by, I wonder what amount of females are deserted in the Navy. They certainly have an advantage over landsmen in the respect of being tied to tiresome partners. They can, at least, for a season, get a release from their troubles, and be free at sea. However, Mr. Chillingworth got to the hall, and unobserved, for he had been especially careful not to be seen. He had watched on all sides, and no signs of a solitary human being had he seen that could in any way make the slightest observation upon him. Indeed, he had sheltered himself from observation at every point of his road, especially so when near Bannerworth Hall, where there were plenty of corners to enable him to do so, and when he arrived there, he entered at the usual spot, and then sat down a few moments in the bower. I will not sit here, he muttered. I will go and have a watch at that mysterious picture. There is the center of attraction, be it what it may." As he spoke, he arose and walked into the house, and entered the same apartment which has been so often mentioned to the reader. Here he took a chair, and sat down full before the picture, and began to contemplate it. Well, for a good likeness, I cannot say I ever saw anything more unprepossessing. I am sure such a countenance as that could never have won a female heart. Surely it is more calculated to terrify the imagination than to soothe the affections of the timid and shrinking female. However, I will have an inspection of the picture, and see if I can make anything of it." As he spoke, he put his hand upon the picture with the intention of removing it, when it suddenly was thrust open, and a man stepped down. The doctor was for a moment completely staggered. It was so utterly unexpected, and he stepped back a pace or two in the first emotion of his surprise, but this soon passed by, and he prepared to close with his antagonist, which he did without speaking a word. There was a fair struggle for more than 2 or 3 minutes, during which the doctor struggled and fought most manfully, but it was evident that Mr. Chillingworth had met with a man who was his superior in point of strength, for he not only withstood the utmost force that Chillingworth could bring against him, but maintained himself, and turned his strength against the doctor. Chillingworth panted with exertion, and found himself gradually losing ground, and was upon the point of being thrown down at the mercy of his adversary, who appeared to be inclined to take all advantages of him, when an occurrence happened that altered the state of affairs altogether. While they were struggling, the doctor borne partially to the earth, but yet struggling, suddenly his antagonist released his hold, and staggered back a few paces. "There, you swab, take that. I am yardarm and yardarm with you, you piratical-looking craft, you lubberly, buccaneering son of a fish-fag." Before, however, Jack Pringle, for it was he who came so opportunely to the rescue of Dr. Chillingworth, could find time to finish the sentence, he found himself assailed by the very man who, but a minute before, he had, as he thought, placed hors de combat. A desperate fight ensued, and the stranger made the greatest efforts to escape with the picture, but found he could not get off without a desperate struggle. He was, at length, compelled to relinquish the hope of carrying that off, for both Mr. Chillingworth and Jack Pringle were engaged hand to hand, but the stranger struck Jack so heavy a blow on the head that made him reel a few yards, and then he escaped through the window, leaving Jack and Mr. Chillingworth masters of the field, but by no means unscathed by the conflict in which they had been engaged. Chapter 91. The grand consultation broken up by Mrs. Chillingworth, and the disappearance of Varney. Remarkable was the change that had taken place in the circumstances of the Bannerworth family. From a state of great despondency, and, indeed, absolute poverty, they had suddenly risen to comfort and independence. It seemed as if the clouds that had obscured their destiny had now, with one accord, dissipated, and that a brighter day was dawning. Not only had the circumstances of mental terror which had surrounded them given way in a great measure to the light of truth and reflection, but those pecuniary distresses which had pressed upon them for a time were likewise passing away, and it seemed probable that they would be in a prosperous condition. The acquisition of the title deeds of the estate, which they thought had passed away from the family forever, became to them, in their present circumstances, an immense acquisition, and brought to their minds a feeling of great contentment. Many persons in their situation would have been extremely satisfied at having secured so strong an interest in the mind of the old admiral, who was very wealthy, and who, from what he had already said and done, no doubt fully intended to provide handsomely for the Bannerworth family. And not only had they this to look forward to, if they had chosen to regard it as an advantage, but they knew that by the marriage of Flora with Charles Holland she would have a fortune at her disposal, while he, Charles, would be the last man in the world to demur any reasonable amount of it being lavished upon her mother and her brothers. But all this did not suit the high and independent spirit of Henry Bannerworth. He was one who would rather have eaten the dust that he procured for himself by some meritorious exertion than have feasted on the most delicate viands placed before him from the resources of another. But now that he knew this small estate, the title deeds of which had been so singularly obtained, had once really belonged to the family, but had been risked and lost at the gaming table, he had no earthly scruple in calling such property again his own. As to the large sum of money which Sir Francis Varney in his confessions had declared to have found its way into the possession of Marmaduke Bannerworth, Henry did not expect, and scarcely wished to become possessed of wealth through so tainted a source. "No," he said to himself frequently, "no, I care not if that wealth be never forthcoming, which was so badly got possession of. Let it sink into the earth, if, indeed, it be buried there, or let it rot in some unknown corner of the old mansion. I care not for it." In this view of the case he was not alone, for a family more unselfish, or who cared so little for money, could scarcely have been found, but Admiral Bell and Charles Holland argued now that they had a right to the amount of money which Marmaduke Bannerworth had hidden somewhere, and the old Admiral reasoned upon it rather ingeniously, for he said, "I suppose you don't mean to dispute that the money belongs to somebody, and in that case I should like to know who else it belonged to, if not to you? How do you get over that, Master Henry?" "I don't attempt to get over it at all," said Henry. "All I say is, that I do dislike the whole circumstances connected with it, and the manner in which it was come by, and, now that we have a small independence, I hope it will not be found. But, Admiral, we are going to hold a family consultation as to what we shall do, and what is to become of Varney. He has convinced me of his relationship to our family, and, although his conduct has certainly been extremely equivocal, he has made all the amends in his power, and now, as he is getting old, I do not like to throw him upon the wide world for a subsistence." "You don't contemplate," said the Admiral, "letting him remain with you, do you?" "No, that would be objectionable for a variety of reasons, and I could not think of it for a moment." "I should think not. The idea of sitting down to breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper with a vampire, and taking your grog with a fellow that sucks other people's blood. Really, Admiral, you do not really still cling to the idea that Sir Francis Varney is a vampire?" "I really don't know. He clings to it himself, that's all I can say, and I think, under those circumstances, I might as well give him the benefit of his own proposition, and suppose that he is a vampire." "Really, Uncle," said Charles Holland, "I did think that you had discarded the notion." "Did you?" "I have been thinking of it, and it ain't so desirable to be a vampire, I am sure, that anyone should pretend to it who is not, therefore, I take the fellow upon his own showing. He is a vampire in his own opinion, and so I don't see, for the life of me, why he should not be so in ours." "Well," said Henry, waiving all that, "where would you do with him?" "Circumstances seem to have thrown him completely at our mercy." "Where would you do with him, and what is to become of him for the future?" "I'll tell you what I'll do," said the Admiral. "If he were 10 times a vampire, there is some good in the fellow, and I will give him enough to live upon if he will go to America and spend it. They will take good care there that he sucks no blood out of them, for, although an American would always rather lose a drop of blood than $1, they keep a pretty sharp lookout upon both." "The proposal can be made to him," said Henry, "at all events. It is one which I don't dislike, and probably one that he would embrace at once, because he seems, to me, to have completely done with ambition, and to have abandoned those projects concerning which, at one time, he took such a world of trouble." "Don't ye trust to that," said the Admiral. "What's bred in the bone don't so easily get out of the flesh, and once or twice, when Master Varney has been talking, I have seen those odd-looking eyes of his flash up for a moment, as if he were quite ready to begin his old capers again, and alarm the whole countryside." "I must confess," said Charles Holland, "that I myself have had the impression once or twice that Varney was only subdued for a time, and that, with a proper amount of provocation, he would become again a very serious fellow, and to the fullest troublesome as he has been." "Do you doubt his sincerity?" said Henry. "No, I do not do that, Henry. I think Varney fully means what he says, but I think, at the same time, that he has for so long led a strange, wild, and reckless life, that he will find it very far from easy, if indeed possible, to shake off his old habits and settle down quietly, if not to say comfortably. I regret, said Henry, that you have such an impression, but, while I do so, I cannot help admitting that it is, to a considerable extent, no more than a reasonable one, and perhaps, after all, my expectation that Varney will give us no more trouble only amounts to a hope that he will not do so, and nothing more. But let us consider, there seems to be some slight difference of opinion among us, as to whether we should take up our residence at this new house of ours, which we did not know we owned, at Deerbrook, or proceed to London, and there establish ourselves, or again return to Bannerworth Hall, and, by a judicious expenditure of some money, make that a more habitable place than it has been for the last 20 years. Now, I'll tell you what, said the Admiral, I would do. It's quite out of the question for anybody to live long unless they see a ship, don't you think so, Miss Flora? Why, how can you ask Flora such a question, Uncle, said Charles Holland, when you know she don't care a straw about ships, and only looks upon admirals as natural curiosities. Excepting one, said Flora, and he is an admiral who is natural but no curiosity, unless it be that you can call him such because he is so just and generous, and, as for ships, who can help admiring them, and if Admiral Bell proposes that we live in some pleasant marine villa by the sea-coast, he shall have my vote and interest for the proceeding. Bravo! Huzzah! Cried the Admiral. I tell you what it is, Master Charlie, you horse marine, I have a great mind to cut you out, and have Miss Flora myself. Don't, Uncle, said Charles, that would be so very cruel, after she has promised me so faithfully. How do you suppose I should like it? Come now, be merciful. At this moment, and before anyone could make another remark, there came rather a sharp ring at the garden gate bell, and Henry exclaimed, That's Mr. Chillingworth, and I am glad he has come in time to join our conference. His advice is always valuable, and, moreover, I rather think he will bring us some news worth the hearing. The one servant who they had to wait upon them looked into the room, and said, If you please, here is Mrs. Chillingworth. Mistress? You mean Mr. No, it is Mrs. Chillingworth and her baby. The devil, said the Admiral, what can she want? I'll come and let you know, said Mrs. Chillingworth, what I want, and she darted into the room past the servant. I'll soon let you know, you great sea crab. I want my husband, and what with your vampire, and one thing and another, I haven't had him at home an hour for the past 3 weeks. What am I to do? There is all his patients getting well as fast as they can without him, and, when they find that out, do you think they will take any more filthy physic? No, to be sure not, people ain't such fools as to do anything of the sort. I'll tell you what we will do, ma'am, said the Admiral, we'll all get ill at once, on purpose to oblige ye, and I'll begin by having the measles. You are an old porpoise, and I believe it all owing to you that my husband neglects his wife and family. What's vampires to him, I should like to know, that he should go troubling about them? I never heard of vampires taking draughts and pills. No, nor anybody else that had the sense of a goose, said the Admiral, but if it's your husband you want, ma'am, it's no use your looking for him here, for here he is not. Then where is he? He is running after some of your beastly vampires somewhere, I'll be bound, and you know where to send for him. Then you are mistaken, for, indeed, we don't. We want him ourselves, ma'am, and can't find him, that's the fact. It's all very well talking, sir, but if you were a married woman, with a family about you, and the last at the breast, you'd feel very different from what you do now. I'm if I don't suppose I should, said the Admiral, but as for the last, ma'am, I'd soon settle that. I'd wring its neck, and shove it overboard. You would, you brute? It's quite clear to me you never had a child of your own. Mrs. Chillingworth, said Henry, I think you have no right to complain to us of your domestic affairs. Where your husband goes, and what he does, is at his own will and pleasure, and, really, I don't see that we are to be made answerable as to whether he is at home or abroad, to say nothing of the bad taste, and bad taste it most certainly is, of talking of your private affairs to other people." "Oh, dear," said Mrs. Chillingworth, "that's your idea, is it, you whiskered puppy?" "Really, madam, I cannot see what my being destitute of whiskers has to do with the affair, and I am inclined to think my opinion is quite as good without them as with them." "I will speak," said Flora, "to the doctor when I see him." "Will you, Miss Doll's-Eyes?" "Oh, dear me!" "You'll speak to the doctor, will you?" "What on earth do you want?" said Henry. "For your husband's sake, whom we all respect, we wish to treat you with every imaginable civility, but we tell you, candidly, that he is not here, and, therefore, we cannot conceive what more you can require of us." "Oh, it's a row," said the Admiral, "that's what she wants, woman-like. D bit do they care what it's about as long as there's a disturbance. And now, ma'am, will you sit down and have a glass of grog?" "No, I will not sit down, and all I can say is, that I look upon this place as a den full of snakes and reptiles. That's my opinion, so I'll not stay any longer, but, wishing that great judgments may some day come home to you all, and that you may know what it is to be a mother, with 5 babies, and 1 at the breast, I despise you all and leave you." So saying, Mrs. Chillingworth walked from the place, feeling herself highly hurt and offended at what had ensued, and they were compelled to let her go just as she was, without giving her any information, for they had a vivid recollection of the serious disturbance she had created on a former occasion, when she had actually headed a mob for the purpose of hunting out Varney the Vampire from Bannerworth Hall, and putting an end consequently, as she considered, to that set of circumstances which kept the doctor so much from his house, to the great detriment of a not very extensive practice. "After all," said Flora, "Mrs. Chillingworth, although she is not the most refined person in the world, is to be pitied." "What?" cried the Admiral. "Miss Doll's-Eyes, are you taking her part?" "Oh, that's nothing. She may call me what she likes." "I believe she is a good wife to the doctor," said Henry, notwithstanding his little eccentricities. "But suppose we now at once make the proposal we were thinking of to Sir Francis Varney, and so get him to leave England as quickly as possible and put an end to the possibility of his being any more trouble to anybody." "Agreed. It's the best thing that can be done, and it will be something gained to get his consent at once." "I'll run upstairs to him," said Charles, "and call him down at once." I scarcely doubt for a moment his acquiescence in the proposal. Charles Holland rose, and ran up the little staircase of the cottage to the room which, by the kindness of the Bannerworth family, had been devoted to the use of Varney. He had not been gone above 2 minutes, when he returned, hastily, with a small scrap of paper in his hand, which he laid before Henry, saying, "There, what think you of that?" Henry, upon taking up the paper, saw written upon it the words, "The farewell of Varney the Vampire." "He is gone," said Charles Holland. "The room is vacant." I saw at a glance that he had removed his hat and cloak and all that belonged to him. "He's off, and at so short a warning, and in so abrupt a manner, that I fear the worst." "What can you fear?" "I scarcely know what, but we have a right to fear everything and anything from his most inexplicable being, whose whole conduct has been of that mysterious nature as to put him past all calculation as regards his motives, his objects, or his actions. I must confess that I would have hailed his departure from England with feelings of satisfaction, but what he means now, by this strange maneuver, Heaven, and his own singular intellect, can alone divine." "I must confess," said Flora, "I should not at all have thought this of Varney. It seems to me as if something new must have occurred to him. Altogether, I do not feel any alarm concerning his actions as regards us. I am convinced of his sincerity, and, therefore, do not view with sensations of uneasiness this new circumstance, which appears at present so inexplicable, but for which we may get some explanation that will be satisfactory to us all. I cannot conceive, said Henry, what new circumstances could have occurred to produce this effect upon Varney. Things remain just as they were, and, after all, situated as he is, if any change had taken place in matters out of doors, I do not see how he could become acquainted with them, so that his leaving must have been a matter of mere calculation, or of impulse at the moment, heaven knows which, but can have nothing to do with actual information, because it is quite evident he could not get it. It is rather strange, said Charles Holland, that just as we were speculating upon the probability of his doing something of this sort, he should suddenly do it, and in this singular manner too. Oh, said the old Admiral, I told you I saw his eye, that was enough for me. I knew he would do something, as well as I know a mainmast from a chain cable. He can't help it, it's in the nature of the beast, and that's all you can say about it. Chapter 92. The Misadventure of the Doctor with the Picture. The situation of Dr. Chillingworth and Jack Pringle was not of that character that permitted much conversation or even congratulation. They were victors, it was true, and yet they had but little to boast of besides the victory. Victory is a great thing, it is like a gilded coat, it bewilders and dazzles. Nobody can say much when you are victorious. What a sound! And yet how much misery is there not hidden beneath it? This victory of the worthy doctor and his aide amounted to this: they were as they were before, without being any better, but much the worse, seeing they were so much buffeted that they could hardly speak, but sat for some moments opposite to each other, gasping for breath, and staring each other in the face without speaking. The moonlight came in through the window and fell upon the floor, and there were no sounds that came to disturb the stillness of the scene, nor any object that moved to cast a shadow upon the floor. All was still and motionless, save the two victors, who were much distressed and bruised. Well, said Jack Pringle, with a hearty execration, as he wiped his face with the back of his hand, saving your presence, Doctor, we are masters of the field, Doctor, but it's plaguey like capturing an empty bandbox after a hard fight. But we have got the picture, Jack, we have got the picture, you see, and that is something. I am sure we saved that. Well, that may be, and a pretty D-looking picture it is after all. Why, it's enough to frighten a lady into the sulks. I think it would be a very good thing if it were burned. Well, said the doctor, I would sooner see it burned than in the hands of that. What? Exclaimed Jack. I don't know, said Mr. Chillingworth, but thief I should say, for it was somewhat thief-like to break into another man's house and carry off the furniture. A pirate, a regular land shark. Something that is not the same as an honest man, Jack, but, at all events, we have beaten him back this time. Yes, said Jack, the ship's cleared. No company is better than bad company, Doctor. So it is, and yet it don't seem clear in terms. But, Jack, you hadn't come in time, I should have been but scurvily treated. He was too powerful for me, I was as nigh being killed as ever I have been, but you were just in time to save me. Well, he was a large, ugly fellow, sure enough, and looked like an old tree. Did you see him? Yes, to be sure I did. Well, I could not catch a glimpse of his features. In fact, I was too much employed to see anything, and it was much too dark to notice anything particular, even if I had leisure. Why, you had as much to do as you could well manage, I must say that, at all events. I didn't see much of him myself, only he was a tall, out-of-the-way sort of chap, a long-legged shark. He gave me such a dig or two as I haven't had for a long while, nor don't want to get again, though I don't care if I face the devil himself. A man can't do more than do his best, Doctor. No, Jack, but there are very few who do their best, and that's the truth. You have, and have done it to some purpose too. But I have had enough for one day. He was almost strong enough to contend against us both. Yes, so he was. And, besides that, he almost carried away the picture. That was a great hindrance to him. Don't you think we could have held him if we had not been fighting over the picture? Yes, to be sure we could. We could have gone at him bodily and held him. He would not have been able to use his hands. We could have hung on him, and I am sure if I came to grapple yardarm and yardarm, he would have told a different tale. However, that is neither here nor there. How long had you been here? Not very long, replied the doctor, whose head was a little confused by the blows which he had received. I can't now tell how long, but only a short time, I think. Where did he come from? Inquired Jack. Come from, Jack? Yes, doctor, where did he came from? The window, I suppose, the same way he went out, I dare say, it's most likely. Oh, no, no, he come down from behind the picture. There's some mystery in that picture, I'll swear to it. It's very strange he should make such a desperate attempt to carry it away. Yes, one would think, said Jack, there was more in it than we can see, that it is worth more than we can believe. Perhaps somebody sets particular store by it. I don't know, said Mr. Chillingworth, shaking his head. I don't know how that may be, but certain it is, the picture was the object of his visit here, that is very certain. It was, he was endeavoring to carry it off, said Jack. It would be a very good ornament to the Black Hole at Calcutta. The utility of putting it where it cannot be seen, remarked Mr. Chillingworth, I cannot very well see, though I dare say it might be all very well. Yes, its ugly features would be no longer seen, so far, it would be a good job. But are you going to remain here all night, and so make a long watch of it, doctor? Why, Jack, said the doctor, I did intend watching here, but now the game is disturbed, it is of no use remaining here. We have secured the picture, and now there will be no need of remaining in the house. In fact, there is no fear of robbery now. Not so long as we are here, said Jack Pringle. The smugglers won't show a head while the revenue cutter is on the lookout. Certainly not, Jack, said Mr. Chillingworth. I think we have scared them away. The picture is safe. Yes, so long as we are here. And longer, too, I hope. Jack shook his head, as much as to intimate that he had many doubts upon such a point, and couldn't be hurried into any concession of opinion of the safety of such a picture as that, much as he disliked it, and as poor an opinion as he have it. Don't you think it will be safe? No, said Jack. And why not? Said Mr. Chillingworth, willing to hear what Jack could advance against the opinion he had expressed, especially as he had disturbed the marauder in the very act of robbery. Why, you'll be watched by this very man, and when you are gone, he will return in safety, and take this plaguey picture away with him. Well, he might do so, said Mr. Chillingworth, after some thought. He even endangered his own escape for the purpose of carrying it off. He wants it, said Jack. What, the picture? Aye, to be sure. Do you think anybody would have tried so hard to get away with it? He wants it, and the long and the short of it is, he will have it, despite all that can be done to prevent it. That's my opinion. Well, there is much truth in that, but what to do I don't know. Take it to the cottage, suggested Jack. The picture must be more than we think for. Suppose we carry it along. That is no bad plan of yours, Jack, said Mr. Chillingworth, and, though a little awkward, yet it is not the worst I have heard. But, what will they say, when they see this frightful face in that quiet, yet contented house? Why, they'll say you brought it, said Jack. I don't see what else they can say, but that you have done well. Besides, when you come to explain, you will make the matter all right to him. Yes, said Chillingworth, and, as the picture now seems to be the incomprehensible object of attack, I will secure that, at all events. I'll help you. Thank you, Jack. Your aid will be welcome, at least, it was so just now. All right, doctor, said Jack. I may be under your hands some day. I'll physic you for nothing, said Mr. Chillingworth. You saved my life. One good turn deserves another, I'll not forget. Thank you, said Jack, as he made a wry face. I hope you won't have occasion. I'd sooner have a can of grog than any bottle of medicine you can give me. I ain't ungrateful, neither. You needn't name it. I am getting my breath again. I suppose we had better leave this place as soon as we conveniently can. Exactly. The sooner the better. We can take it the more leisurely as we go. The moon was up. There were no clouds now, but there was not a very strong light, because the moon was on the wane. It was one of those nights during which an imperceptible vapor arises and renders the moon somewhat obscure, or, at least, it robs the earth of her rays, and then there were shadows cast by the moon, yet they grew fainter, and those cast upon the floor of the apartment were less distinct than at first. There seemed scarce a breath of air stirring. Everything was quiet and still, no motion, no sound, save that of the breathing of the two who sat in that mysterious apartment, who gazed alternately round the place, and then in each other's countenances. Suddenly, the silence of the night was disturbed by a very slight, but distinct noise, which struck upon them with peculiar distinctness. It was a gentle tap, tap, at the window, as if someone was doing it with their fingernail. They gazed on each other, for some moments, in amazement, and then at the window, but they saw nothing, and yet, had there been anything, they must have seen it, but there was not even a shadow. "Well," said Mr. Chillingworth, after he had listened to the tap, tap, several times, without being able to find out or imagine what it could arise from, "what on earth can it be?" "Don't know," said Jack, very composedly, squinting up at the window. "Can't see anything." "Well, but it must be something," persisted Mr. Chillingworth. "It must be something." "I dare say it is, but I don't see anything. I can't think what it can be, unless—" "Unless what?" "Speak out," said the doctor, impatiently. "Why, unless it is Davy Jones himself, tapping with his long fingernails, telling us as how we've been too long already here. Then, I presume, we may as well go, and yet I am more disposed to deem it some device of the enemy to dislodge us from this place, for the purpose of enabling them to effect some nefarious scheme or other they have afloat. It may be, and is, I dare say, a do of some sort or other," said Jack, "but what can it be?" "There it is again," said the doctor. "Don't you hear it?" "I can, as plain as I can hear myself." "Yes," said Jack, "I can hear it plain enough, and can see it, too, and that is more." "Yes, yes, I can tell all about it plain enough." "You can? Well, then, shew me," said the doctor, as he strode up to the window, before which Jack was standing gazing upon one particular spot of the shattered window with much earnestness. "Where is it?" "Look there," said Jack, pointing with his finger to a particular spot, to which the doctor directed his attention, expecting to see a long, skinny hand tapping against the glass, but he saw nothing. "Where is it?" "Do you see that twig of ivy, or something of the sort?" inquired Jack. "Yes, I do." "Very well, watch that, and when the wind catches it, and there is but very little, it lifts it up, and then, falling down again, it taps the glass." Just as he spoke, there came a slight gust of wind, and he gave a practical illustration to his words, for the tapping was heard as often as the plant was moved by the wind. "Well," said Mr. Chillingworth, "however simple and unimportant the matter may be, yet I cannot but say I am always well pleased to find a practical explanation of it, so that there will be no part left in doubt." "There is none about that," said Jack. "None. Well, we are not beset, then. We may as well consider the manner of our getting clear of this place. What sort of burthen this pictured may be I know not, but I will make the attempt to carry it." "Avast, there," said Jack, "I will carry it. At all events, I'll take the first spell, and, if I can't go on, we'll turn and turn about. We can divide the weight from the first, and then neither of us will be tired at all." "Just as you please, sir," said Jack Pringle. "I am willing to obey orders, and, if we are to get in tonight before they are all abed, we had better go at once, and then we shall not disturb them." "Good," "Jack," said Mr. Chillingworth, "very good. Let us begin to beat our retreat at once." "Very good," said Jack. They both rose and approached the picture, which stood up in one corner, half reclining against the wall. The light, at least so much as there was, fell upon it, and gave it a ghastly and deathly hue, which made Mr. Chillingworth feel an emotion he could not at all understand. But, as soon as he could, he withdrew his eyes from off the picture, and they proceeded to secure it with some cord, so that they might carry it between them the easier, with less trouble and more safety. These preparations did not take long in making, and, when completed, they gave another inquiring look round the chamber, and Mr. Chillingworth again approached the window, and gazed out upon the garden below, but saw nothing to attract his attention. Turning away, he came to the picture, with which Jack Pringle had been standing. They proceeded towards the stairs, adopting every precaution they could take to prevent any surprise and any attempt upon the object of their solicitude. Then they came to the great hall, and, having opened the door, they carried it out. Then shutting the door, they both stood outside of Bannerworth Hall, and, before taking the picture up in their hands, they once more looked suspiciously around them. There was nothing to be seen, and so, shouldering the ominous portrait, they proceeded along the garden till they conveyed it into the roadway. "Now," said Jack, "we are off. We can scud along under press of sail, you know." "I would rather not," said the doctor, "for two reasons, one of which is, I can't do it myself, and the other is, we should run the risk of injuring the picture. Besides this, there is no reason for so doing." "Very well," said Jack, "make it agreeable to yourself, doctor." "See you, Jack's alive, and I am willing to do all I can to help you." "I am very glad of your aid," said Mr. Chillingworth, "so we will proceed slowly." "I shall be glad when we are there, for there are few things more awkward than this picture to carry." "It is not heavy," said Jack, giving it a hitch up that first pulled the doctor back, and then pushed him forward again. "No, but stop, don't do that often, Jack, or else I shall be obliged to let go, to save myself from falling," said the doctor. "Very sorry," said Jack, "hope it didn't inconvenience you, but I could carry this by myself." "And so could I," returned Mr. Chillingworth, "but the probability is there would be some mischief done to it, and then we should be doing more harm than good." "So we should," said Jack. They proceeded along with much care and caution. It was growing late now, and no one was about, at least, they met none. People did not roam about much after dark, especially since the reports of the vampire became current, for, notwithstanding all their bravery and violence while in a body, yet to meet and contend with him singly and unseen was not at all a popular notion among them. Indeed, they would sooner go a mile out of their way, or remain indoors, which they usually did. The evening was not precisely dark, there was moonlight enough to save it from that, but there was a mist hanging about, that rendered objects, at a short distance, very indistinct. Their walk was uninterrupted by any one, and they had got through half the distance without any disturbance or interruption whatever. When they arrived at the precincts of the village, Jack Pringle said to Dr. Chillingworth, "Do you intend going through the village, doctor?" "Why not? There will be nobody about, and if there should be, we shall be safe enough from any molestation, seeing there are none here who would dare to harm us. It is the shortest way, too." "Very good," said Jack, "I am agreeable, and as for anyone harming me, they know better, but, at all events, there's company, and there's less danger, you know, doctor, though I'm always company to myself, but haven't any objection to a messmate, now and then." They pursued their way in silence, for some distance, the doctor not caring about continuing the talk of Jack, which amounted to nothing. Besides, he had too much to do, for, notwithstanding the lightness of the picture, which Jack had endeavored to persuade the doctor of, he found it was heavy and ungainly. Indeed, had he been by himself he would have had some trouble to have got it away. "We are nearly there," said Jack, putting down his end of the picture, which brought Dr. Chillingworth to a standstill. "Yes, we are, but what made you stop?" "Why, you see," said Jack, giving his trousers a hitch, "as I said before, we are nearly there." "Well, what of that?" "We intended to go there, did we not?" inquired Chillingworth. "Yes, exactly, that is, you intended to do so. I know, but I didn't." "What do you mean by that?" inquired Chillingworth. "You are a complete riddle tonight, Jack. What is the matter with you?" "Nothing, only, you see, I don't want to go into the cottage, 'cause, you see, the Admiral and I have had what you may call a bit of a growl, and I am in disgrace there a little, though I don't know why, or wherefore. I always did my duty by him, as I did by my country. The old man, however, takes fits into his head. At the same time I shall take some too. Jack's as good as his master, ashore, at all events." "Well, then, you object to going," said Chillingworth. "That is the state of the case. Not that I'm afraid, or have any cause to be ashamed of myself, but I don't want to make anybody else uncomfortable by causing black looks." "Very well, Jack," said the doctor. "I am much obliged to you, and, if you don't like to come, I won't press you against your inclination." "I understand, doctor. I will leave you here, if you can manage the rest of the way by yourself. There are not 200 yards now to go, so you are all safe, so goodbye." "Goodbye, Jack," said Dr. Chillingworth, who stood wiping his forehead, whilst the picture was standing up against the poles. "Do you want a hand up first?" "No, thank you. I can get it up very well without any trouble. It's not so heavy." "Goodbye, then," said Jack, and, in a few moments more, Jack Pringle was out of sight, and the doctor was alone with the ominous picture. He had not far to go, and was within hail of the cottage, but it was late, and yet he believed he should find them up, for the quietude and calmness of the evening hour was that which most chimed with their feelings. At such a time they could look out upon the face of nature, and the freedom of thought appeared the greater, because there was no human being to clash with the silence and stillness of the scene. "Well," muttered Chillingworth, "I'll go at once to the cottage with my burthen. How they will look at me, and wonder what could induce me to bring this away. I can hardly help smiling at the thought of how they will look at the apparition I shall make." Thus filled with notions that appeared to please him, the doctor shouldered the picture, and walked slowly along until he reached the dead wall that ran up to the entrance, or nearly so, of the gardens. There was a plantation of young trees that overhung the path, and cast a deep shadow below, a pleasant spot in hot weather. The doctor had been carrying the picture, resting the side of it on the small of his arm, and against his shoulder, but this was an inconvenient posture, because the weight of the picture cut his arm so much that he was compelled to pause, and shift it more on his shoulder. "There," he muttered, "that will do for the present, and last until I reach the cottage garden." He was proceeding along at a slow and steady pace, bestowing all his care and attention to the manner of holding the picture, when he was suddenly paralyzed by the sound of a great shout of such a peculiar character that he involuntarily stopped, and the next moment something heavy came against him with great force, just as if a man had jumped from the wall onto him. This was the truth, for, in another moment, and before he could recover himself, he found that there was an attempt to deprive him of the picture. This at once aroused him, and he made an instant and a vigorous defense, but he was compelled to let go his hold of the picture, and turn to resist the infuriated attack that was now commenced upon himself. For some moments it was doubtful who would be the victor, but the wind and strength of the doctor were not enough to resist the powerful adversary against whom he had to contend, and the heavy blows that were showered down upon him. At first he was enabled to bear up against this attack, and then he returned many of the blows with interest, but the stunning effect of the blows he received himself was such that he could not help himself, and felt his senses gradually failing, his strength becoming less and less. In a short time he received such a blow that he was laid senseless on the earth in an instant. How long he remained thus he could not say, but it could not have been long, for all around him seemed just as it was before he was attacked. The moon had scarcely moved, and the shadows, such as they were falling in the same direction as before. "I have not been long here," he muttered, after a few moments' reflection, but... He stopped short, for, on looking around him, he saw the object of his solicitude was gone. The picture was nowhere to be seen. It had been carried off the instant he had been vanquished. "Gone," he said, in a low, disconsolate tone, "and after all I have done." He wiped his hand across his brow, and finding a cut, he looked at the back of his hand, and saw by the deep color that it was blood. Indeed, he could now feel it trickle down his face. What to do he hardly knew. He could stand, and after having got upon his feet, he staggered back against the wall, against which he leaned for support, and afterwards he crept along with the aid of its support, until he came to the door. He was observed from the window, where Henry and Charles Holland, seeing him come up with such an unsteady gait, rushed to the door to ascertain what was the matter. "What, doctor," exclaimed Henry Bannerworth, "what is the matter?" "I am almost dead, I think," said Chillingworth. "Lend me your arm, Henry." Henry and Charles Holland immediately stepped out, and took him between them into the parlor, and placed him upon a couch. "What on earth has happened, doctor? Have you got into disgrace with the populace?" "No, no. Give me some drink, some water. I am very faint, very faint." "Give him some wine, or, what's better, some grog," said the Admiral. "Why, he's been yard-armed with some pirate or other, and he's damaged about the figurehead." "You ain't hurting your lower works, are you, doctor?" said the Admiral. But the doctor took no notice of the inquiry, but eagerly sipped the contents of a glass that Charles Holland had poured out of a bottle containing some strong Hollands, and which appeared to nerve him much. "There," said the Admiral, "that will do you good. How did all this damage to your upper works come about, eh? Let him wash his face and hands first. He will be better able to talk afterwards." "Oh, thank you," said Chillingworth. "I am much better, but I have had some hard bruises." "How did it happen?" "I went by myself to watch in the room where the picture was in Bannerworth Hall." "Where the picture was," said Henry. "Where it is, you mean, do you not, doctor?" "No, where it was, and where it is not now." "Gone." "Yes, gone away. I'll tell you all about it. I went there to watch, but found nobody or nothing there, but suddenly a man stepped out from behind the picture, and we had a fight over it, after which, just as I was getting the worst of it, Jack Pringle came in." "The dog," muttered the Admiral. "Yes, he came in just in time, I believe, to save my life, for the man, whoever he was, would not have hesitated about it." "Well, Jack is a good man," said the Admiral. "There may be worse, at least." "Well, we had a desperate encounter for some minutes, during which this fellow wanted to carry off the picture." "Carry off the picture?" "Yes, we had a struggle for that, but we could not capture him. He was so violent that he broke away and got clear off." "With the picture?" "No, he left the picture behind." "Well, we were very tired and bruised, and we sat down to recover ourselves from our fatigue, and to consider what was best to be done, but we were some time before we could leave, and then we determined that we would take the picture away with us, as it seemed to be coveted by the robber, for what object we cannot tell." Well, where is the picture?" "You shall hear all about it in a minute, if you let me take my time. I am tired and sore." "Well, we brought the picture out, and Jack helped me carry it till he came within a couple of 100 yards of the cottage, and there left me." "The lubber," said the Admiral, interjectionally. "Well, I rested a while, and then taking the picture on my shoulders, I proceeded along with it until I came to the wall, when suddenly I heard a great shout, and then down came something heavy upon me, just as if a man had jumped down upon me." And, "Yes," said the doctor, "it was." "Was what?" inquired the Admiral. "Just what you all seemed to anticipate. You were all before me, but that was it." "A man?" "Yes, I had a struggle with him, and got nearly killed, for I am not equal to him in strength. I was sadly knocked about, and finally all the senses were knocked out of me, and I was, I suppose, left for dead." "And what became of the picture?" I don't know, but I suppose it was taken away, as, when I came to myself, it was gone. Indeed, I have some faint recollection of seeing him seize the portrait as I was falling. There was a pause of some moments, during which all the party appeared to be employed with their own thoughts, and the whole were silent. "Do you think it was the same man who attacked you in the house that obtained the picture?" at last inquired Henry Bannerworth. "I cannot say, but I think it most probable that it was the same. Indeed, the general appearance, as near as I could tell in the dark, was the same, but what I look upon as much stronger is, the object appears to be the same in both cases." "That is very true," said Henry Bannerworth, "very true, and I think it more than probable myself. But come, doctor, you will require rest and nursing after your dangers." Chapter 93. The alarm at Anderbury, the suspicions of the Bannerworth family, and the mysterious communication. About 20 miles to the southward of Bannerworth Hall was a good-sized market town called Anderbury. It was an extensive and flourishing place, and from the beauty of its situation and its contiguity to the southern coast of England, it was much admired, and, in consequence, numerous mansions and villas of great pretension had sprang up in its immediate neighborhood. Besides, there were some estates of great value, and one of these, called Anderbury on the Mount, in consequence of the mansion itself, which was of an immense extent, being built upon an eminence, was to be let, or sold. This town of Anderbury was remarkable not only for the beauty of its aspect, but likewise for the quiet serenity of its inhabitants, who were a prosperous, thriving race, and depended very much upon their own resources. There were some peculiar circumstances why Anderbury on the Mount was to let. It had been for a great number of years in possession of a family of the name of Milltown, who had resided there in great comfort and respectability until an epidemic disorder broke out, first among the servants, and then spreading to the junior branches of the family, and from them to their seniors, produced such devastation that in the course of 3 weeks there was but one young man left of the whole family, and he, by native vigor of constitution, had baffled the disorder, and found himself alone in his ancestral halls, the last of his race. Soon a settled melancholy took possession of him, and all that had formerly delighted him now gave him pain, inasmuch as it brought to his mind a host of recollections of the most agonizing character. In vain was it that the surrounding gentry paid him every possible attention, and endeavored to do all that was in their power to alleviate the unhappy circumstances in which he was placed. If he smiled, it was in a sad sort, and that was very seldom, and at length he announced his intention of leaving the neighborhood, and seeking abroad, and in change of scene, for that solace which he could not expect to find in his ancestral home, after what had occurred within its ancient walls. There was not a chamber but which reminded him of the past. There was not a tree or a plant of any kind or description but which spoke to him plainly of those who were now no more, and whose merry laughter had within his own memory made that ancient place echo with glee, filling the sunny air with the most gladsome shouts, such as come from the lips of happy youth long before the world has robbed it of any of its romance or its beauty. There was a general feeling of regret when this young man announced the fact of his departure to a foreign land, for he was much respected, and the known calamities which he had suffered, and the grief under which he labored, invested his character with a great and painful interest. An entertainment was given to him upon the eve of his departure, and on the next day he was many miles from the place, and the estate of Anderbury on the Mount was understood to be sold or let. The old mansion had remained, then, for a year or two vacant, for it was a place of too much magnitude, and required by far too expensive an establishment to keep it going, to enable any person whose means were not very large to think of having anything to do with it. So, therefore, it remained unlet, and wearing that gloomy aspect which a large house, untenanted, so very quickly assumes. It was quite a melancholy thing to look upon it, and to think what it must have once been, and what it might be still, compared to what it actually was, and the inhabitants of the neighborhood had made up their minds that Anderbury on the Mount would remain untenanted for many a year to come, and, perhaps, ultimately fall into ruin and decay. But in this they were doomed to be disappointed, For, on the evening of a dull and gloomy day, about 1 week after the events we have recorded as taking place at Bannerworth Hall and its immediate neighborhood, a traveling carriage, with 4 horses and an outrider, came dashing into the place, and drew up at the principal inn in the town, which was called the Anderbury Arms. The appearance of such an equipage, although not the most unusual thing in the world, in consequence of the many aristocratic families who resided in the neighborhood, caused, at all events, some sensation, and, perhaps, the more so because it drove up to the inn instead of to any of the mansions of the neighborhood, thereby showing that the stranger, whoever he was, came not as a visitor, but either merely baited in the town, being on his road somewhere else, or had some special business in it which would soon be learned. The outrider, who was in handsome livery, had galloped on in advance of the carriage a short distance, for the purpose of ordering the best apartments in the inn to be immediately prepared for the reception of his master. "Who is he?" asked the landlord. "It's the Baron Stalmuir Salzburg." "Bless my heart, I never heard of him before. Where did he come from? Somewhere abroad, I suppose." "I can't tell you anything of him further than that he is immensely rich, and is looking for a house. He has heard that there is one to let in this immediate neighborhood, and that's what has brought him from London, I suppose." "Yes, there is one, and it is called Anderbury on the Mount." "Well, he will very likely speak to you about it himself, for here he comes." By this time the carriage had halted at the door of the hotel, and, the door being opened, and the steps lowered, there alighted from it a tall man attired in a kind of pelisse, or cloak, trimmed with rich fur, the body of it being composed of velvet. Upon his head he wore a traveling cap, and his fingers, as he grasped the cloak around him, were seen to be covered with rings of great value. Such a personage, coming in such style, was, of course, likely to be honored in every possible way by the landlord of the inn, and accordingly he was shown most obsequiously to the handsomest apartment in the house, and the whole establishment was put upon the alert to attend to any orders he might choose to give. He had not been long in the place when he sent for the landlord, who, hastily scrambling on his best coat, and getting his wife to arrange the tie of his neckcloth, proceeded to obey the orders of his illustrious guest, whatever they might chance to be. He found the Baron Stalmuir reclining upon a sofa, and having thrown aside his velvet cloak, trimmed with rich fur, he showed that underneath it he wore a costume of great richness and beauty, although, certainly, the form it covered was not calculated to set it off to any great advantage, for the Baron was merely skin and bone, and looked like a man who had just emerged from a long illness, for his face was ghastly pale, and the landlord could not help observing that there was a strange peculiarity about his eyes, the reason of which he could not make out. "You are the landlord of this inn, I presume," said the Baron, "and, consequently, no doubt well acquainted with the neighborhood?" "I have the honor to be all that, sir. I have been here about 16 years, and in that time I certainly ought to know something of the neighborhood." "'Tis well. Someone told me there was a little cottage sort of place to let here, and as I am simple and retired in my habits I thought that it might possibly suit me." "A little cottage, sir?" "There are certainly little cottages to let, but not such as would suit you, and if I might have presumed, sir, to think, I should have considered Anderbury on the Mount, which is now to let, would have been the place for you. It is a large place, sir, and belonged to a good family, although they are now all dead and gone, except one, and it's he who wants to let the old place." "Anderbury on the Mount," said the Baron, "was the name of the place mentioned to me, but I understood it was a little place." "Oh, sir, that is quite a mistake. Who told you so?" "It's the largest place about here. There are a matter of 27 rooms in it, and it stands altogether upon 300 acres of ground." "And have you the assurance," said the Baron, "to call that anything but a cottage, when the castle of the Stalmuirs, at Salzburg, has one suite of reception rooms 30 in number, opening into each other, and the total number of apartments in the whole building is 260. It is surrounded by 8 miles of territory." "The devil," said the landlord. "I beg your pardon, sir, but when I am astonished, I generally say the devil." They want £800 a year for Anderbury on the Mount. A mere trifle. I will sleep here tonight, and in the morning I will go and look at the place. It is near the sea? Half a mile, sir, exactly, from the beach, and one of the most curious circumstances of all connected with it is that there is a subterranean passage from the grounds leading right away down to the sea coast. A most curious place, sir, partly cut out of the cliff, with cellars in it for wine and other matters that in the height of summer are kept as cool as in the deep winter time. It's more for curiosity than use, such a place, and the old couple that now take care of the house make a pretty penny, I'll be bound, though they won't own it, by showing that part of the place. It may suit me, but I shall be able to give a decisive answer when I see it on the morrow. You will let my attendants have what they require, and see that my horses be well looked to. Certainly, oh! Certainly, sir, of course, you might go far, indeed, sir, before you found an inn where everything would be done as things are done here. Is there anything in particular, sir, you would like for dinner? How can I tell that, idiot, until the dinner time arrives? Well, but, sir, in that case, you know, we scarcely know what to do, because you see, sir, you understand. It is very strange to me that you can neither see nor understand your duty. I am accustomed to having the dinner tables spread with all that money can procure, then I choose, but not before, what it suits me to partake of. Well, sir, that is a very good way, and perhaps we ain't quite so used to that sort of thing as we ought to be in these parts, but another time, sir, we shall know better what we are about, without a doubt, and I only hope, sir, that we shall have you in the neighborhood for a long time, and so, sir, putting one thing to another, and then drawing a conclusion from both of them, you see, sir, you will be able to understand. Peace. Begone. What is the use of all this bellowing to me? I want it not, I care not for it. The Baron spoke these words so furiously that the landlord was rather terrified than otherwise, and left the room hastily, muttering to himself that he had never come across such a tiger, and wondering where the Baron could have possibly come from, and what amount of wealth he could be possessed of that would enable him to live in such a princely style as he mentioned. If the Baron Stalmuir of Salzburg had wished ever so much to impress upon the minds of all persons in the neighborhood the fact of his wealth and importance, he could not have adopted a better plan to accomplish that object than by first of all impressing such facts upon the mind of the landlord of the Anderbury Arms, for in the course of another hour it was tolerably well spread all over the town, that never had there been such a guest at the Anderbury Arms, and that he called Anderbury on the Mount, with all its rooms, all its outbuildings, and its 300 acres of ground, a cottage. This news spread like wildfire, awaking no end of speculation, and giving rise to the most exaggerated rumors, so that a number of persons came to the inn on purpose to endeavor to get a look at the Baron, but he did not stir from his apartments, so that these wondermongers were disappointed, and even forced to go away as wise as they came. But in the majority of cases they made up their minds that in the morning they should surely be able to obtain a glimpse of him, which was considered a great treat, for a man with an immense income is looked upon in England as a natural curiosity. The landlord took his guest at his word as regards the dinner, and provided such a repast as seldom, indeed, graced the board at the Anderbury Arms, a repast sufficient for 20 people, and certainly which was a monstrous thing to set before one individual. The Baron, however, made no remark, but selected a portion from some of the dishes, and those dishes that he did select from were of the simplest kind, and not such as the landlord expected him to take, so that he really paid about 100 times the amount he ought to have done for what actually passed his lips. And then what a fidget the landlord was in about his wines, for he doubted not but such a guest would be extremely critical and hard to please, but, to his great relief, the Baron declined taking any wine, merely washing down his repast with a tumbler of cool water, and then, although the hour was very early, he retired at once to rest. The landlord was not disposed to disregard the injunction which the Baron had given him to attend carefully on his servants and horses, and after giving orders that nothing should be stinted as regarded the latter, he himself looked to the creature comforts of the former, and he did this with a double motive, for not only was he anxious to make the most he could out of the Baron in the way of charges, but he was positively panting with curiosity to know more about so singular a personage, and he thought that surely the servants must be able to furnish him with some particulars regarding their eccentric master. In this, however, he was mistaken, for although they told him all they knew, that amounted to so little as really not to be worth the learning. They informed him that they had been engaged all in the last week, and that they knew nothing of the Baron whatever, or where he came from, or what he was, excepting that he paid them most liberal wages, and was not very exacting in the service he required of them. This was very unsatisfactory, and when the landlord started on a mission, which he considered himself bound to perform, to a Mr. Leake, in the town, who had the letting of Anderbury-on-the-Mount, he was quite vexed to think what a small amount of information he was able to carry to him. "I can tell him," he said to himself as he went quickly towards the agent's residence, "I can tell him the Baron's name, and that in the morning he wants to look at Anderbury-on-the-Mount. But that's all I know of him, except that he is a most extraordinary man, indeed, the most extraordinary that I ever came near." Mr. Leake, the house agent, notwithstanding the deficiency of the facts contained in the landlord's statement, was well enough satisfied to hear that anyone of apparent wealth was inquiring after the large premises to let, for, as he said truly to the landlord, "The commission on letting and receiving the rentals of such a property is no joke to me." "Precisely," said the landlord. "I thought it was better to come and tell you at once, for there can be no doubt that he is enormously rich. If that be satisfactorily proved, it's of no consequence what he is, or who he is, and you may depend I shall be round to the inn early in the morning to attend upon him, and in that case, perhaps, if you have any conversation with him, you will be so good as to mention that I will show him over the premises at his own hour, and you shall not be forgotten, you may depend, if any arrangement is actually come to. It will be just as well for you to tell him what a nice property it is, and that it is to be let for 800 a year, or sold outright for £8,000. I will, you may depend, Mr. Leake. A most extraordinary man you will find him, not the handsomest in the world, I can tell you, but handsome as handsome does, say I, and, if he takes Anderbury-on-the-Mount, I have no doubt but he will spend a lot of money in the neighborhood, and we shall all be the better of that, of course, as you well know, sir." This then was thoroughly agreed upon between these high contracting powers, and the landlord returned home very well satisfied, indeed, with the position in which he had put the affair, and resolved upon urging on the Baron, as far as it lay within his power so to do, to establish himself in the neighborhood, and to allow him to be purveyor in general to his household, which, if the Baron continued in his liberal humor, would be unquestionably a very pleasant post to occupy. Chapter 94. The Visitor and the Death in the Subterranean Passage. About an hour and a half after the Baron had retired to rest, and while the landlord was still creeping about enjoining silence on the part of the establishment, so that the slumbers of a wealthy and, no doubt, illustrious personage should not be disturbed, there arrived a horseman at the Anderbury Arms. He was rather a singular-looking man, with a shifting, uneasy-looking glance, as if he were afraid of being suddenly pounced upon and surprised by someone, and although his apparel was plain, yet it was good in quality, and his whole appearance was such as to induce respectful attention. The only singular circumstance was, that such a traveller, so well mounted, should be alone, but that might have been his own fancy, so that the absence of an attendant went for nothing. Doubtless, if the whole inn had not been in such a commotion about the illustrious and wealthy Baron, this stranger would have received more consideration and attention than he did. Upon alighting, he walked at once into what is called the coffee-room of the hotel, and after ordering some refreshments, of which he partook but sparingly, he said, in a mild but solemn sort of tone, to the waiter who attended upon him, "Tell the Baron Stalmeyer, of Salzburg, that there is one here who wants to see him." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the waiter, "but the Baron is gone to bed." "It matters not to me. If you nor no one else in this establishment will deliver the message I charge you with, I must do so myself." "I'll speak to my master, sir, but the Baron is a very great gentleman indeed, and I don't think my master would like to have him disturbed." The stranger hesitated for a time, and then he said, "Show me the Baron's apartment." "Perhaps I ought not to ask any one person connected with this establishment to disturb him when I am quite willing to do so myself." "Show me the way." "Well, but, sir, the Baron may get in a rage, and say, very naturally, that we had no business to let anybody walk up to his room and disturb him, because we wouldn't do so ourselves. So that you see, sir, when you come to consider, it hardly seems the right sort of thing." "Since," said the stranger, rising, "I cannot procure even the common courtesy of being shown to the apartment of the person whom I seek, I must find him myself." As he spoke, he walked out of the room and began ascending the staircase, despite the remonstrances of the waiter, who called after him repeatedly, but could not induce him to stop, and when he found that such was the case, he made his way to the landlord, to give the alarm that, for all he knew to the contrary, someone had gone upstairs to murder the Baron. This information threw the landlord into such a fix that he knew not what to be at. At one moment he was for rushing upstairs and endeavoring to interfere, and at another he thought the best plan would be to pretend that he knew nothing about it. While he was in this state of uncertainty, the stranger succeeded in making his way upstairs to the floor from which proceeded the bedrooms, and, apparently, having no fear whatever of the Baron Stalmeyer's indignation before his eyes, he opened door after door, until he came to one which led him into the apartment occupied by that illustrious individual. The Baron, half undressed only, lay in an uneasy slumber upon the bed, and the stranger stood opposite to him for some minutes, as if considering what he should do. "It would be easy," he said, "to kill him, but it will pay me better to spare him. I may be wrong in supposing that he has the means which I hope he has, but that I shall soon discover by his conversation." Stretching out his hand, he tapped the Baron lightly on the shoulder, who thereupon opened his eyes and sprang to his feet instantly, glancing with fixed earnestness at the intruder, upon whose face shone the light of a lamp which was burning in the apartment. Then the Baron shrunk back, and the stranger, folding his arms, said, "You know me. Let our interview be as brief as possible. There needs no explanations between us, for we both know all that could be said. By some accident you have become rich, while I continue quite otherwise. It matters not how this has occurred, the fact is everything. I don't know the amount of your possessions, but, from your style of living, they must be great, and therefore it is that I make no hesitation in asking of you, as a price for not exposing who and what you are, a moderate sum. I thought that you were dead. I know you did, but you behold me here, and, consequently, that delusion vanishes. What sum do you require, and what assurance can I have that, when you get it, the demand will not be repeated on the first opportunity? I can give you no such assurance. Perhaps that would satisfy you entirely, but, for more reasons than I choose to enter into, I am extremely anxious to leave England at once and forever. Give me the power to do so that I require, and you will never hear of me again." The Baron hesitated for some few seconds, during which he looked scrutinizingly at his companion, and then he said, in a tone of voice that seemed as if he were making the remark to himself rather than to the other, "You look no older than you did when last we parted, and that was years ago. Why should I look older? You know as well as I that I need not. But, to be brief, I do not wish to interfere with any plans or projects you may have on hand. I do not wish to be a hindrance to you. Let me have £5,000, and I am off at once and forever, I tell you. 5,000. The man raves, £5,000. Say 1,000, and it is yours. No, I have fixed my price, and if you do not consent, I now tell you that I will blazon forth, even in this house, who and what you are, and, let your schemes of ambition or of cupidity be what they may, you may be assured that I will blast them all. This is no place in which to argue such a point. Come out into the open air, walls have ears, but come out, and I will give you such special reasons why you should not now press your claim at all, that you shall feel much beholden to me for them, and not regret your visit. Yet that we come to terms, I no more desire than you can do that any one should overhear our conversation. I prefer the open air for any conference, be it whatever it may, much prefer it, and therefore most willingly embrace your proposition. Come out. The Baron put on his traveling cap, and the rich velvet cloak, edged with fur, that he possessed, and leaving his chamber a few paces in advance of his strange visitor, he descended the staircase, followed by him. In the hall of the hotel they found the landlord and almost the whole of the establishment assembled, in deep consultation as to whether or not anyone was to go upstairs and ascertain if the stranger who had sought the Baron's chamber was really a friend or an enemy. But when they saw the two men coming down, at all events apparently amicably, it was a great relief, and the landlord rushed forward and opened the door, for which piece of service he got a very stately bow from the Baron, and a slight inclination of the head from his visitor, and then they both passed out. I have ascertained, said the man who came on horseback, that for the last week in London you have lived in a style of the most princely magnificence, and that you came down here, attended as if you were one of the first nobles of the land. These things amuse the vulgar, said the Baron. I do not mind admitting to you that I contemplate residing on this spot, and perhaps contracting a marriage. Another marriage? And why not? If wives will die suddenly, and no one knows why, who is to help it? I do not pretend to control the fates. This, between us, is idle talk indeed, most idle, for we know there are certain circumstances which account for the strangest phenomena, but what roaring sound is that which comes so regularly and steadily upon the ear? It is the sea washing upon the coast. The tide is no doubt advancing, and, as the eddying surges roll in upon the pebbly shore, they make what, to my mind, is this pleasant music. I did not think we were so near the ocean. The moon is rising, let us walk upon the beach, and as that sound is such pleasant music, you shall hear it while I convince you what unpleasant consequences will arise from a refusal of the modest and moderate terms I offer you. We shall see, but I must confess it does seem to me most extraordinary that you ask of me a positive fortune, for fear you should deprive me of a portion of one, but you cannot mean what you say. While they were talking they reached a long strip of sand which was by the seashore, at the base of some cliffs, through which was excavated the passage from the coast into the grounds of Anderbury House, and which had been so expatiated upon by the landlord of the inn in his description of the advantages attendant upon that property. There were some rude steps, leading to a narrow arched doorway, which constituted an entrance to this subterraneous region, and as the moonlight streamed over the wide waste of waters, and fell upon this little doorway in the face of the cliff, he became convinced that it was the entrance to that excavation, and he eyed it curiously. "What place is that?" said his companion. "It is a private entrance to the grounds of a mansion in this neighborhood." "Private enough, I should presume, for if there be any other means of reaching the house, surely no one would go through such a dismal hole as that towards it. But come, make up your mind at once. There need be no quarreling upon the subject of our conference, but let it be a plain matter of yes or no. Is it worth your while to be left alone in peace, or is it not?" "It is worth my while, but not at such a price as that you mentioned, and I cannot help thinking that some cheaper mode of accomplishing the same object will surely present itself very shortly." "I do not understand you, you talk ambiguously." "But my acts," said the Baron, "shall be clear and plain enough, as you shall see. Could you believe it possible that I was the sort of person to submit tamely to any amount of extortion you chose to practice upon me? There was a time when I thought you possessed great sense and judgment, when I thought that you were a man who weighed well the chances of what you were about, but now I know to the contrary, and I think for less than £1,000 I may succeed in ridding myself of you. I do not understand you. You had better beware how you tamper with me, for I am not one who will be calmly disposed to put up with much. The sense, tact, and worldly knowledge which you say you have before, from time to time, given me credit for, belongs to me still, and I am not likely easily to commit myself. Indeed, do you think you bear such a charmed life that nothing can shake it? I think nothing of the sort, but I know I can do. I am armed. And since it comes to this, take the reward of your villainy, for it was you who made me what I am, and would now seek to destroy my every hope of satisfaction. As the Baron spoke, he drew from his breast a small pistol, which, with the quickness of thought, he held full in the face of his companion, and pulled the trigger. There can be no doubt on earth that his intention was to commit the murder, but the pistol missed fire, and he was defeated in his intention at that moment. Then the stranger laughed scornfully, and drawing a pistol from his pocket, he presented it at the Baron's head, saying, "Do I not bear a charmed life? If I had not, should I have escaped death from you now? No, I could not, but you perceive that even a weapon that might not fail you upon another occasion is harmless against me, and can you expect that I will hesitate now to take full and ample revenge upon you for this dastardly attempt?" These words were spoken with great volubility, so much so, indeed, that they only occupied a few very brief seconds in delivering, and then, perhaps, the Baron's career might have ended, for it seemed to be fully the intention of the other to conclude what he said by firing the pistol in his face, but the wily aspect of the Baron's countenance was, after all, but a fair index of the mind, and, just as the last words passed the lips of his irritated companion, he suddenly dropped in a crouching position to the ground, and, seizing his legs, threw him over his head in an instant. The pistol was discharged at the same moment, and then, with a shout of rage and satisfaction, the Baron sprang upon his foe, and, kneeling upon his breast, he held aloft in his hand a glittering dagger, the highly polished blade of which caught the moonbeams, and reflected them into the dazzled eyes of the conquered man, whose fate now appeared to be certain. "Fool," said the Baron, "you must needs, then, try conclusions with me, and, not content with the safety of insignificance, you must be absurd enough to think it possible you could extort from me whatever sums your fancy dictated, or with any effect threaten me, if I complied not with your desires. Have mercy upon me. I meant not to take your life, and, therefore, why should you take mine? You would have taken it, and, therefore, you shall die. Know, too, as this is your last moment, that, vampire as you are, and as I, of all men, best know you to be, I will take especial care that you shall be placed in some position after death where the revivifying moonbeams may not touch you, so that this shall truly be your end, and you shall rot away, leaving no trace behind of your existence sufficient to contain the vital principle. No, no! You cannot, will not. You will have mercy. Ask the famished tiger for mercy when you intrude upon his den." As he spoke, the Baron ground his teeth together with rage, and, in an instant, buried the poniard in the throat of his victim. The blade went through to the yellow sand beneath, and the murderer still knelt upon the man's chest, while he who had thus received so fatal a blow tossed his arms about with agony, and tried in vain to shriek. The nature of the wound, however, prevented him from uttering anything but a low gurgling sound, for he was nearly choked with his own blood, and soon his eyes became fixed and of a glassy appearance. He stretched out his 2 arms, and dug his fingers deep into the sand. The Baron drew forth the poniard, and a gush of blood immediately followed it, and then one deep groan testified to the fact that the spirit, if there be a spirit, had left its mortal habitation, and winged its flight to other realms, if there be other realms for it to wing its flight to. "He is dead," said the Baron, and, at the same moment, a roll of the advancing tide swept over the body, drenching the living, as well as the dead, with the brine of the ocean. The Baron stooped and rinsed the dagger in the advancing tide from the clotted blood which had clung to it, and then, wiping it carefully, he returned it to its sheath, which was hidden within the folds of his dress, and, rising from his kneeling posture upon the body, he stood by its side, with folded arms, gazing upon it, for some minutes, in silence, heedless of the still advancing water, which was already considerably above his feet. Then he spoke in his ordinary accents, and evidently caring nothing for the fact that he had done such a deed. "I must dispose of this carcass," he said, "which now seems so lifeless, for the moon is up, and if its beams fall upon it, I know, from former experience, what will happen. It will rise again, and walk the earth, seeking for vengeance upon me, and the thirst for that vengeance will become such a part of its very nature that it will surely accomplish something, if not all that it desires." After a few moments' consideration, he stooped, and, with more strength than one would have thought it possible a man reduced almost, as he was, to a skeleton could have exerted, he lifted the body, and carried it rapidly up the beach towards the cliffs. He threw it down upon the stone steps that led to the small door of the excavation in the cliff, and it fell upon them with a sickening sound, as if some of the bones were surely broken by the fall. The object, then, of the Baron seemed to be to get this door open, if he possibly could, but that was an object easier to be desired than carried into effect, for, although he exerted his utmost power, he did not succeed in moving it an inch, and he began evidently to think that it would be impossible to do so. But yet he did not give up the attempt at once, but looking about upon the beach, until he found a large heavy stone, he raised it in his arms, and, approaching the door, he flung it against it with such tremendous force, that it flew open instantly, disclosing within a dark and narrow passage. Apparently rejoiced that he had accomplished this much, he stopped cautiously within the entrance, and then, taking from a concealed pocket that was in the velvet cloak which he wore a little box, he produced from it some wax lights and some chemical matches, which, by the slightest effort, he succeeded in igniting, and then, with one of the lights in his hand to guide him on his way, he went on exploring the passage, and treading with extreme caution as he went, for fear of falling into any of the ice wells which were reported to be in that place. After proceeding about 20 yards, and finding that there was no danger, he became less cautious, but, in consequence of such less caution, he very nearly sacrificed his life, for he came upon an ice well which seemed a considerable depth, and into which he had nearly plunged headlong. He started back with some degree of horror, but that soon left him, and then, after a moment's thought, he sought for some little nook in the wall in which he might place the candle, and soon finding one that answered the purpose well, he there left it, having all the appearance of a little shrine, while he proceeded again to the mouth of that singular and cavernous-looking place. He had, evidently, quite made up his mind what to do, for, without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the body again, and carried it within the entrance, walking boldly and firmly, now that he knew there was no danger between him and the light, which shed a gleam through the darkness of the place of a very faint and flickering character. He reached it rapidly, and when he got to the side of the well, he, without a moment's hesitation, flung it headlong down, and, listening attentively, he heard it fall with a slight plash, as if there was some water at the bottom of the pit. It was an annoyance, however, for him to find that the distance was not so deep as he had anticipated, and when he took the light from the niche where he had placed it, and looked earnestly down, he could see the livid, ghastly-looking face of the dead man, for the body had accidentally fallen upon its back, which was a circumstance he had not counted upon, and one which increased the chances greatly of its being seen, should any one be exploring, from curiosity, that not very inviting place. This was annoyance, but how could it be prevented, unless, indeed, he chose to descend, and make an alteration in the disposition of the corpse? But this was evidently what he did not choose to do, so, after muttering to himself a few words expressive of his intention to leave it where it was, he replaced the candle, after extinguishing it, in the box from whence he had taken it, and carefully walked out of the dismal place. The moonbeams were shining very brightly and beautifully upon the face of the cliffs when he emerged from the subterranean passage, so that he could see the door, the steps, and every object quite distinctly, and, to his gratification, he found that he had not destroyed any fastening that was to the door, but that when it was slammed shut, it struck so hard and fast that the strength of one man could not possibly move it, even the smallest fraction of an inch. "I shall be shown all this tomorrow," he said, "and if I take this house I must have an alteration made in this door, so that it may open with a lock, instead of by main violence, as at present. But if, in the morning, when I view Anderbury House, I can avoid an entrance into this region, I will do so, and at my leisure, if I become the possessor of the estate, I can explore every nook and cranny of it." He then folded his cloak about him, after pulling the door as closely as he could. He walked slowly and thoughtfully back to the inn. It was quite evident that the idea of the murder he had committed did not annoy him in the least, and that in his speculations upon the subject he congratulated himself much upon having so far succeeded in getting rid of certainly a most troublesome acquaintance. "'Tis well, indeed," he said, "that just at this juncture he should throw himself in my way, and enable me so easy to feel certain that I shall never more be troubled with him. Truly, I ran some risk, and when my pistol missed fire, it seemed as if my evil star was in its ascendant, and that I was doomed myself to become the victim of him whom I have laid in so cold a grave. But I have been victorious, and I am willing to accept the circumstance as an omen of the past, that my fortunes are on the change. I think I shall be successful now, and with the ample means which I now possess, surely, in this country, where gold is loved so well, I shall be able to overcome all difficulties, and to unite myself to someone who, but no matter, her fate is an after consideration." Chapter 95. The marriage and the Bannerworth family arranged. After the adventure of the doctor with regard to the picture about which such an air of mystery and interest has been thrown, the Bannerworth family began to give up all hopes of ever finding a clue to those circumstances concerning which they would certainly have liked to have known the truth, but of which it was not likely they would ever hear anything more. Dr. Chillingworth now had no reserve, and when he had recovered sufficiently to feel that he could converse without an effort, he took an opportunity, while the whole of the family were present, to speak of what had been his hopes and his expectations. "You are all aware," he said, "now, of the story of Marmaduke Bannerworth, and what an excessively troublesome person he was, with all deference to you, Henry, first of all, as to spending all his money at the gaming table, and leaving his family destitute, and then, when he did get a lump of money which might have done some good to those he left behind him, hiding it somewhere where it could not be found at all, and so leaving you all in great difficulty and distress, when you might have been independent." "That's true enough, Doctor," said Henry, "but you know the old proverb, that ill-gotten wealth never thrives, so that I don't regret not finding this money, for I am sure we should have been none the happier with it, and perhaps not so happy." "Oh, bother the old proverb. 30 or 40,000 pounds is no trifle to be talked lightly of, or the loss of which to be quietly put up with, on account of a musty proverb. It's a large sum, and I should like to have placed it in your hands. But as you cannot, Doctor, there can be no good possibly done by regretting it." "No, certainly, I don't mean that. Utter regret is always a very foolish thing, but it's questionable whether something might not be done in the matter, after all, for you, as it appears, by all the evidence we can collect, that it must have been Varney, after all, who jumped down upon me from the garden wall in so sudden a manner, and, if the picture be valuable to him, it must be valuable to us. But how are we to get it? And if we could, I do not see that it would be of much good to anybody, for, after all, it is but a painting." "There you go again," said the doctor, "depreciating what you know nothing about. Now, listen to me, Master Henry, and I will tell you. That picture evidently had some sort of lining at the back, over the original canvas, and do you think I would have taken such pains to bring it away with me if that lining had not made me suspect that between it and the original picture the money, in banknotes, was deposited? Had you any special reason for supposing such was the case?" "Yes, most unquestionably I had, for when I got the picture fairly down, I found various inequalities in the surface of the back, which led me to believe that rolls of notes were deposited, and that the great mistake we had all along made was in looking behind the picture, instead of at the picture itself. I meant immediately to have cut it to pieces when I reached here with it, but now it has got into the hands of somebody else, who knows, I suspect, as much I do. It is rather provoking." "Rather provoking. Is that the way to talk of the loss of heaven knows how many thousands of pounds? I am quite aggravated myself at the idea of the thing, and it puts me in a perfect fever to think of it, I can assure you. But what can we do? Oh, I propose an immediate crusade against Varney the Vampire, for who but he could have made such an attack upon me and forced me to deliver up such a valuable treasure? Never heed it, doctor, said Flora, let it go. We have never had or enjoyed that money, so it cannot matter, and it is not to be considered as the loss of an actual possession, because we never did actually possess it. Yes, chimed in the Admiral, bother the money. What do we care about it? And, besides, Charlie Holland is going to be very busy. Busy, said the doctor. How do you mean? Why, isn't he going to be married directly to Flora here, and am I going to settle the whole of my property upon him on condition that he takes the name of Bell instead of Holland? For, you see, his mother was my sister, and of course her name was Bell. As for his father Holland, it can't matter to him now what Charlie is called, and if he don't take the name of Bell I shall be the last in the family, for I am not likely to marry, and have any little bells about me. No, said the doctor, I should say not, and that's the reason why you want to ring the changes upon Charles Holland's name. Do you see the joke, Admiral? I can't say I do. Where is it? It's all very well to talk of jokes, but if I was like Charles, going to be married, I shouldn't be in any joking humor, I can tell you, but quite the reverse. And as for you and your picture, if you want it, doctor, just run after Varney yourself for it, or, stay, I have a better idea than that. Get your wife to go and ask him for it, and if she makes half such a clamor about his ears that she did about ours, he will give it her in a minute, to get rid of her. My wife, you don't mean to say she has been here? Yes, but she has though. And now, doctor, I can tell you I have seen a good deal of service in all parts of the world, and, of course, picked up a little experience, and, if I were you, some of these days, when Mrs. Chillingworth ain't very well, I'd give her a composing draught that would make her quiet enough. Oh, that's not my style of practice, Admiral, but I am sorry to hear that Mrs. Chillingworth has annoyed you so much. Foh, man, foh. Do you think she could annoy me? Why, I have encountered storms and squalls in all latitudes, and it isn't a woman's tongue now that can do anything of an annoying character, I can tell you, far from it, very far from it, so don't distress yourself upon that head. But come, doctor, we are going to have the wedding the day after tomorrow. No, said Flora, the week after next, you mean? Is it the week after next? I'll be hanged if I didn't think it was the day after tomorrow, but of course you know best, as you have settled it all among you. I have nothing to do with it. Of course, I shall, with great pleasure, returned the doctor, be present on the interesting occasion, but do you intend taking possession of Bannerworth Hall again? No, certainly not, said Henry. We propose going to the Deerbrook estate, and there remaining for a time to see how we all like it. We may, perchance, enjoy it very much, for I have heard it spoken of as an attractive little property enough, and one that any one might fancy after being resident a short time upon it. Well, said the Admiral, that is, I believe, settled among us, but I am sure we shall not like it, on account of the want of the sea. Why, I tell you, I have not seen a ship myself for this 18 months, there's a state of things, you see, that won't do to last, because one would get dry mouldy. It's a shocking thing to see nothing but land, wherever you go. From the preceding conversation may be gathered what were the designs of the Bannerworth family, and what progress had been made in carrying them out. From the moment they had discovered the title deeds of the Deerbrook property, they had ceased to care about the large sum of money which Marmaduke Bannerworth had been supposed to have hidden in some portion of Bannerworth Hall. They had already passed through quite enough of the busy turmoils of existence to be grateful for anything that promised ease and competence, and that serenity of mind which is the dearest possession which any one can compass. Consequently was it, that, with one accord, they got rid of all yearning after the large sum which the doctor was so anxious to procure for them, and looked forward to a life of great happiness and contentment. On the whole, too, when they came to talk the matter over quietly among themselves, they were not sorry that Varney had taken himself off in the way he had, for really it was a great release, and, as he had couched his farewell in words which signified it was a final one, they were inclined to think that he must have left England, and that it was not likely they should ever again encounter him, under any circumstances whatever. It was to be considered quite as a whim of the old Admiral's, the changing of Charles Holland's name to Bell, but, as Charles himself said when the subject was broached to him, I am so well content to be called whatever those to whom I feel affection think proper, that I give up my name of Holland without a pang, willingly adopting in its stead one that has always been hallowed in my remembrance with the best and kindest recollections. And thus this affair was settled, much to the satisfaction of Flora, who was quite as well content to be called Mrs. Bell as to be called Mrs. Holland, since the object of her attachment remained the same. The wedding was really fixed for the week after that which followed the conversation we have recorded, but the Admiral was not at all disposed to allow Flora and his nephew Charles to get through such an important period of their lives without some greater demonstration and show than could be made from the little cottage where they dwelt, and consequently he wished that they should leave that and proceed at once to a larger mansion, which he had his eye upon a few miles off, and which was to be had furnished for a time, at the pleasure of anyone. "And we won't shut ourselves up," said the Admiral, "but we will find out all the Christian-like people in the neighborhood, and invite them to the wedding, and we will have a jolly good breakfast together, and lots of music, and a famous lunch, and, after that, a dinner, and then a dance, and all that sort of thing, so that there shall be no want of fun." As may be well supposed, both Charles and Flora shrunk from so public an affair, but, as the old man had evidently set his heart upon it, they did not like to say they positively would not, so, after a vain attempt to dissuade him from removing it all from the cottage until they removed for good, they gave up the point to him, and he had it all his own way. He took the house, for 1 month, which had so taken his fancy, and certainly a pretty enough place it was, although they found out afterwards that why it was he was so charmed with it consisted in the fact that it bore the name of a vessel which he had once commanded, but this they did not know until a long time afterwards, when it slipped out by mere accident. They stipulated with the Admiral that there should not be more than 20 guests at the breakfast which was to succeed the marriage ceremony, and to that he acceded, but Henry whispered to Charles Holland, "I know this public wedding to be distasteful to you, and most particularly do I know it is distasteful to Flora, so, if you do not mind playing a trick upon the old man, I can very easily put you in the way of cheating him entirely. Indeed, I should like to hear, and, what is more, I should like to practice, if you think it will not so entirely offend him as to make him implacable." "Not at all, not at all, he will laugh himself, when he comes to know it, as much as any of us. The present difficulty will be to procure Flora's connivance, but that we must do the best way we can by persuasion. What this scheme was will ultimately appear, but certain it is that the old Admiral had no suspicion of what was going on, and proceeded to make all his arrangements accordingly. From his first arrival in the market town, in the neighborhood of which was Bannerworth Hall, it will be recollected that he had taken a great fancy to the lawyer, in whose name a forged letter had been sent him, informing him of the fact that his nephew, Charles Holland, intended marrying into a family of vampires. It was this letter, as the reader is aware, which brought the old Admiral and Jack Pringle into the neighborhood of the hall, and, although it was a maneuver to get rid of Charles Holland, which failed most signally, there can be no doubt but that such a letter was the production of Sir Francis Varney, and that he wrote it for the express purpose of getting rid of Charles from the hall, who had begun materially to interfere with his plans and projects there. After some conversation with himself, the Admiral thought that this lawyer would be just the man to recommend the proper sort of people to be invited to the wedding of Charles and Flora, so he wrote to him, inviting himself to dinner, and received back a very gracious reply from the lawyer, who declared that the honor of entertaining a gentleman whom he so much respected as Admiral Bell was greater than he had a right to expect by a great deal, and that he should feel most grateful for his company, and await his coming with the greatest impatience. A devilish civil fellow, that attorney," said the Admiral, as he put the letter in his pocket, and almost enough to put one in conceit of lawyers. "Yes," said Jack Pringle, who had overheard the Admiral read the letter. "Yes, we will honor him, and I only hope he will have plenty of grog, because, you see, if he don't in it." "What's that? Can't you keep things to yourself?" This latter exclamation arose from the fact that the Admiral was so indignant at Jack for listening to what he had been saying as to throw a leaden inkstand that happened to be upon the table at his head. "You mutinous swab," he said, "cannot a gentleman ask me to dinner, or can I ask myself, without you putting your spoke in the windlass, you vagabond?" "Oh, well," said Jack, "if you are out of temper about it, I had better send my mark to the lawyer, and tell him that we won't come, as it has made some family differences." "Family, you thief," said the Admiral. "What do you mean? What family do you think would own you? And me, if I don't think you came over in some strange ship. But, I tell you what it is, if you interfere in this matter, I'll be hanged if I don't blow your brains out." "And you'll be hanged if you do," said Jack, as he walked out of the room, "so it's all one either way, old Fizgig." "What?" roared the Admiral, as he sprang up and ran after Jack. "Have I lived all these years to be called names in my own ship, I mean my own house? What does the infernal rascal mean by it?" The Admiral, no doubt, would have pursued Jack very closely had not Flora intercepted him and, by gentle violence, got him back to the room. No one else could have ventured to have stopped him, but the affection he had for her was so great that she could really accomplish almost anything with him, and, by listening quietly to his complaints of Jack Pringle, which, however, involved a disclosure of the fact which he had intended to keep to himself, that he had sought the lawyer's advice, she succeeded in soothing him completely, so that he forgot his anger in a very short time. But the old man's anger, although easily aroused, never lasted very long, and, upon the whole, it was really astonishing what he put up with from Jack Pringle in the way of taunts and sneers, of all sorts and descriptions, and now and then not a little real abuse. And, probably, he thought likewise that Jack Pringle did not mean what he said, on the same principle that he, the Admiral, when he called Jack a mutinous swab and a marine, certainly did not mean that Jack was those things, but merely used them as expletives to express a great amount of indignation at the moment, because, as may be well supposed, nothing in the world could be worse, in Admiral Bell's estimation, than to be a mutinous swab or a marine. It was rather a wonder, though, that, in his anger some day, he did not do Jack some mischief, for, as we have had occasion to notice in one or two cases, the Admiral was not extremely particular as to what sorts of missiles he used when he considered it necessary to throw something at Jack's head. It would not have been a surprising thing if Jack had really made some communication to the lawyer, but he did stop short at that amount of pleasantry, and, as he himself expressed it, for once in a way he let the old man please himself. The Admiral soon forgot this little dispute, and then pleased himself with the idea that he should pass a pleasant day with the attorney. "Oh, well," he said, "who would have thought that ever I should have gone and taken dinner with a lawyer, and not only done that, but invited myself too? It shows us all that there may be some good in all sorts of men, lawyers included, and I am sure, after this, I ought to begin to think what I never thought before, and that is, that a marine may actually be a useful person. It shows that, as one gets older, one gets wiser." It was an immense piece of liberality for a man brought up, as Admiral Bell had been, in decidedly one of the most prejudiced branches of the public service, to make any such admissions as these. A very great thing it was, and showed a liberality of mind such as, even at the present time, is not readily found. It is astonishing, as well as amusing, to find how the mind assimilates itself to the circumstances in which it is placed, and how society, being cut up into small sections, imagines different things merely as a consequence of their peculiar application. We shall find that even people, living at different ends of a city, will look with a sort of pity and contempt upon each other, and it is much to be regretted that public writers are found who use what little ability they may possess in pandering to their feelings. It was as contemptible and silly as it was reprehensible for a late celebrated novelist to pretend that he believed there was a place called Bloomsbury Square, but he really did not know, because that was merely done for the purpose of raising a silly laugh among persons who were neither respectable on account of their abilities or their conduct. But to return from this digression. The Admiral, attired in his best suit, which always consisted of a blue coat, the exact color of the Navy uniform, an immense pale primrose-colored waistcoat, and white kerseymere continuations, went to the lawyers as had been arranged. If anything at all could flatter the old man's vanity successfully, it certainly would be the manner in which he was received at the lawyer's house, where everything was done that could give him satisfaction. A very handsome repast was laid before him, and, when the cloth was removed, the Admiral broached the subject upon which he wished to ask the advice of his professional friend. After telling him of the wedding that was to come off, he said, "Now, I have bargained to invite 20 people, and, of course, as that is exclusive of any of the family, and as I don't know any people about this neighborhood except yourself, I want you and your family to come to start with, and then I want you to find me out some more decent people to make up the party." "I feel highly flattered," said the attorney, "that, in such a case as this, you should have come to me, and my only great fear is that I should not be able to give you satisfaction." "Oh, you needn't be afraid of that. There is no fear on that head, so I shall leave it all to you to invite the folks that you think proper." "I will endeavor, certainly, Admiral, to do my best. Of course, living in the town, as I have for many years, I know some very nice people as well as some very queer ones." "Oh, we don't want any of the queer ones, but let those who are invited be frank, hearty, good-tempered people, such as one will be glad to meet over and over again without any ceremony, none of your simpering people, who are afraid to laugh for fear of opening their mouths too wide, but who are so mighty genteel that they are afraid to enjoy anything for fear it should be vulgar." "I understand you, Admiral, perfectly, and shall endeavor to obey your instructions to the very letter, but if I should unfortunately invite anybody you don't like, you must excuse me for making such a mistake." "Oh, of course, of course. Never mind that, and if any disagreeable fellow comes, we will smother him in some way. It would serve him right, for no one ought to make himself disagreeable after being honored with an invitation from you, but I will be most especially careful, and I hope that such a circumstance will not occur." "Never mind. If it should, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll set Jack Pringle upon him, and if he don't worry his life out it will be a strange thing to me." "Oh," said the lawyer, "I am glad you have mentioned him, for it gives me an opportunity of saying that I have done all in my power to make him comfortable." "All in your power to make him comfortable? What do you mean?" "I mean that I have placed such a dinner before him as will please him. I told him to ask for just whatever he likes." The Admiral looked at the lawyer with amazement for a few moments in silence, and then he said, "D-n it! Why, you don't mean to tell me that rascal is here?" "Oh, yes, he came about 10 minutes before you arrived, and said you were coming, and he has been downstairs feasting all the while since." "Stop a bit. Do you happen to have any loaded firearms in the house?" "We have got an old blunderbuss, but what for, Admiral?" "To shoot that scoundrel, Pringle. I'll blow his brains out, as sure as fate. The impudence of his coming here, directly against my orders, too." "My dear sir, calm yourself, and think nothing of it. It's of no consequence whatever." "No consequence? Where is that blunderbuss of yours? Do you mean to tell me that mutiny is of no consequence? Give me the blunderbuss." "But, my clear sir, we only keep it in terrorem, and have no bullets." "Never mind that. We can cram in a handful of nails, or brass buttons, or hammer up a few halfpence. Anything of that sort will do to settle his business with." "How do you get on, old Tarbarrel?" said Jack, putting his head in at the door. "Are you making yourself comfortable?" I'll be hanged if I don't think you have a drop too much already. You look so precious red about the gills. I have been getting unfamous, and I thought I'd just hop up for a minute to make your mind easy about me, and tell you so." It was quite evident that Jack had done justice to the good cheer of the lawyer, for he was rather unsteady, and had to hold by the doorpost to support himself, while there was such a look of contentment upon his countenance as contrasted with the indignation that was manifest upon the Admiral's face that, as the saying is, it would have made a cat laugh to see them. "Be off with ye, Jack," said the lawyer, "be off with ye. Go downstairs again and enjoy yourself. Don't you see that the Admiral is angry with you?" "Oh, he be bothered," said Jack. "I'll soon settle him if he comes any of his nonsense, and mind, Mr. Lawyer, whatever you do, don't you give him too much to drink." The lawyer ran to the door and pushed Jack out, for he rightly enough suspected that the quietness of the Admiral was only that calm which precedes a storm of more than usual amount and magnitude, so he was anxious to part them at once. He then set about appeasing, as well as he could, the Admiral's anger, by attributing the perseverance of Jack, in following him wherever he went, to his great affection for him, which, combined with his ignorance, might make him often troublesome when he had really no intention of being so. This was certainly the best way of appeasing the old man, and, indeed, the only way in which it could be done successfully, and the proof that it was so, consisted in the fact that the Admiral did consent, at the suggestion of the attorney, to forgive Jack once more for the offense he had committed. Chapter 96. The Baron takes Anderbury House, and decides upon giving a grand entertainment. It was not considered anything extraordinary that, although the Baron Stalmuir of Salzburg went out with the mysterious stranger who had arrived at the Anderbury Arms to see him, he should return without him, for certainly he was not bound to bring him back, by any means whatever. Moreover, he entered the inn so quietly, and with such an appearance of perfect composure, that no one could have suspected for a moment that he had been guilty really of the terrific crime which had been laid to his charge, a crime which few men could have committed in so entirely unmoved and passionless a manner as he had done it. But he seemed to consider the taking of a human life as a thing not of the remotest consequence, and not to be considered at all as a matter which was to put anyone out of the way, but as a thing to be done when necessity required, with all the ease in the world, without arousing or waking any of those feelings of remorse which one would suppose ought to find a place in the heart of a man who had been guilty of such monstrous behavior. He walked up to his own apartment again, and retired to rest with the same feeling, apparently, of calmness, and the same ability to taste of the sweets of repose as had before characterized him. The stranger's horse, which was a valuable and beautiful animal, remained in the stable of the inn, and as, of course, that was considered a guarantee for his return, the landlord, when he himself retired to rest, left one of his establishments sitting up to let in the man who now lay so motionless and so frightful in appearance in one of the ice-wells of the mysterious passage leading from the base of the cliff to the grounds of Anderbury House. But the night wore on, and the man who had been left to let the stranger in, after making many efforts to keep himself awake, dropped into sound repose, which he might just as well have done in the first instance, inasmuch as, although he knew it not, he was engaged in the vain task of waiting for the dead. The morning was fresh and beautiful, and, at a far earlier hour than a person of his quality was expected to make his appearance, the Baron descended from his chamber, for, somehow or other, by common consent, it seems to be agreed that great personages must be late in rising, and equally late in going to bed. But the Baron was evidently not so disposed to turn night into day, and the landlord congratulated himself not a little upon the fact that he was ready for his illustrious guest when he descended so unexpectedly from his chamber as he did. An ample breakfast was disposed of, that is to say, it was placed upon the table, and charged to the Baron, who selected from it what he pleased, and when the meal was over the landlord ventured to enter the apartment, and said to him, with all due humility, "If you please, sir, Mr. Leake, who has the letting of Anderbury on the Mount, that is, Anderbury House, as it is usually called, is here, sir, and would be happy to take your orders as to when you would be pleased to look at those premises." I shall be ready to go in half-hour, said the Baron, and, as the distance is not great, I will walk from here to the mansion. This message was duly communicated to Mr. Leek, who thereupon determined upon waiting until the Baron should announce his readiness to depart upon the expedition, and he was as good as his word, for, in about half an hour afterwards, he descended to the hall, and then Mr. Leek was summoned, who came out of the bar with such a grand rush, that he fell over a mat that was before him, and saluted the Baron by digging his head into his stomach, and then falling sprawling at his feet, and laying hold of his ankle. This little incident was duly apologized for and explained, after which Mr. Leek walked on through the town towards Anderbury-on-the-Mount, followed by the illustrious personage whom he sincerely hoped he should be able to induce to take it. It was a curious thing to see how they traversed the streets together, for while the Baron walked right on, and with a solemn and measured step, Mr. Leek managed to get along a few paces in front of him, sideways, so that he could keep up a sort of conversation upon the merits of Anderbury House and the neighborhood in general, without much effort, to which remarks the Baron made such suitable and dignified replies as a Baron would be supposed to make. "You will find, sir," said Mr. Leek, "that everything about Anderbury is extremely select and amazingly correct, and I am sure a more delightful place to live in could not be found." "Ah," said the Baron, "very likely." "It's lively, too," continued Mr. Leek, "very lively, and there are 2 chapels of ease, besides the church." "That's a drawback," said the Baron. "A drawback, sir? Well, I am sorry I mentioned it, but perhaps you are a Roman Catholic, sir, and, in that case, the chapels of ease have no interest for you." "Not the slightest, but do not, sir, run away with any assumption concerning my religious opinions, for I am not a Roman Catholic." No, sir, nor more am I, and, as far as I think and my opinion goes, I say, why shouldn't a gentleman with a large fortune be what he likes, or nothing, if he likes that better? But here we are, sir, close to one of the entrances of Anderbury House. There are 3 principal entrances, you understand, sir, on 3 sides of the estate, and the 4th side faces the sea, where there is that mysterious passage that leads down from the grounds to the beach, which, perhaps, you have heard of, sir. The landlord of the inn mentioned it. We consider it a great curiosity, sir, I can assure you, in these parts, a very great curiosity, and it's an immense advantage to the house, because, you see, sir, in extremely hot weather, all sorts of provisions can be taken down there, and kept at such a very low temperature as to be quite delightful. That is an advantage." Mr. Leek rang the bell that hung over one of the entrances, and his summons for admission was speedily answered by the old couple who had charge of the premises, and then, with a view of impressing them with a notion of the importance of the personage whom he had brought to look at the place, he said, aloud, "The Baron Stolmeyer, of Salt something, has come to look at the premises." This announcement was received with all due deference and respect, and the task of showing the Baron the premises at once fairly commenced. "Here you have," said Mr. Leek, assuming an oratorical attitude, "here you have the umbrageous trees stooping down to dip their leaves in the purling waters, here you have the sweet foliage lending a delicious perfume to the balmy air, here you have the murmuring waterfalls playing music of the spheres to the listening birds, who sit responsive upon the dancing boughs, here you have all the fragrance of the briny ocean, mingling with the scent of a bank of violets, and wrapping the senses in Elysium, here you may never tire of an existence that presents never-ending charms, and that, in the full enjoyment of which, you may live far beyond the allotted span of man." "Enough, said the Baron. "Here you have the choicest exotics taking kindly to a soil gifted by nature with the most extraordinary powers of production, and all that can pamper the appetite or yield delight to the senses is scattered around by nature with a liberal hand. It is quite impossible that royalty should come near the favored spot without visiting it as a thing of course, and I forgot to mention that a revenue is derived from some cottages, which, although small, is yet sufficient to pay the tithe on the whole estate. There, that will do. Here you have purling rills and cascades, and fish ponds so redundant with the finny tribe that you have but to wish for sport, and it is yours. Here you have in the mansion chambers that vie with the accommodation of a palace, ample dormitories and halls of ancient grandeur. Here you have. Stop, said the Baron, stop. I cannot be pestered in this way with your description. I have no patience to listen to such mere words. Show me the house at once, and let me judge for myself. Certainly, sir. Oh, certainly, only I thought it right to give you a slight description of the place as it really was. And now, sir, that we have reached the house, I may remark that here we have. Silence, said the Baron. If you begin with here we have, I know not when you will leave off. All I require of you is to show me the place, and to answer any question which I may put to you concerning it. I will draw my own conclusions, and nothing you can say, one way or another, will affect my imagination. Certainly, sir, certainly, I shall only be too happy to answer any questions that may be put to me by a person of your lordship's great intelligence, and all I can remark is, that when you reach the drawing-room floor, any person may truly say, here you have. I really beg your pardon, sir, I had not the slightest intention of saying here you have, I assure you, but the words came out quite unawares, I assure you. Peace, peace, cried again the Baron, you disturb me by this incessant clatter. Thus admonished, Mr. Leake was now quiet, and allowed the Baron in his own way to make what investigation he pleased concerning Anderbury House. The investigation was not one that could be gone over in 10 minutes, for the house was extremely extensive, and the estate altogether presented so many features of beauty and interest that it was impossible not to linger over it for a considerable period of time. The grounds were most extensive, and planted with such a regard to order and regularity, everything being in its proper place, that it was a pleasure to see an estate so well kept. And although the Baron was not a man who said much, it was quite evident, by what little he did utter, that he was very well pleased with Anderbury on the Mount. And now, said Mr. Leake, I will do myself the pleasure, sir, of showing your grace the subterranean passage. At this moment a loud ring at one of the entrance gates was heard, and upon the man who had charge of the house answering the summons for admission, he found that it was a gentleman, who gave a card on which was the name of Sir John Westlake, and who desired to see the premises. Sir John Westlake, said Mr. Leake, oh, I recollect he did call at my office, and say that he thought of taking Anderbury on the Mount. A gentleman of great taste is Sir John, but I must tell him, Baron, that you have the preference if you choose to embrace it. At this moment the stranger advanced, and when he saw the Baron, he bowed courteously, upon which Mr. Leake said, I regret, Sir John, that if you should take a fancy to the place, I am compelled first of all to give this gentleman the refusal of it. Certainly, said Sir John Westlake, do not let me interfere with anyone. I have nearly made up my mind, and came to look over the property again, but of course, if this gentleman is beforehand with me, I must be content. I wish particularly to go down to the subterranean passage to the beach, if it is not too much trouble. Trouble? Certainly not, sir. Here, Davis, get some links, and we can go at once, and as this gentleman likewise has seen everything but that strange excavation, he will probably descend with us. Certainly, said the Baron, I shall have great pleasure, and he said it with so free and unembarrassed an air, that no one could have believed for a moment in the possibility that such a subject of fearful interest to him was there to be found. The entrance from the grounds into this deep cavernous place was in a small but neat building that looked like a summer house, and now, torches being procured, and one lit, a door was opened, which conducted at once into the commencement of the excavation, and Mr. Leake heading the way, the distinguished party, as that gentleman loved afterwards to call it in his accounts of the transaction, proceeded into the very bowels of the earth, as it were, and quickly lost all traces of the daylight. The place did not descend by steps, but by a gentle slope, which it required some caution to traverse, because, being cut in the chalk, which in some places was worn very smooth, it was extremely slippery, but this was a difficulty that a little practice soon overcame, and as they went on the place became more interesting every minute. Even the Baron allowed Mr. Leek to make a speech upon the occasion, and that gentleman said, "You will perceive that this excavation must have been made, at a great expense, out of the solid cliff, and in making it some of the most curious specimens of petrifaction and fossil remains were found. You see that the roof is vaulted, and that it is only now and then a lump of chalk has fallen in, or a great piece of flint, and now we come to one of the ice wells. They came to a deep excavation, down which they looked, and when the man held the torch beneath its surface, they could dimly see the bottom of it, where there was a number of large pieces of flint stone, and, apparently, likewise, the remains of broken bottles. There used to be a windlass at the top of this," said Mr. Leek, "and the things were let down in a basket. They do say that ice will keep for 2 years in one of these places." "And are there more of these excavations?" said the Baron. "Oh, dear, yes, sir. There are 5 or 6 of them for different purposes, for when the family that used to live in Anderbury House had grand entertainments, which they sometimes had in the summer season, they always had a lot of men down here, cooling wines, and passing them up from hand to hand to the house. From the gradual slope of this passage down to the cliffs, and the zigzag character of it, it may be well supposed that it was of considerable extent. Indeed, Mr. Leek asserted that it was half a mile in actual measured length. The Baron was not at all anxious to run any risk of a discovery of the dead body which he had cast into that ice well which was nearest to the opening onto the beach, so, as he went on, he negated the different proposals that were made to look down into the excavations, and succeeded in putting a stop to that species of inquiry in the majority of instances, but he could not wholly do so. Perhaps it would have been better for his purpose if he had encouraged to look into every one of the ice wells, for, in that case, their similarity of appearance might have tired out Sir John Westlake before they got to the last one, but as it was, when they reached the one down which the body had been precipitated, he had the mortification to hear Mr. Leek say, "And now, Sir John, and you, my Lord Baron, as we have looked at the first of these ice wells and at none of the others, suppose we look at the last." The Baron was afraid to say anything, because, if the body were discovered, and identified as that of the visitor at the inn, and who had been seen last with him, any reluctance on his part to have that ice well examined might easily afterwards be construed into a very powerful piece of circumstantial evidence against him. He therefore merely bowed his assent, thinking that the examination would be but a superficial one, and that, in consequence, he should escape easily from any disagreeable consequences. But this the fates ordained otherwise, and there seemed no hope of that ice well in particular escaping such an investigation as was sure to induce some uncomfortable results. "Davis," said Mr. Leek, "these places are not deep, you see, and I was thinking that if you went down one of them, it would be as well, for then you would be able to tell the gentleman what the bottom was fairly composed of, you understand." "Oh, I don't mind, sir," said Davis. "I have been down one of them before today, I can tell you, sir." "I do not see the necessity," said Sir John Westlake, "exactly, of such a thing, but still if you please, and this gentleman wishes." "I have no wish upon the occasion," said the Baron, "and, like yourself, cannot see the necessity." "Oh, there is no trouble," said Mr. Leek, "and it's better, now you are here, that you see and understand all about it. How can you get down, Davis?" "Why, sir, it ain't above 14 feet altogether, so I shan't have any difficulty, for I can hang by my hands about half the distance, and drop the remainder." As he spoke he took off his coat, and then stuck the link he carried into a cleft of the rock that was beside the brink of the excavation. The Baron now saw that there would be no such thing as avoiding a discovery of the fact of the dead body being in that place, and his only hope was that in its descent it might have become so injured as to defy identification. But this was a faint hope, because he recollected that he had himself seen the face, which was turned upwards, and the period after death was by far too short for him to have any hope that decomposition could have taken place even to the most limited extent. The light, which was stuck in a niche, shed but a few inefficient rays down into the pit, and, as the Baron stood, with folded arms, looking calmly on, he expected each moment a scene of surprise and terror would ensue. Nor was he wrong, for scarcely had the man plunged down into that deep place, than he uttered a cry of alarm and terror, and shouted, "Murderer! Murderer! Lift me out! There is a dead man down here, and I have jumped upon him." "A dead man!" cried Mr. Leake and Sir John Westlake in a breath. "How very strange," said the Baron. "Lend me a hand," cried Davis. "Lend me a hand out. I cannot stand this, you know. Lend me a hand out, I say, at once." This was easier to speak of than to do, and Mr. Davis began to discover that it was easier by far to get into a deep pit than to get out of one, notwithstanding that his assertion of having been down into those places was perfectly true. But then he had met with nothing alarming, and had been able perfectly at his leisure to scramble out the best way he could. Now, however, his frantic efforts to release himself from a much more uncomfortable situation than he had imagined it possible for him to get into were of so frantic a nature that he only half buried himself in pieces of chalk, which he kept pulling down with vehemence from the sides of the pit, and succeeded in accomplishing nothing towards his rescue. "Oh, the fellow is only joking," said the Baron, "and amusing himself at our expense." But the manner in which the man cried for help, and the marked terror which was in every tone, was quite sufficient to prove that he was not acting, for if he were, a more accomplished mimic could not have been found on the stage than he was. "This is serious," said Sir John Westlake, "and cannot be allowed. Have you any ropes here by which we can assist him from the pit? Don't be alarmed, my man, for if there be a dead body in the pit, it can't harm you. Take your time quietly and easily, and you will assuredly get out." "Aye," said the Baron, "the more haste, the worse speed, is an English proverb, and in this case it will be fully exemplified. This man would easily leave the pit, if he would have the patience, with care and quietness, to clamber up its sides." It would appear that Davis felt the truth of these exhortations, for although he trembled excessively, he did begin to make some progress in his ascent, and get so high that Mr. Leake was enabled to get hold of his hand and give him a little assistance, so that, in another minute or so, he was rescued from his situation, which was not one of peril, although it was certainly one of fright. He trembled so excessively, and stuttered and stammered, that for some minutes no one could understand very well what he said, but at length, upon making himself intelligible, he exclaimed, "There has been a murder. There has been a murder committed, and the body thrown into the ice pit. I felt that I jumped down upon something soft, and when I put down my hand to feel what it was, it came across a dead man's face, and then, of course, I called out." "You certainly did call out." "Yes, and so would anybody, I think, under such circumstances. I suppose I shall be hung now, because I had charge of the house?" "That did not strike me until this moment," said the Baron, "but if there be a dead body in that pit, it certainly places this man in a very awkward position." "What the deuce do you mean?" said Davis. "I don't know no more about it than the child unborn. There is a dead man in the ice well, and that is all I know about it, but whether he has been there a long time, or a short time, I don't know any more than the moon, so it's no use bothering me about it." "My good man," said the Baron, "it would be very wrong indeed to impute to you any amount of criminality in this business, since you may be entirely innocent, and I, for one, believe that you are so, for I cannot think that any guilty man would venture into the place where he had put the body of his victim in the way that you ventured into that pit. I say I cannot believe it possible, and therefore I think you innocent, and will take care to see that no injustice is done you, but at the same time I cannot help adding that I think, of course, you will find yourself suspected in some way." "I am very much obliged to you, sir," said Davis, "but as I happen to be quite innocent, I am very easy about it, and don't care one straw what people say. I have not been in this excavation for heaven knows how long." "But what's to be done?" said Mr. Leake. "I suppose it's our duty to do something, under such circumstances. Unquestionably, said the Baron, and the first thing to be done is to inform the police of what has happened, so that the body may be got up, and as I have now seen enough of the estate to satisfy me as regards its capabilities, I decide at once upon taking it, if I can agree upon the conditions of the tenancy, and I will purchase it, if the price be such as I think suitable. Well, said Mr. Leake, if anything could reconcile me to the extraordinary circumstance that has just occurred, it certainly is, Baron, the having so desirable a tenant for Anderbury-on-the-Mount as yourself. But we need not traverse all this passage again, for it is much nearer now to get out upon the sea-coast at once, as we are so close to the other opening upon the beach. It seems to me that we ought to proceed at once to the town, and give information to the authorities of the discovery which we have made. It is absolutely necessary, said the Baron, so to do, so come along at once. I shall proceed to my inn, and as, of course, I have seen nothing more than yourselves, and consequently could only repeat your evidence, I do not see that my presence is called for. Nevertheless, of course, if the justices think it absolutely necessary that I should appear, I can have no possible objection to so do. This was as straightforward as anything that could be desired, and, moreover, it was rather artfully put together, for it seemed to imply that he, Mr. Leake, would be slighted if his evidence was not considered sufficient. Of course, said Mr. Leake, I don't see at all why, as you, sir, have only the same thing to say as myself, I should not be sufficient. Don't call upon me on any account, said Sir John Westlake. Oh! No, no, cried Mr. Leake, there is no occasion. I won't, you may depend, if it can be helped. Sir John, in rather a nervous and excited manner, bade them good day, before they got quite into the town, and hurried off, while the Baron, with a dignified bow, when he reached the door of his hotel, said to Mr. Leake, Of course I do not like the trouble of judicial investigations more than anybody else, and therefore, unless it is imperatively necessary that I should appear, I shall take it as a favor to be released from such a trouble. My Lord Baron, said Mr. Leake, you may depend that I shall mention that to the magistrates and the coroner, and all those sort of people, and then Mr. Leake walked away, but he muttered to himself, as he did so, they will have him, as sure as fate, just because he is a baron, and his name will look well in the county chronicle. Mr. Leake then repaired immediately to the house of one of the principal magistrates, and related what had occurred, to the great surprise of that gentleman, who suggested immediately the propriety of making the fact known to the coroner of the district, as it was more his business than a magistrate's, in the first instance, since nobody was accused of the offense. This suggestion was immediately followed, and that functionary directed that the body should be removed from where it was to the nearest public house, and immediately issued his precept for an inquiry into the case. By this time the matter had begun to get bruited about in the town, and of course it went from mouth to mouth with many exaggerations, and although it by no means did follow that a murder had been committed because a dead body had been found, yet, such was the universal impression, and the matter began to be talked about as the murder in the subterranean passage leading to Anderbury House, with all the gusto which the full particulars of some deed of blood was calculated to inspire. And how it spread about was thus. The fact was that Mr. Leake was so anxious to let Anderbury-on-the-Mount to the rich Baron Stalmuir of Salzburg that he got a friend of his to come and personate Sir John Westlake, while he, the Baron, was looking at the premises, in order to drive him at once to a conclusion upon the matter, so that what made Sir John so very anxious that he should not be called forward in the matter, consisted in the simple fact that he was nothing else than plain Mr. Brown, who kept a hatter's shop in the town, but he could not keep his own counsel, and, instead of holding his tongue, as he ought to have done, about the matter, he told it to everyone he met, so that in a short time it was generally known that something serious and startling had occurred in the subterranean passage to Anderbury House, and a great mob of persons thronged the beach in anxious expectation of getting more information on the matter. The men, likewise, who had been ordered by the coroner to remove the body, soon reached the spot, and they gave an increased impetus to the proceedings by opening the door of the subterranean passage and then looking earnestly along the beach as if in expectation of something or somebody of importance. When eagerly questioned by the mob, for the throng of persons now assembled quite amounted to a mob, to know what they waited for, one of them said, "A coffin was to have been brought down to take the body in." This announcement at once removed anything doubtful that might be in the minds of any of them upon the subject, and at once proclaimed the fact not only that there was a dead body, but that if they looked out they would see it forthwith. The throng thickened, and by the time 2 men were observed approaching with a coffin on their shoulders, there was scarcely anybody left in the town, except a few rare persons, indeed, who were not so curious as their neighbors. It was not an agreeable job, even to those men who were not the most particular in the world, to be removing so loathsome a spectacle as that which they were pretty sure to encounter in the ice-well, but they did not shrink from it, and, by setting about it as a duty, they got through it tolerably well. They took with them several large torches, and then, one having descended into the pit, fastened a rope under the arms of the dead man, and so he was hauled out, and placed in the shell that was ready to receive him. They were all surprised at the fresh and almost healthful appearance of the countenance, and it was quite evident to everybody that if anyone had known him in life, they could not have the least possible difficulty in recognizing him now that he was no more. And the only appearance of injury which he exhibited was in that dreadful wound which had certainly proved his death, and which was observable in his throat the moment they looked upon him. The crush to obtain a sight of the body was tremendous at the moment it was brought out, and a vast concourse of persons followed it in procession to the town, where the greatest excitement prevailed. It was easily discovered that no known person was missing, and some who had caught a sight of the body went so far as to assert that it must have been in the ice-well for years, and that the extreme cold had preserved it in all its original freshness. The news, of course, came round, although not through the Baron, for he did not condescend to say one word about it at the inn, and it was the landlord who first started the suggestion of, "What, suppose it is the gentleman who left his horse here?" This idea had no sooner got possession of his brain than it each moment seemed to him to assume a more reasonable and tangible form, and without saying any more to anyone else about it, he at once started off to where the body lay awaiting an inquest, to see if his suspicions were correct. When he arrived at the public house and asked to see the body, he was at once permitted to do so, for the landlord knew him, and was as curious as he could be upon the subject by any possibility. One glance, of course, was sufficient, and the landlord at once said, "Yes, I have seen him before, though I don't know his name. He came to my house last night, and left his horse there, and, although I only saw him for a moment as he passed through the hall, I am certain I am not mistaken. I dare say all my waiters will recognize him, as well as the Baron Stalmeyer of Salzburg, who is staying with me, and who no doubt knows very well who he is, for he went out with him late and came home alone, and I ordered one of my men to wait up all night in order to let in this very person who is now lying dead before us." "The deuce you did! But you don't suppose the Baron murdered him, do you?" "It's a mystery to me altogether, quite a profound mystery." "It's very unlikely, certainly, and what's the most extraordinary part of the whole affair is, how the deuce could he come into one of the ice-wells belonging to Anderbury House? That's what puzzles me altogether." "Well, it will all come out, I hope, at the inquest, which is to be held at 4 o'clock today. There must have been foul play somewhere, but the mystery is where, and that heaven only knows, perhaps." "I shall attend," said the landlord, "of course, to identify him, and I suppose, unless anybody claims the horse, I may as well keep possession of it." "Don't you flatter yourself that you will get the horse out of the transaction. Don't you know quite well that the government takes possession of everything as don't belong to nobody?" "Yes, but I have got him, and possession, you know, is 9 points of the law." "It may be so, but their 10th point will get the better of you for all that. You take my word for it, the horse will be claimed of you, but I don't mind, as an old acquaintance, putting you up to a dodge." "In what way?" "Why, I'll tell you what happened with a friend of mine, But don't think it was me, for if it was I would tell you at once, so don't think it. He kept a country public house, and, one day, an elderly gentleman came in and appeared to be unwell. He just uttered a word or two, and then dropped down dead. He happened to have in his fob a gold repeater that was worth at least 100 guineas, and my friend, before anybody came, took it out and popped in its stead, an old watch that he had, which was not worth a couple of pounds. It was running a risk. Exactly, but what's the use of it to government? And, what's more, if it went to the government, there might be some excuse, but the government will know no more about it, and make not so much as I shall. Some jack in office will lay hold of it as a thing of course and a perquisite, when you might just as well, and a great deal better, too, keep it yourself, for it would do some good, as you say, and none to them. I'll do it. It is a good and a happy thought. There is no reason on earth why I shouldn't do it, and I will. I have made up my mind to it now. Well, I am glad you have. What do you think now the dead man's horse is worth? Oh, 50 or 60 guineas value. Then very good. Then, when the affair is all settled, I will trouble you for 20 pounds. You? Yes, to be sure. Who else do you suppose is going to interfere with you? One is enough, ain't it, at a time, and I think, after giving you such advice as I have, that I am entitled, at all events, to something. I tell you what, said the landlord of the hotel, taking all things into consideration, I have altered my mind rather, and won't do it. Very good. You need not, only mind, if you do, I am down upon you like a shot. The excitement contingent upon the inquest was very great. Indeed, the large room in the public house, where it was held, was crowded to suffocation with persons who were anxious to be present at the proceedings. When the landlord reached home, of course he told his guest, the Baron, of the discovery he had made, that the murdered man was the strange visitor of the previous night, for now, from the frightful wound he had received in his throat, the belief that he was murdered became too rational a one to admit of any doubts, and was that which was universally adopted in preference to any other suggestion upon the occasion, although, no doubt, people would be found who would not scruple to aver that he had cut his own throat, after making his way into the well belonging to Anderbury House. The landlord had his own misgivings concerning his guest, the Baron, now that something had occurred of such an awful and mysterious a nature to one who was evidently known to him. It did not seem to be a pleasant thing to have such an intimate friend of a man who had been murdered in one's house, especially when it came to be considered that he was the last person seen in his company, and that, consequently, he was peculiarly called upon to give an explanation of how, and under what circumstances, he had parted with him. The Baron was sitting smoking in the most unconcerned manner in the world, when the landlord came to bring him this intelligence, and, when he had heard him to an end, the remark he made was, "Really, you very much surprise me, but, perhaps, as you are better acquainted with the town than I am, you can tell me who he was?" "Why, sir, that is what we hoped you would be able to tell us." "How should I tell you?" "He introduced himself to me as a Mr. Mitchell, a surveyor, and he said that, hearing I talked of purchasing or renting Anderbury on the Mount, he came to tell me that the principal side wall that you could see from the beach was off the perpendicular." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, and as this was a very interesting circumstance to me, considering that I really did contemplate such a purchase or renting, and do so still, as it was a moonlight night, and he said he could show me in a minute what he meant if I would accompany him, I did so, but when we got there, and on the road, I heard quite enough of him to convince me that he was a little out of his senses, and, consequently, I paid no more attention to what he said, but walked home and left him on the beach. It's a most extraordinary circumstance, sir. There is no such person, I assure you, as Mitchell, a surveyor, in the town, so I can't make it out in the least. But, I tell you, I consider the man out of his senses, and perhaps that may account for the whole affair." "Oh, yes, sir, that would, certainly, but still, it's a very odd thing, because we don't know of such a person at all, and it does seem so extraordinary that he should have made his appearance, all of a sudden, in this sort of way. I suppose, sir, that you will attend the inquest, now, that's to be held upon him? Oh, yes, I have no objection whatever to that. Indeed, I feel myself bound to do so, because I suppose mine is the latest evidence that can be at all produced concerning him. Unquestionably, sir, our coroner is a very clever man, and you will be glad to know him, very glad to know him, sir, and he will be glad to know you, so I am sure it will be a mutual gratification. It's at 4 o'clock the inquest is to be, and I dare say, sir, if you are there by 1:30, it will be time enough. No doubt of that, but I will be punctual. We have already said the room in which the inquest was to be held was crowded almost to suffocation, and not only was that the case, but the lower part of the house was crammed with people likewise, and there can be very little doubt but the Baron would have shrunk from such an investigation from a number of curious eyes, if he could have done so, while the landlord of the house would have had no objection, as far as his profit was concerned in the sale of a great quantity of beer and spirits, to have had such an occurrence every day in the week, if possible. The body lay still in the shell where it had been originally placed. After it had been viewed by the jury, and almost every one had remarked upon the extraordinary fresh appearance it wore, they proceeded at once to the inquiry, and the first witness who appeared was Mr. Leake, who deposed to have been in company with some gentlemen viewing Anderbury House, and to have found the body in one of the ice wells of that establishment. This evidence was corroborated by that of Davis, who had so unexpectedly jumped into the well, without being aware that it contained already so disagreeable a visitor as it did in the person of the murdered man, regarding the cause of whose death the present inquiry was instituted. Then the landlord identified the body as that of a gentleman who had come to his house on horseback, and who had afterwards walked out with Baron Stalmeyer of Salzburg, who was one of his guests. "Is that gentleman in attendance?" said the coroner. "Yes, sir, he is. I told him about it, and he has kindly come forward to give all the evidence in his power concerning it." There was a general expression of interest and curiosity when the Baron stepped forward, attired in his magnificent coat, trimmed with fur, and tendered his evidence to the coroner, which, of course, was precisely the same as the statement he had made to the landlord of the house, for, as he had made up such a well-connected story, he was not likely to prevaricate or to depart from it in the smallest particular. He was listened to with breathless attention, and, when he had concluded, the coroner, with a preparatory hem, said to him, "And you have reason to suppose, sir, that this person was out of his senses?" "It seemed to me so. He talked wildly and incoherently, and in such a manner as to fully induce such a belief." "You left him on the beach?" "I did. I found when I got there that it was only a very small portion, indeed, of Anderbury House that was visible, and, although the moon shone brightly, I must confess I did not see, myself, any signs of deviation from the perpendicular, and, such being the case, I left the spot at once, because I could have no further motive in staying, and, moreover, it was not pleasant to be out at night with a man whom I thought was deranged. I regretted, after making this discovery, that I had come from home on such a fool's errand, but as, when one is going to invest a considerable sum of money in any enterprise, one is naturally anxious to know all about it, I went, little suspecting that the man was insane." "Did you see him after that?" "Certainly not, until today, when I recognized in the body that has been exhibited to me the same individual." "Gentlemen," said the coroner to the jury, "it appears to me that this is a most mysterious affair. The deceased person has a wound in his throat, which, I have no doubt, you will hear from a medical witness has been the cause of death, and the most singular part of the affair is, how, if he inflicted it upon himself, he has managed to dispose of the weapon with which he did the deed." "The last person seen in his company," said one of the jury, "was the Baron, and I think he is bound to give some better explanation of the affair." "I am yet to discover," said the Baron, "that the last person who acknowledges to having been in the company of a man afterwards murdered, must, of necessity, be the murderer?" Yes, but how do you account, sir, for there being no weapon found by which the man could have done the deed himself? I don't account for it at all. How do you? This is irregular, said the coroner. Call the next witness. This was a medical man, who briefly stated that he had seen the deceased, and that the wound in his throat was amply sufficient to account for his death, that it was inflicted with a sharp instrument having an edge on each side. This, then, seemed to conclude the case, and the coroner remarked, "Gentlemen of the jury, I think this is one of those peculiar cases in which an open verdict is necessary, or else an adjournment without date, so that the matter can be resumed at any time if fresh evidence can be procured concerning it. There is no one accused of the offense, although it appears to me impossible that the unhappy man could have committed the act himself. We have no reason to throw the least shade of suspicion or doubt upon the evidence of the Baron Stalmeyer of Salzburg, for as far as we know anything of the matter, the murdered man may have been in the company of a dozen people after the Baron left him." A desultory conversation ensued, which ended in an adjournment of the inquest, without any future day being mentioned for its reassembling, and so the Baron Stalmeyer entirely escaped from what might have been a very serious affair to him. It did not, however, appear to shake him in his resolution of taking Anderbury on the mount, although Mr. Leake very much feared it would, but he announced to that gentleman his intention fully of doing so, and told him to get the necessary papers drawn up forthwith. "I hope," he said, "within a few weeks' time to be fairly installed in that mansion, and then I will trouble you, Mr. Leake, to give me a list of the names of all the best families in the neighborhood, for I intend giving an entertainment on a grand scale in the mansion and grounds." "Sir," said Mr. Leake, "I shall, with the greatest pleasure, attend upon you in every possible way in this affair. This is a very excellent neighborhood, and you will have no difficulty, I assure you, sir, in getting together an extremely capital and creditable assemblage of persons. There could not be a better plan devised for at once introducing all the people who are worth knowing to you." "I thank you," said the Baron. "I think the place will suit me well, and, as the Baroness Stalmeyer of Salzburg is dead, I have some idea of marrying again, and therefore it becomes necessary and desirable that I should be well acquainted with the surrounding families of distinction in this neighborhood." This was a hint not at all likely to be thrown away upon Mr. Leake, who was the grand gossip monger of the place, and he treasured it up in order to see if he could not make something of it which would be advantageous to himself. He knew quite enough of the select and fashionable families in that neighborhood to be fully aware that neither the Baron's age nor his ugliness would be any bar to his forming a matrimonial alliance. "There is not one of them," he said to himself, "who would not marry the very devil himself and be called the Countess Lucifer, or any name of the kind, always provided there was plenty of money, and that the Baron has without doubt, so it is equally without doubt he may pick and choose where he pleases." This was quite correct of Mr. Leake, and showed his great knowledge of human nature, and we entertain with him a candid opinion that if the Baron Stalmeyer of Salzburg had been 10 times as ugly as he was, and heaven knows that was needless, he might pick and choose a wife almost when he pleased. This is a general rule, and as, of course, to all general rules there are exceptions, this one cannot be supposed to be free from them. Under all circumstances, and in all classes of society, there are single-minded beings who consult the pure dictates of their own hearts, and who, disdaining those things which make up the amount of the ambition of meaner spirits, stand aloof as bright and memorable examples to the rest of human nature. Such a being was Flora Bannerworth. She would never have been found to sacrifice herself to the fancied advantages of wealth and station, but would have given her heart and hand to the true object of her affection, although a sovereign prince had made the endeavor to wean her from it. And of Varney the Vampire, or the Feast of Blood.